and good morning to you wherever you are around the world. Welcome from Scotland, Glasgow, and the Sir Chris Hoy Velodrome in particular. It's the 2023 UCI Cycling World Championships. And today for us this morning, we are focusing on the track cycling discipline. It's the 5th day of competition here in Glasgow, and it has been just a festival of sport. If you're a cycling fan, make your way up to Glasgow. The men's road race, elite road race, is on today as well. BMX racing gets underway. The freestyle has also had their qualification rounds. And for us, we are thick into the middle of the track cycling program. It has been an incredible past few days of competition. So much exciting racing. And there it is, the Sir Chris Hoy Velodrome, just across from Celtic Park, which was the home of the World Championships for the 5th edition back in 1897 at Celtic Park. So history coming back to Glasgow with the UCI Track Cycling World Championships. My name is Scott McGrory, and I am joined in commentary by Lewis Stewart. Lewis, I say it every day, it's going to be a big day of competition, but I'm not wrong.
Yeah, I know. I feel like we're repeating ourselves every morning. Like, incredible day the day before, incredible day ahead. There's just big races today. I mean, men's B sprint tandem qualification. To watch the tandems just absolutely roar around. Some incredible racing there, and we got some good power races at the C2 500, and they're starting the men's Omnium today as well. And my first bunch race commentating, so looking forward to that.
250 metres is the regular standard of international level racing velodromes these days. This particular track itself, though, very short and steep bends. So 46.7 metre length of finishing straight, which is a long way to get around. Gives plenty of opportunities in the sprint races. We will see that in the tandems once we get up and going after the qualifications as well. They will have an opportunity to get around the outside and get to the finish line in front. Creates really good opportunities for riders in the second position in the sprint matches here on this particular velodrome. Absolutely jam-packed in the inside of the velodrome here, with the paracyclists for the first time being fully integrated into the World Championships alongside their able-bodied friends. It's created some congestion, but everyone is okay with that because it has just increased the atmosphere splendidly. The men's B sprint qualification, the world record, 9.5 seconds. That shows you how fast the B tandems are. So many fantastic races on the menu this morning. Looking forward to it. Sprints are back out again. The elite men's sprints, we had their qualifying and their first round yesterday. And a couple of little upsets. We'll talk about those once we get into the sprint competition. Super close in that. The women's Keirin also continues today as well. So the fastest female sprinters in the world getting back onto the boards in the Keirin.
Yeah, there's the Italian pairing just limbering up before they go for those incredible fast 200s on the tandem. Always just think it looks so crazy that you've got these two people on the bike just at like 75 k an hour just roaring around. Do you know who won this event back in 2020, Scott? Men's tandem B sprint?
I think you're leading into a bit of self-recognition, perhaps, are we?
Yeah, perhaps. Yeah.
Fantastic.
There's Matt Rotherham piloting the Ofaki, probably the favourite going into today.
But to your point, fantastic to have an absolute expert in this particular discipline to talk us through.
Don't speak too soon.
And look at this man, 39 years of age, not getting any younger, and just an incredible record of World Championship gold medals.
Yeah, and it's more than that suggests. It wouldn't have enough space on the screen to fit in all of Neil's accolades. Yeah, an incredible athlete.
Beats are pumping this morning. Everyone getting fired up for another massive day. There's only a short break between sessions, as it has been each day with so many races on the program. And the roof was lifted off here last night in the evening program. Absolutely sensational performances.
Yeah, it was amazing to see the women's TP squad, GB, final race, packed out crowd, and the crowd really got behind them. I actually spoke to Josie Knight this morning, one of the girls in the TP, and she was like, I just love Glasgow. The crowd is always phenomenal, and it was no different last night.
Whenever Katie Archibald gets onto the velodrome, home crowd.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing her in the Omnium later this week. We're looking at Quentin Calairon, pilot for the French Tandem, another one of the favourites coming into this men's B sprint today.
Yeah, with Raphael Beaujolais, they'll be the fourth last pairing to come up for their qualification. So flying 200 metres for the B Tandem sprint. One pairing on the track at one time. Then they go into the match sprints. Christian Magiera from Germany had a tough night last night. Some of the sprint races, there were some relegations, and I know Azizul Awang from Malaysia, who was relegated in his sprint match. It was a knockout round as well, so there was no way coming back for him, and he was the fourth fastest qualifier, and then it infringed in the home straight. And I know there's been a lot of talk about it, because the infringement was there, but the question was it enough for him to be disqualified? Did it make a difference to the outcome of the race?
Yeah.
And I wouldn't say it was 50-50, but in the end the decision was made. And we saw Azizul Awang exit the comp.
Yeah, I mean, if I was the Aussie coach, Matt Crampton, I would have been straight over the commissaires with that head-on video going, well, look, he's all, Wang's all the way over the black line. So I think at that point, the comps can only really do one thing.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for Wang.
And from the other side, John Beasley, who is an Australian but is the coach of the Malaysian team, he was protesting furiously about the decision. So it gave Tom Cornish a lifeline. So he has gone through to the next round of the men's sprint. And Harry Leveresen, who was the standout, easily the fastest qualifier. And the difference in speed amongst most of the qualifying riders was so slight, except for Harry. Yeah. He was not leaps and bounds, but he did have a nice buffer, so much quicker than everybody else, and yet almost got beaten in the first round by Matthew Glaetzer. It was sensational. So we'll see more of those sprints and the Keirins, as I've mentioned, plus all of the para racing still to come. Talk about the speed of Harry Leveresen. Fantastic to witness, but the inspiration that the para athletes provide by being integrated here for the first time and sharing the pits with the able bodies. I know that some of my friends and former colleagues that are amongst the world level, they just gain so much by having the paras here. Yeah, and I mean, even speaking of some of the fans, the para doesn't get the exposure, so people they don't watch it because they don't want to. They just don't watch it because they don't know where. And then they came here, watched, and they're like, wow, I mean, the scratch races last night were phenomenal, especially with, in the C3s with, a GB 1-2, but just... you have to pick out the GB victory to say that was the most phenomenal, do we?
Well, it's just, that's the one that I've spoken to the fans, and obviously they get most excited about being in the UK. But, to get them on this stage, it means that people can actually see and go, wow, I actually love watching this. And I'm sure we'll see this in years to come.
Yep. Oh, and I'll call it as I see it. The elite men's scratch race the other night, fantastic last 10 laps. But the para scratch races had so much more going on in the early stages and right through. So they were actually more interesting to watch than the elite men's. And you don't often see that, and often people won't admit that, but that's the way it was.
The newly installed lights at this velodrome, just installed last month, making an incredible show right now.
Yeah. And you can see in the background there, the shadows, the flickering of the lights. And now it's lights up into race mode. You see the tandems lining up on the back straight, one team at a time, given their opportunity to maximise full width of the track and to get to a top speed to go for the 200-metre qualifying. 9.566 is the world record. That was in 2019 in Brisbane, Australia.
It'll be interesting to see how close the tandems will be to, the likes of Harry yesterday.
First team rolling out, and they are representing Malaysia. And it's Maud Wahab on the back, and his pilot is Mohammed Rasool.
A slightly longer build-up in the Tandem 200. As we were talking about yesterday in the women's B sprint, a bit more, a bit more weight and stuff to get up to speed. Typically, maybe sometimes a bigger gear. So 4.5 laps opposed to what typically is 3.5 in the able-bodied category. Top 8 riders to qualify. And the benchmark will be set by the Malaysian pair here. As we were saying yesterday, Malaysia was just such a strong sprint heritage, and not just in the able-bodied but also in the para categories, and yeah, no exceptions there. Incredibly fast riders.
We did see in the women's tandem qualification, one of the teams, the British team actually, got it wrong and didn't come down to start the tape. They thought they had an extra lap, so they did their entire final 200 at the fence. Really slow time. They just didn't get the lap count right. You see the Malaysians, pretty good entry. It's obviously a lot more complicated to try and nail the entry into that 200-metre tape, but fighting the bend as well, and also difficult to try and hold it around the bottom of the track at those speeds. 11.061.
Just missing out on under 11 there. But yeah, a good 200 for the Malaysians.
How many teams do you predict or think possibly could be going down under the 10 seconds? With that world record 9.5, I don't know if that's going to be in danger here just because of the shape of this track compared to Brisbane. I know that Brisbane really is a fantastic shape for this type of discipline for 200 metres. Yeah,
I would guess probably about 3 teams or 4 teams under the 10 barrier today. Yeah, I'll say 4. There's a lot of fast tandems here today.
Stefano Moroni from Italy, and his pilot is Francesco Cicci. The Italians, back when tandem racing was in the World Championships with the able-bodied athletes, I can't remember the last time, mid-90s I think was around the last time that they had the tandems. The Italians were really strong throughout the decades on the tandem, and it was an Olympic event back in the day.
Yeah, I've watched some of the racing videos from then, and it's incredible. But the Italian tandem coming in now, seated. It looks good. Great line there for turn 1 and 2. And up to the blue in the back straight. It's going to affect their 100 split, but let's see.
0.2 of a second to the better. Second team to come through to qualify. And not too bad, 10.2. Perfect entry. But then, yeah, just with the extra weight, the 2 riders, the centrifugal force, the momentum, it's so hard to keep it down on the exit of the first bend.
Yeah, no, exactly, especially in Glasgow with these tight bends. I mean, I've ridden the tandem here. You have to lean in so much through the bend, and then as you come into the straight, you want to sort of let go of that lean slightly, but then, sometimes you can overcompensate, and then, as you see right there, straight up to the blue.
Yeah.
But that's a new pairing. Cecchi, a new pilot. So, I think they're first world champs. So just starting out. But definitely a pairing to watch for the future. Cecchi, experienced pilot, the Stoker, very powerful.
And they have had limited opportunity with so many athletes here to get enough track time to really nail those entries as well in training, which also does play a bit of an effect. If it was their home track, they'd know exactly how that first bend goes and how to keep the bike down. Second of our Malaysian teams now, Ahmad Mohammed, and he has Muad Amran as the pilot. Let's see if they can negate that first bend a little bit better than we saw from the Italian team. Good time though from the Italians.
Yeah, I think that might hold for a little while. It might be like what we saw with Truman yesterday, the men's sprint. We're just setting out a time early that actually, holds for quite a while. Strong effort from the Italians. And then the Malaysians out the seat, and so hard to do that in the tandem, to have that synergy and a big dive down. Bit of a late line for them.
And they do need to accelerate much earlier as they drift up in the final bend, so they're going to be a little bit outside the Italian time. 10.9, I should say.
Slightly faster than their teammates there.
2 riders compared to 1 in the individual sprints. It's not like you have to double the amount of distance for the wind-up, but you certainly have to start winding up much earlier than the individual riders do.
Yeah, for certain, and it just takes so much longer to get the tandem up to speed. So you have to almost, coming harder and earlier. These tandems are pretty much going 100%, even a lap out before they make their jump. As we'll see probably with Faki and Rotherham later.
We mentioned this the other day as well in the tandem time, so I think it might have been. The modern day bikes typically carbon fibre, aluminium, perhaps titanium. Not too many steel bikes anymore, if any really. But the old tandems, that's what they were. It's just these steel soldered together, brazed together bikes, and with the amount of power going through the pedals, you could visibly see the front and the back wheel just going in different directions because there was so much flex in these machines. That's not so much the case. There's still flex in these machines, but they are so much stiffer than they used to be.
The Colombians now driving down the track. Great line. Let's see if they can hold the black. And again, another tandem struggling with the line up to the blue in the back straight.
Nelson Cerna and Marvin Angarita. And you can see it on the time now. 10.9.6 of a second off the best time set by the Italians. It's probably a good 0.4 of a second in just how high they went up the track there.
Yeah, no, it's very hard to hold the black, but, you know, if you want to be at the top level of the tandem sprinting, you know, you've got to, and especially when you're in the actual racing, because you've seen how tight the comms have been on relegation, so you've got to be really careful to make sure to stay inside that sprinter's lane when you get into the racing later. Yeah, third for the Colombians, just 200s behind the Malaysians in second.
Team USA now on the track. Michael Stevens and Joe Christensen.
Yeah, Joe Christensen, a new pilot for the USA Stoker. And yeah, as we were talking about earlier, your biggest fear when you're a new pilot is that 200 build-up, because you're always so used to doing 3.5 laps, and we saw that yesterday with Amy Cole, that you can just sometimes lose count and not used to it, and then miss out on your actual 200 time. And I spoke to the performance analyst for British Cycling after that, and they actually did the third fastest time in terms of when they actually went. So they actually ended up qualifying 8th because they missed their lap, but they actually were the third fastest tandem on that day. But you come up against the fastest tandem in the first round because of that, and then you get knocked out.
Yeah, they thought they would have been racing for the medals. That wasn't the case because they messed up the qualifying.
But it doesn't look like Christensen's messing this one up. Fantastic drive now as he comes into the bell lap.
Good transition.
Yeah,
can he hold it down on the exit? Absolutely. Just drifting a little bit, but down the straight it's okay. You're not losing too much actual distance when you're going down the straight. It's in the bends where you have to keep it really tight. This will be the best time. Only just though, 10.265.
Yeah, 70 kilometers an hour. Yeah, that was great.
Sounds easy. Just keep it down around the bends. Yeah. 70 k's an hour though, with someone hanging off the back. It's not as simple as it seems.
Great time from the US there.
Great entry. You see, just as it straightened up into the finish.
The rear wheel there just kicking around, sliding as they go, driving down the home straight.
And this one's not carbon fibre, so that's the one. I think that's titanium. A lot of titanium in a tandem, that's for sure. It does look to be a titanium frame to me. Now onto carbon fibre bike. Expect a fast time here. Byron Davies, who has just come on as the pilot. He's the Australian kilometre time trial champion.
Yeah.
So he's right up there in the mix in terms of the able-bodied sprinting for the Australians. And Bo Wooten from Adelaide in South Australia in second position.
Yeah, Commonwealth bronze medalist Bo Wooten with a different pilot. But as you say, Byron, some Palmares, third qualifier in the kilo. Expect something special from this tandem.
A little bit of an opportunity opening up as well with the withdrawal of James Ball from Great Britain. They were the bronze medalists last year, so this can possibly create an opportunity for some of these other countries, including Australia. Good line. Davies steering really well through both bends. And it equates to the best time, not quite getting under 10 seconds. This is one of the teams, when I asked you how many might go under 10, I kind of thought maybe the Aussies could, and they were almost there.
Yeah, no, definitely. They were one that I had pinned for probably around third, second fastest qualifier. And a good time nonetheless, but I expected a little bit faster, but still incredibly good. And again, we don't know how the track's running. 200 times for the men yesterday were a little bit slower than I expected as well, so that 10.0 might actually not be representative of just how fast they just went.
Great line. Really good line though.
Yeah, amazing drop from Byron. And they were actually using those drop bars in the kilo, which is a slightly unconventional method, but I spoke to Byron, and just because of that bike bending, he was really struggling to hold it down on TT bar, so had to elect for the drops, but
hasn't been piloting on the tandem for very long as well, so it will take a little bit of time to get that experience, and they'll certainly pick up the speed as they look towards the Paralympic Games in Paris next year. Thailand next, Jakid Pathong and his pilot is Warriats Kapunya.
Winding up here.
Have you noticed, and we spoke about it with the team pursuits and everything with all the able bodies, equipment-wise, this is the last chance to present any new equipment for the Paralympic Games or for the Olympics next year. Likewise for the Paras. Have you noticed any new machines that?
I actually haven't. But the thing is, it's actually slightly different in Para, where the equipment doesn't actually have to be publicly available.
Oh, I didn't realise that.
Yeah, so it's. I think they do need to. I mean, they might maybe for Paris, but definitely for Tokyo, you actually didn't have to homologate your kit. Or, well, you had to actually show it in racing, but you didn't need to make it available to the public. Yeah. But I imagine that'll change soon, because I know that some teams were complaining about that, especially with the equipment that GB have. You know, they get a lot of stuff from the able-bodied squad, but the tie pairing there, 11-0, just missing out on that sub-11 barrier. And in 6th place right now, so with tops 8 qualifying, I think it might be a little bit tight for them in terms of making it through to the next round. You can see they're giving everything across the line.
You see the throw at the line, and we know in a single bike event you can really push the bike forward. Is it more just a bit of a habitual thing that they do it in the tandem? Because surely when you extend the arms, with a person sitting, if they're not doing it in second position as well, surely the bike's not being thrown forward.
Yeah, no, that's actually a great question, because you do lunge, but yeah, it might cause your stoker a bit of concussion, because the amount of times I've lunged backed off, and then, you know, Bolly or James Ball or Neil Faki's had a head just straight into my back. Yeah. Not an easy gig, the stoker job sometimes, but yeah, here we go, Argentinians. Look at that big drive down the home straight. Great line, look at that.
And drifting up down the back straight again, that's not so bad. They've got to keep it tight around the bends, not too bad as well in the final bend. And for 10.7, 4th fastest.
Yeah, you can just see most of the pairings just struggling with that back straight. You know, a lot of them getting a good line through turn 1 and 2, but just when it comes to readjusting into that straight, just really struggling to hold it down. I expect, as we go later on, especially with Faki and Rotherham coming up, you'll see exactly, you know, how good they are with just railing the black the whole way around.
Look, it seems straightforward, doesn't it? Each bend, same shape, but just the momentum and the balance, it can be really challenging.
And then we go our first automatic qualifier. I guess as we expected, the Australian tandem of Bo Wooten and Byron Davis.
They are a good combination, a new combination, so we'll see plenty of improvement from them as they spend more track time together over the next 12 months. Belgium now. Milan Thomas, and he has Jonas Gorman steering the ship. Let's see how they can get themselves around that first bend and whether they can hold it down under the red line.
Oh, looking pretty good.
Right on the red.
And sometimes the red is just as good as you're going to get with a tandem.
4th fastest time, so they slip into 4th now, half a second slower than the Australians.
Yeah, their old teammates, the Belgian tandem women's pairing, not defending their sprint title this year as they've just retired, but that Belgian sprint tandem for the men's coming on really well. I think that's the fastest they've ever gone.
5 pairings still to come, including the defending champions.
Japanese tandem up next. We saw a very strong effort from them in the kilo, and as we said a number of times this week, the Japanese sprint program and endurance program really coming on. You can see that investment into Tokyo and the legacy afterwards for the Olympics and Paralympics, it's really coming to the forefront now.
Kashui Kimura, and it's Kiaki Miura on the front. So Miura on the front, Kimura in the stoker position.
Yeah, really coming in hard for this one. this is a fast tandem. Great peak speed on this pairing.
Certainly no questions about their entry speed. Late though, dropping down. Keeps them at the bottom of the track as they go down the back straight. The halfway splits. Just outside 0.2 of a second. Expect that to extend a little bit more, perhaps. Yep, 0.5. So fourth fastest for them. Australian time really looking quite solid. Only a couple of teams to go.
Yeah, good launch for the Japanese pairing. And it's an interesting one with the tandem, because if you do take that later line down, you can actually sometimes, it's easier to hold the black through the back straight because you've kind of cut round the bend. And we saw that with that tandem, that, yeah, just nailing the black all the way down the back straight there.
Just getting a bit loose coming into the finishing straight. Need to tighten that up. Ireland now, Martin Gordon.
It was a personal best in the kilometre time trial for them early in the week. They were really happy with that one, so expect a good time out of this Irish pairing.
Owen Mullen as the pilot, multiple times Irish sprint champion, and now on the tandem. And we talk about the rise of the Irish team as a whole. They've had individuals, of course, in the past, but now that they've got a proper program and they've based themselves in Mallorca, it really is starting to grow as a squad with multiple options across several disciplines.
Yeah, and I believe they've got that indoor velodrome coming in 2026, which this pairing will love. And here we go, time starts for them, and fantastically well done there, yeah.
Yeah, can they hold it in the final bend? Bring it down a little bit, Owen. It's really close to the Australians. Second fastest, but only a 10th. That's perhaps the best line through the first bend that we have seen.
And that's a fantastic time from that pairing. Automatic qualification, 10-1, just behind the Australians. They will be very happy with that. You saw there, Martin Gordon punching the air. Delighted with that effort. Yeah, that was amazing. But, you know, I know that they've came to Glasgow a few times actually in the lead up to this, because they knew how important it was to get the practice on this track. So, yeah, that practice coming here for training camps paying dividends today.
Second fastest time. Let's see what the French pairing can come away with. Raphael Beaujolais, and he has Quentin Keirin.
Yeah, Beaujolais, Paralympic bronze medalist at Tokyo. Coming in with a new pilot. Actually had Francois Pervy, the kilo world record holder for his pilot at the Paralympics, but now we have Quentin Keirin, also an incredibly fast pilot. So yeah, this is going to be a great time for the French.
Top 8 go through to the next round. We have 4 guaranteed a spot in the racing head-to-head round to come. And out of the saddle down the back straight from this pairing, so really skillful combination here. Let's see how they go as they're about to do the final warm-up. Both bouncing out of the saddle, so this is a really solid performance from them. We expect a good time. Late entry, can they keep it down on the exit? That's what's been challenging for a lot of these teams. Perfect line down the back straight. Into the green, just though, or just drifting wide as they come out of the finishing straight. First team to go under 10 seconds.
Yeah, definitely one of the teams that had pegs on the 10. Look, they're delighted with that. That was great from, Keirin and Beaujolais.
And it's just in the wind-up as well, just how comfortable and how well balanced. Both getting out of the saddle to really get maximum acceleration. It was putting up all the indications that they've done this before. They know what they're doing, and that was seen in the time at the end. Yeah, no, fantastic. And I can't explain how hard it is to do out the saddle in the tandem, especially the speeds that they're going at. Yeah. With that amount of tension and acceleration. What's the communication for that?
Well, there almost isn't. You try to do it so much that it's almost instinctive. Right. Because, you know, the interesting thing also about the sprint competition is you can't just, when we get to the racing, you can't just turn around and be like, oh, let's go now. You know, you need to feel it within the drivetrain between the pairing, and that just comes from experience.
Right. I was wondering if there was some sort of signal, you know, to say that, you know, in 3 or something, you know, just to count them into it.
There they go, the Oz tandem, second fastest qualifiers at the minute.
And you can see the Australians there warming down after their effort. They are still sitting right at the very, second position for them now. So just been taken over by the French, the only one team to go under 10 seconds. Always an interesting combination, though, coming from Germany, because this is Robert Forstermann, Quadzilla. You can see the size of those thighs in the first position. Thomas Ulbrecht in second position.
Here we go, bronze medalist in the kilo already. They bound to hunt for another bit of silverware.
And they did a really bad qualifying time in the kilometre time trial and then rode above themselves. And they're doing the same here. They got a medal in the kilo. Went from 6th to 3rd. And look at that, 9.85.
Yeah, really
New
strong
best
time for the Germans there. And they are delighted again. Look at that, Fossman fist in the air. And they aren't any stranger to the sprint competition. Silver last year. And we're missing Ball and Steph Lloyd. Bronze medalists last year, unfortunately can't start due to health problems. But next up,
well, Robert Forsterman, I know Robert from many years ago when he was racing
he's been
able
the scene for
world
years.
champion. Whenever I see him on the track, I just think about how it would be a nightmare to go shopping, trying to find a pair of pants that fits. I don't think he would ever have bought a pair of pants off the shelf.
Well, I actually believe he almost started his own company providing these like custom fit trousers that I saw him advertising. Because I guess, if you can't buy it, make it yourself.
Final pairing to come, the world record holders. 9.568 is the best time ever for 200 metres in the men's B tandem. That was back in 2019 in Brisbane with Neil Farke and Matthew Rotherham. Gold medal already this week. Weren't they excited about that? We expect a good time here. And 9.85 is the time to beat. Take us through. Make sure we can see that they're on their way.
There we go. And fantastic line from Rotherham and Farke. It's going to be a new fastest time, 9.773. Nearly 74 kilometres an hour, fastest qualifiers. I mean, it was never in doubt. A class pairing. And it looks like they might successfully defend their title today. Already world champions this week in the kilometre time trial. Yeah, sensational 200 there.
How many teams did you predict would go under 10 seconds?
I said 4.
Did you say 4?
I said 4.
I think you said 3. Because three
I said
went under.
3 or 4.
Yeah.
Which, is that the Aussie tandem letting me down with 10.01?
Yep.
I really had them pegged at sub 10. That was where my 4th team came from. But, a good guess.
Very good guess indeed. Neil Farke and the showman, Matthew Rotherham.
Yeah, the man loves the crowd. They expect him to be playing up to it in the finals.
Yep. So fastest time, 9.77. So they go through. Top 8 get to progress. And we'll get to see them all go racing head to head. So 9.7 versus 9.8, 9.9 and 10.0. Pretty tight between the top 4 teams. Fortunately, in the next round, they will not be coming up against each other. They'll be racing 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th. So we'll get to see those top teams possibly, if they all win through, because it's a whole different kettle of fish when you get into the sprint rounds, the match sprints, head-to-head. Tactics really then come into play.
Yeah, I thought we saw that yesterday, as we talked about, the 200 just gets you in the race, and those differences in qualifying didn't appear to matter. Just incredibly close racing regardless of the gap. And that's the beauty of the sprint competition. And I'll tell you who loves it the most, the crowd. The roar that was coming from them yesterday during the sprint competition was amazing.
Women's C2 500 metre time trial qualifications. Top 6 riders make their way through. 2 laps of the track, absolutely flat out. And we'll see them in the evening program racing for the medals. 7 heats. Amanda Reid and Sabrina Castoria da Silva will be in the final pairing, Australia versus Brazil. But from India, first rider, and unfortunately with the odd number, she is on her own. Doesn't matter really so much in these particular races. The team pursuit would be a bit different. If you had, back in the old days when they qualified for the team pursuit as 2 teams on the track at the same time, if there was an odd number, you would have 1 team on their own. And just with the airflow of 2 teams going around the track, big advantage to be on there for qualifying with another team on the other side of the track. That's not the case here for the 500. Jyoti Gadaria from India. Just trying to get that balance right as she comes up into the first bend. 2 laps of the track, 500 metres.
Yeah, just now accelerating down the back straight. Getting a bit up to speed. Oh, into the TT bars already.
And we did see in the sprint qualification for her, as she went off from the start, just didn't have enough speed through the first bend and took a little bit of a tumble. So good to see that she's made her way around those first 2 bends. Last lap now, 35.6 at the end of the first lap. And now she's got a bit of extra momentum.
Yeah, no serious determination. Didn't seem too phased by that crash in the 200. Now into the last half, 48.8.
Into the final straight, push to the line, and a 1:02.055. First rider completing her time trial, C2 500 metres. This is the qualification top 6, to go through.
And the world, we just had something up on the board saying that there was a decision around Forsterman's, Forsterman and Albrecht's 200. I didn't quite catch what it said, but we'll maybe get confirmation on that. But right now, C2 500 metre. Yeah, looking focused there. Gadrea, she comes across the line. The world record in this event, 38.487 for Manda Ritu, we'll see later. And I've noticed a lot of the power records all coming from the Paralympics back in Izu. It must have been, well, I was there, but it was very good conditions in a fast track. But again, when you come to the biggest event of the year, like the Paralympics, that's where all the focus is on, all the good kit comes out. And that's how you tend to see the world records. But maybe in Glasgow, first time with the EB, massive crowds, you might see that just that extra bit of motivation we already have with multiple world records in the power categories already.
And the big difference in terms of the Olympics or Paralympics build-up is, okay, the riders, the individuals, they're putting in a huge amount of motivation and training and effort, but it's the support team behind the scenes and the funding pushing towards that 4-year cycle of the Olympics. Extra funding, extra training camps, altitude camps, all these extra things that get put into it for the Olympics, and that does translate to pure speed. Talia Clayton-Goody from Australia up against Amelia Cass from Great Britain. Heat number 2, women's C2 500 metre time trial qualifications.
It's a strong start there from the Aussie. And Amelia Cass as well, great out the gate. Expect a faster time here.
Now, the Australian was recategorised. She came over thinking she was in C1 and has been put into C2. So she's gone. She thought she was racing for medals. She still has the opportunity to do so here, but in a more difficult category. Very close, though, after the first lap. First and second fastest. Second heat, of course. Only one rider has been on the board so far. So no surprise to see these two with the 2 top times, but really quick and very close between them after that first lap. Final bend now. Talia Clayton-Goody just trying to finish things off. She's just going to get there in front of her opponent, Cass. And 48.562. New time at the top.
Yeah, and always incredibly hard to come, to the Power World Champs, get reclassified, and then have to get your head around the fact that you're in a new category. But yeah, Clayton-Goody there, resilient, and just gets the job done.
There were a couple of the Australians in that position. It was 3 or 4, I think, were recategorised. One for the better. One went from a more difficult category and came down. So that's been to his benefit. But I think there were 3 others that went into more difficult categories. So interesting to see that happen.
Yeah, if you're listening at home and don't quite know how it works, every so often the power riders need to get recategorised to make sure they're competing in the same category, and it is a fluid system. We have 5 categories. It allows for a bit of a spectrum of where you can race, and as you say, sometimes it works in your favour and you actually perhaps get an easier category, or sometimes it doesn't, you get moved up.
And sometimes things do change. The degree of motion of the limbs and the legs, if there has been some improvement over time, and if they've come through from either traffic accident or something, they may start to get more motion over time, and then they do get recategorised to try and keep the competition as fair and even as possible.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Heat number 3 now, and from Austria, it's Yvonne Marzinkier. China is Zhenling Song. Home straight for Marzinki.
And we've talked about a lot this week just how fast the Chinese are at starting. And it's just such a strong culture of fast position 1 riders. So you kind of always expect a fast start out of them. Definitely to the half. The rider's set now. And the countdown begins.
Marzinki versus Song, Austria and China. Heat number 3, women's C2 500-metre time trial.
There we go, yeah, the Song really accelerating there. Doesn't actually have the ability to get out of the saddle, but still really fast half, and there you go, 15.0.
See how she is at the halfway points. Marzinki with a bit of work to do. The time by Talia Clayton-Goody, 48.56. And that is looking in threat. Under threat, though, as we can see Song coming around, half a lap to go for her. And again, number 1. So this is number 1 and 2. Fastest times so far. And up to the line with a 42.1. So really bringing it down. Time's tumbling. Clayton-Goody with a 45, but 42 for Song. Absolutely on Song.
Yeah. Yeah, no, amazing effort. As we say, just started so fast. And even considering the fact because of disability, she can't even get out of the saddle, but still, you know, so quick to the half. You just saw how she was accelerating as she came out of the bend. Yeah, no, amazing effort. And yeah, tumbles that time down. Best time around about 6 seconds. And yeah, the Austrian as well. Just a few seconds behind. And I think we'll see this theme continue in the next couple of heats.
8 riders still to come, 4 heats. So we're down to the 42s already. You do wonder how fast are riders like the world record holder Amanda Reid going to go.
Yeah, no, I think, as I said, we've had a few power world records already broken, and I think this is an event where there is the potential for that to happen.
We also have Florina Rigling in the penultimate heat from Switzerland. She's been successful this week already.
Heat number 4 coming up now for the women's C2 500-meter time trial qualification.
This will be a good one. Daphne Schrager from Great Britain up against Micah Halsberger.
Yeah, Daphne, I think disappointed with her pursuit yesterday. I feel like she didn't do herself or what she thought she could do justice. So, yeah, can be really motivated for a good performance in this 500-meter time trial.
And very different, obviously, with the track endurance nature of the individual pursuit compared to this, the pure speed and sprint nature of a 500-meter time trial. But regardless, she's looking for a bit of redemption here, Daphne Schrager. Hausberger in the back straight, Schrager in the home straight. Heat number 4 underway. Women's C2 500-meter time trial qualification. Top 6 to go through. They all get to do it again tonight, but that's for the medals. 2 maximum efforts from all of these riders here today. There's no going slow, saving energy in the qualifying. You'll miss out on having a chance to go for the medals if you do that. So it's 2 laps, absolutely flat out. Second fastest time for Schrager so far. Still 3 more heats to come, 6 riders to come out onto the track, and with half a lap to go, it's flipped the other way now. So Hausberger with a faster middle section of this time trial as she comes up to finish the race in the second quickest time. So 42.889, and Schrager, fast first lap, just faded a little bit on the second.
Yeah, surprising from the endurance rider, but I just didn't think she managed to find the peak speed there. But interesting that she opts for the time trial bars, and Hausberger opting for the drops, just different styles of how they're approaching the 500. And typically that's telling of who's the endurance rider and who's the sprinter. You know, sprinters will typically opt for doing drop bar starts because that's what they normally do, that's what they're used to. And then Schrager feeling a bit more comfortable in the time trial bars as she is a pursuit rider.
Zenin Song from China still with the fastest time, 42.145. It's 42.7 kilometres per hour average speed. Halsberg with the second fastest, then it's Schrager, Marzinka, Clayton Goody from Australia, Amelia Cass, and then Gadaraya from India, the seventh fastest time.
Yeah, and it's top 6 qualifiers, so we're now into the heats. We're going to find out who begins to get those automatic qualification spots. You know, Song of China are going to be looking very closely at the board, seeing if she gets through in these next couple of heats.
New Zealand versus France now, heat number 5, 2 more to come after this. Sarah Ellington from New Zealand up against Christelle Ribot. Just a little bobble out of the start gate there from Sarah Ellington. Quickly correcting that. Christelle from France, down on the blue, both riders trying to get up to maximum speed around this first bend.
Yeah, it was a great start from the Kiwi there, Ellington. And now just starting to accelerate. It's very tight.
5th and 6th fastest for the first half lap. How does that relate? 5th and 6th again, but they've swapped positions. So both these riders trying to negative split this 500 metre time trial and really bring it home in this final lap. Kept themselves up there in contention. Again, 5th and 6th, so they've been very solid around that 5th or 6th position as they come up towards the finish line, and it'll be Ellington that gets there first. She finishes 5th. Rebold finishes 6th. Consistent all the way.
Yeah, no, that was great. And again, it's that what we were just talking about with the difference in drops and time trial bars. You know, obviously one sprinter, one endurance rider there, but yeah, great effort for both. Ellington just slightly faster. And that's meant that we've now got our 2 automatic qualifiers we've actually seen earlier. Song from China, still holding strong with that initial effort earlier. And then, yeah, Hausberger through as well automatically. But yeah, unfortunately, both those riders, great effort, but missing out on that final qualification.
And in this particular discipline, it doesn't matter really where you qualify as long as you get into the top 6. Come out later if you're in the first heat or the last heat for the finals. Regardless, it doesn't really matter. Maximum effort can still win you the gold medal. So for Song and Maika, they'll be happy now knowing that they are going to be racing for the medals tonight.
Yeah, no, and we've seen, especially in the kilometre time trials, that, as you say, the qualifying gets you in the final and it can totally flip around. You know, it's really hard to back up some of these efforts on the same day. So yeah, no conclusions really can be drawn from the quali.
2 more hits to come, and from Switzerland, Florina Rigling. She's up against the Colombian Daniela Munavar. Florina has shown some pretty solid form already in the competition. And this is Munavar Flores.
Yeah, getting those straps in. Another one of the tells between sprint and endurance riders.
Yep.
The straps haven't quite caught on in the endurance world, but the sprinters always just that torque and power, making sure that it's strapped in.
And we did talk about this the other day, actually, with Munavar Flores. She has what's known as the stump bucket, which actually gives them some good leverage to really fight against to try and get up maximum speed out of the start. Rigling versus Munavar Flores. Switzerland v Colombia.
Oh, here we go, yeah. Munavar Flores really getting it going.
6th and 8th. Now we just see the difference between the riders in each of the categories. a lot slower to get going and get the balance and power delivery, and then it's the second lap where they can really start bringing it down home when they've got their full momentum happening. And you can see them climbing up the rankings. Slower start from both of these riders, but they've already gone up to 4th and 5th. And as they try and bring things home, Wrigling's just eased off a little bit sooner than I thought. And the times kept going. She went really high across the finish line, so I'm not sure if she hit the timing tape.
Yeah, I think she might have missed the timing tape there.
Yeah, really unfortunate. So she sat up coming out of the final bend and drifted right up the track as she came across the finish line, missed the actual timing tape. She was the faster of the two.
Yeah, interesting.
And maybe a flat tyre. I think that's perhaps what's happened. So just coming into the final bend.
Yeah, watch closely here, see what happens.
This is a little bit earlier on, so that's not the final bend, but certainly an unusual situation as she did come across the line at the end.
Yeah, I'm sure maybe saving energy for the final later. Just trying to reserve a bit of that by...
Well, she hasn't come up with a recorded time, though, so if she has missed the timing tape, that's going to be a real issue for her. So we'll wait and see what the update is there for Florina Wrigling. And down in 4th place for Munavar Flores from Colombia. So she hasn't got herself an automatic qualification just yet. We'll hope to update you for Florina and her time. Final heat now, though, and it's the world record holder, Amanda Reid from Australia. And from Brazil, it's Sabrina Castoria da Silva.
And there we go, yeah, confirmation for Wrigling. 43.7, so it does manage automatic qualification.
Yep.
But yeah, maybe setting up there, maybe have an issue. Not quite sure.
0.7 of a second behind third fastest. And there was probably that amount of time lost in sitting up coming into the final straight. Anyway, regardless, she's automatically qualified, so it doesn't matter. She gets another go at it tonight. And if she can improve her time, there's a real chance she can get herself a medal. For now, the final pairing, Reid and Castoria da Silva. Amanda's world record is 38.487. That was set at the Paralympic Games in 2021. Good start from the record holder. Really powerful coming out of the blocks.
And you can see why she holds that world record. Just incredible acceleration, fantastic start technique.
It'll be in the green after the first half lap. There you go, 13.3. Castoria da Silva in 5th place, so she's still booking herself, if she can keep this up, a place in the final. But a super fast first lap, though, for the world record holder. 38.487 is that record. What can Amanda Reid do? Really trying to put shivers through all of her opponents as they go into the medal round tonight. 38.1 and a new world record here at the Sir Chris Hoy Velodrome this morning. Wow, she looked fast. And there's the confirmation of that. 0.3 of a second under her previous best time.
Yeah, we talked about it, didn't we, Scott? We thought maybe if one world record was going to fall today, it was going to be this one. Incredible effort from Amanda Reid. And not just sneaking it, 3:10s in qualifying. Significant improvement there for Reid.
Wow, the scene is set for a sensational final tonight. She has to come back out and do it again, but the gap between her and the second fastest, Zhenling Song, is 4 seconds. So 47.1 kilometres per hour average speed for the standing start over 2 laps for a C2 woman. That is scintillatingly fast. So absolute odds-on favourite tonight, but her challenge mentally will be to try and beat the record that she just set.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, look at that start. An amazing start there from Reid. And yeah, she just got faster and faster, didn't she?
Yep.
Just a total class act, Amanda Reid. And yeah, railing the black line, not giving away any distance. If anything, doing maybe slightly shorter than 500 metres. But she seems pretty relaxed with that. Maybe more to come.
Well, I look forward to that tonight. Can she better her world record? Well, just talking about how the records clearly get set typically at the Paralympic Games or the Olympic Games and all the resources that go into those competitions. Yeah, there you go, Amanda Reid coming out 12 months out from the next games, and smashing her own world record.
Yeah, and I think as we kind of alluded to a couple of times, Glasgow, maybe not running as such a fast track here, so I think that's, not even telling of how fast Amanda Reid could go in Paris next year.
On to the men's individual pursuit qualification round now. 14 heats, so lots of riders to go through. First one is on the track on his own. It's Felix Gross from Germany.
Yeah, and we've talked about the benefit of having someone else or another team on the other side of the track, and the individual pursuit's one of those where it actually does make a difference. It's long enough to make quite a significant difference. So unfortunate for Felix Gross, but that's just how it is sometimes. It's the luck of the draw, quite literally.
Well, no holding back for a rider like Felix Gross. The first one to go, knowing there are 14 heats to come. The final pairing of Filippo Ganna and Dan Bingham. You know what sort of times they are capable of. And the fastest two riders here to go through to race for gold and silver. Third and fourth will race for the bronze. So it's a maximum effort. Tear yourself to pieces here in the qualifying to have any chance of going into the medal race.
Yeah, it's great to see these praying mantis, they say, time trial bar extensions where they've just got the hands really close to the face. And it's just been the way it's gone the last couple of years aerodynamically, where it's all about bringing those arms as close to your head as you can. But we're going to get the benchmark here from Gross. Yeah, Gross not racing this event last year, hence why he's not really got seeding here, and unfortunately out himself. They won't let that bother him.
He looks slippery, good position on the bike. FES technology that's been the partner of the German track team for so many years. Go way back to when it was split between East and West Germany as well, and FES bikes were under the East German riders, winning Olympic medals and World Championship medals, so really long history and of collaboration with that company.
Yeah, and quality bikes always produced by the Germans, and ones that look nice as well. There we go, 2 kilometers in, 2:07, the halfway mark for Gross.
If we go back to last year, the cut-off, the top four, the fourth fastest time was 4:06.7. Fastest time was Filippo Ganna with a 4 flat, 0.6. Jonathan Milan, his teammate, with a 4:03. So these are the sorts of times that you'll need to produce, although slightly faster, I think, perhaps on that particular track in Paris. So it'll be interesting to see just how it correlates to this track here. Maybe a couple of seconds a bit slower than that will be enough to get them into the next round. Oliveira with that 4:06.7 for Portugal.
Yeah, it's always interesting at the start of these time trial competitions where you're really trying to feel out how fast the track is. And yeah, as we saw with like Truman yesterday, where he comes out early, does a 9:72, and you think, well, that's not going to hold for long. And then rider after rider, you actually realise, oh no, that's a really good time. And I think we'll probably have that situation in the individual pursuit early on, as we find out just what Glasgow has to offer today in terms of speed for these riders.
Filippo Ganna set the world record at the World Championships 12 months ago. 3:59.639. 6:36, I should say. A time that would have won him the team pursuit Olympic Games in 2000. And 3 cardboard cutouts flapping behind him, he would have beaten the Germans to win gold in Sydney 2000. Just extraordinary times that these riders like Dan Bingham, Milan, and Ganna have been able to produce. Final lap now for our first rider, Felix Gross from Germany. And he's already gone outside the time of Filippo Ganna from last year with half a lap to go. But this is solid. 4:09.8 for our first rider. We talk about the world records and what Garner and co have been able to produce, but that is a really good time from Felix Gross. That is going to hold for a little while, I think.
Yeah, no, I mean, that would have put him in the top 10 last year.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, it's a different track, but for the first qualifiers, very good time.
Well, great benchmark for the first rider, and the next heat will have 2 riders on the track. So we can actually look at this as, well, they are out there really just trying to go as fast as they can to get into the top 4, but from a spectator's perspective, at least we can treat this as a bit of a head-to-head battle in the next one from now on.
Yeah, exactly.
You mentioned the handlebars, and you can just see the hands just bouncing around a little bit. Now, most of these tracks as smooth as you can possibly get for a bike to ride on, yet there is still just those little bit of bounces up and down, and you can see the flex with the handlebars as long as they are. And we saw Alex Porter in the Australian team in the team pursuit at the Tokyo Olympic Games with his handlebars snapping and face planting into the boards at over 60 kilometres per hour. Hopefully all of the bikes that we're seeing here are not going to have that kind of catastrophic failure.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's always tough safety regulations now when you're getting your kit approved, because it's not only about homologating it here, like putting it on display, for the UCI you need to use in the event, but to actually even get to that point, there's so many safety checks and load checks for all this equipment that we're seeing on display, because again, rider safety is so paramount.
Well, I can tell you that within the Australian program, that level of scrutiny has gone up dramatically since that terrible incident for Alex Porter.
Yeah, no, serious reviews got put into place and hasn't appeared to be any issues since, so obviously worked.
Kazakhstan versus China now, and in the back straight it's Zhentao Kui, and from Kazakhstan, Ramis Dinmukhametov. So 2012 Olympic road race champion Alexander Vinokurov actually won his age category in the Grand Fondo the other day as well.
Yeah, I did see that. I feel like a bit unfair that he can race with his palmarès.
Yep, former Olympic champion rocking up for the Grand Fondo. I think it was in the 50 to 53 category, or 50 to 54.
Yeah, something like that. I saw that.
Because it's my category. I thought, there's another reason to not enter.
So you don't have time to jump in between commentary.
Yeah. Oh, don't worry. There's about 15 kilos that needs to be shed before I even bother with getting out of the commentary position.
Yeah, a bit more comfortable in this seat than the saddle.
Dinmukhametov from Kazakhstan with the faster start.
Yeah, both riders just off the pace of Gross.
That was a great time, 4:09.8. Connor Lay is halfway down, heat number 8. That's around about the time that he has produced. He's the Australian individual pursuit champion. So just as an indicator, just how fast Felix Gross was. Great time to start with in the first heat.
Yeah, an unfortunate situation last night for the Aussies in that team pursuit, just having a wheel slip off the line and managed to recover it well, but again, when you're against a quality act like the Kiwis, it's just, no one in those competitions can afford to slip up.
And I haven't had the time or the opportunity to go and have a chat with them, and I am a national selector, so this is something that I need to be aware of.
Yeah.
However, I turn up to these sorts of races in my media role, and they look at me and pretty much just shut the door. They don't want to talk to the media, so they'll be playing their cards pretty close to their chest, but it will be a conversation that I look forward to having to see just what was going on and what the thought process was, because Connor Lay with a mistake that really did cost them a medal.
Yeah, but I think,
not Connor, sorry. Josh. It was Josh Duffy.
Yeah, we've seen the commissaires being so tight on, pulled wheels, wheel slips, and actually you're not getting restarts for those. So
and the riders themselves, it's one of those things that, okay, if you're not getting a restart, that's okay, but the riders need to absolutely understand that is the regulation. So they need to, in a split second, know whether they can or cannot attempt to try and pull the race up.
Yeah, exactly. You have to make that decision in that moment in World Champs bronze medal ride-off. It's incredibly hard. And the Aussies as well, they are incredible starters. Like especially for endurance, their technique is really good in the team pursuit. And you can see just as they get so far over the bike, maybe just a little bit too far, you can see that wheel slip. Slightly more common in the sprint events, but the endurance rider is definitely not immune to that happening, as we saw.
And the way the bikes are secured into the starting gate, it's like the old school caliper brakes that clamps onto the disc wheel. If you are pulling forward just a fraction too soon, there is the chance that while it's been clamped high on the bike, that it lifts the back wheel. So when it does release, that gets that slip going. So you've already, trying to do a burnout basically is what's happened in the team pursuit final that we're talking about now. Second and third, just again indicating how fast Felix Gross was in the first heat on his own. And in comparison, at the halfway point, right of Kazakhstan, 7 seconds slower than Felix Gross at the halfway point. So we'll wait till they come through 3K.
Yeah, nearly 1 kilometre to go for this pairing.
And there you go. So 12 seconds slower now from Felix Gross, just indicating how quick our first rider was. That time is going to hold up for quite some time, I think. Next heat is Arango Cavalia and Ollie Bledden from Australia.
Yeah, and the Kazakh now in the same straight as the Chinese rider. As you can see in that graphic in the bottom right of your screen there. Chasing him down. And it's always a good carrot, isn't it, that? Just get in the same straight, can see them in front of you, and just that last bit of motivation when it just starts to get hard and it starts to hurt. I mean, say that as if I know in an individual pursuit, but what I can imagine.
No, it's true though. Look, they're riding to a schedule set, and they think they're going as hard as they possibly can, but as soon as you see that opponent out in front, you seem to change your mindset, and you're not racing against yourself. Then you start to focus on, if I can just get to that rider, dig a little bit deeper. So you'll be able to maximise the advantage of that here as he comes up to the line with a 4:28. And that's a fair way behind the time of 4:09.8 set by Felix Gross. So Ramis Dinmukhamatov, he comes through for 4:36.6.
Yeah, that time from Gross really looking strong. And yeah, typically these are seeded, but they seed them off what happened last year. So sometimes there's, really fast riders in the early heats, just by virtue of them not racing last year. So it doesn't necessarily get faster as it goes on. But sometimes you can have a little surprise early on, like we had with Gross. And here we have the next heat, Heat 3. We've got Oliver Bledin from Australia and Juan Esteban Arango Carval from Colombia. Riders get set here.
First year for Ollie Bledin in the national team. Didn't ride the qualifying in the team pursuit, then stepped in for the first round and the finals, so really has progressed. He's a good bunch race rider as well. So he's not likely to ride, say, the Madison here. We have Welsford and Kell O'Brien, but he's a rider that over the next couple of seasons I think will certainly suit in those bunch race as well. Great in the individual time trial, medalist at the national champs.
You can just see Bledin there, just feeling out that time trial position before he begins. And now onto the start bars. And away we go. No slip issues for the Aussies today. Yeah, and this will be an interesting test of Gross's time. As you say, Bledin in that, fast Australian team pursuit squad. So expect maybe a challenge here from the Australian.
Australian bronze medalist at the individual pursuit earlier this year. So we'll see. He has a reference point this season that he himself personally will be chasing to see if he can go better than. Does have, of course, those, as I mentioned, the team pursuit in the legs from yesterday. But he rode a 4:12.8 at the Nationals in qualifying. So that's his target, see if he can go inside that.
Yeah, second just now for Bledin, fifth for Carvajal. Let's see where they set after the kilometre split.
That's coming up now as he crosses the line. And a 107.6. Second fastest, and roughly 0.8 of a second behind the time set by Felix Gross after 1K.
And as we were talking about last heat, it's interesting around the start gate, because I noticed yesterday that with these new bikes, they've actually had to get different arms that lock the frames into the bike, which is just crazy to think they'd have to change the start gate almost around these new bikes. But yeah, Bledin really starting to get it going.
Well, with Arango coming into the home straight, that's where he started, that's where he'll finish, but just as he exits that straight, Bledin comes into it. So Ollie Bledin really on a bit of a flyer here compared to his opponent on the track at the moment. He's down on the fastest time of Felix Gross, but not too far off. Halfway point we'll get a really good indication. If he's still around that 1 second or so, then he's in the real hunt as he's come through. He'll be really in the hunt to be right up towards the top, Bledin. 207.6 compared to 207.1. So he is very much in the hunt to match that time of Felix Gross.
And now very much in the same straight as the Colombian.
Second fastest for now, but it's only by 0.1 of a second, not seconds. So Bledin, who is starting to get very close to the slipstream of his opponent, Arango. He'll get a little advantage here, as long as he catches him at the right time, so he doesn't get hung up around the bend for too long. You're only passing one rider, but still, you can get hung up for a little bit longer than you like to. Just about to get into that slipstream now.
Yeah, you can see in the speed graphics in the bottom corners of your screen, 60 kilometres an hour for Bledin. He's catching the Colombian here.
And you don't want to get too carried away when you're catching your opponent. Now he's just going to get him in the corner, so he's going to have to fight around the high side all the way around the bend, so a little bit of a disadvantage there, but he did gain by being in the slipstream. You don't want to get too carried away and go too hard to catch your opponent. Still have to think about the schedule that you've been set. Tim Jecker is the national coach. He's on the inside of the track, indicating to him just where he sits compared to the schedule that they had predetermined.
First fastest for Bledin. He was only 1/10 behind the 3K split, and now he's really starting to get into this in the last kilometre.
Very well balanced ride from the youngster from Adelaide, South Australia. He'll be happy with this. Really happy with this time. Backing up after those team pursuits as well. So really good to see that he has the ability to recover day after day. Final lap coming now. And leave it all out on the track. Don't worry about having about second chances here. It's only the top four that will go through. Half a lap to go now, and this is going to be a fantastic time from the young South Australian. Oliver Bledin comes up to the line inside 4:10. Yes, 4:09.6.
Incredibly close in the end there, 0.2 of a second.
So all he needed to do compared to who has ridden previously, 4:21 for Arango as he comes through. So a new best time from Ollie Bledin. I did say Felix Gross's time is going to hold for a little while. Not as long as I expected, actually. Ollie Bledin's come through to be 0.2 faster.
Yeah, I think we can forgive you with that close a margin. But yeah, great effort for Bledin. And he looked delighted with that.
Oh, he'll be wrapped. 4:09.6, under 4:10 in an IP. He has a big future, Bledin. I'm not sure if it is as short-focused as tonight. Still got to get into the top four, and there are some big favourites still to come. But so slight disadvantage being hung up around the outside of the entire bend. But regardless, that's racing. Fastest time, 57.69 k's an hour.
Yeah, a few seconds away from what would qualify for the bronze ride-off of last year. But again, as we said, we don't quite know how this track's running today.
Heat number 4 now coming onto the track. Switzerland versus Spain this time from Switzerland. And Valeri Thibault. And in the back straight is Juan Benassar from Spain.
still yet to have a rider that raced this last year, so these riders so far unknown what they're going to produce. And away we are. Thibaut of Switzerland and Benassar Solo of Spain. And it's 5th and 7th at the halfway split, but much longer to go in this race.
Reasonable history of pursuing and time trialing from Switzerland. So let's see how Thibaut can fare. He has Claudio Imhoff, teammate, coming up later on. He's in the 11th heat, and Claudio certainly would be hoping to get himself into the top 4.
Yeah, Benassar Solo a bit of a faster start here compared to Thibaut. Still only 5th fastest.
So both these riders with a little bit of work to do. 5th fastest. This is only the 4th heat, but the times set by Gross and Bledden were very impressive for riders so early in the qualification rounds. And it does often throw the mix up, because with the individual pursuit no longer in the Olympic program, a lot of the nations don't really prioritise this particular discipline. So from one year to the next, the depth might not be there. You'll still have riders like Gunner and Bingham, Milan that'll pop up that will really focus on it. But sometimes you'll see riders early on in the start list that maybe be the 5th rider in the team pursuit. And they'll give them a start in the IP just to give them another ride on the boards at the Worlds.
Yeah, no, definitely. And it must be hard to pick when you've got all the bunch races as well later in the week, prioritising what you want to do, and with the Madison as well and Omnium being Olympic events. As you say, the individual pursuit, much like the kilo and the sprint, is just going to push down that priority list. But yeah, a great chance for a rider who maybe isn't getting a bunch ride to get another race at the World Championships.
Yeah. Well, super early catch here. Really early catch. So for Thibaut of Switzerland, after saying Switzerland has a rich history in pursuing and time trialling, tried to prove me wrong. Caught very early on for him. And Benassar motoring around the track. Still a little bit off in relation to the riders that we've already seen come through. So very slow start from Benassar, but then he's got himself up to speed and trying to bring it back a little bit. Wait for the next kilometre time split to see where he sits in comparison to Bledden and Gross. $2K split not too far away. 2:44. 6th fastest. So you compare that to Ollie Bledden, 2:44 versus 2:07. Doesn't look.
As I say, not sure that the timing is correct.
Yeah. And it has come up. The timing has gone off on the scoreboard here as well. We're looking at our little timing tablet here. 2:44 for the 2K. He doesn't look that slow.
No, I'm sure he'll get adjusted. I think that's probably what they're doing right now. But the timing may come off the screen, but the riders certainly don't stop, still powering on.
Oh, they're not looking at it. We know that their coaches, they've got the right timing. They started the clock spot on at the right time. They might have been a bit confused with the overlap that happened, so perhaps we'll wait and see for the adjustment. But Benassar,
I was going to say, interestingly for the Swiss rider, nobody walking the line for him. He's just doing this all himself. You know, typically you might have a coach outside, you know, giving you your pacing strategy, letting you know what speed you're on, but the Swiss opting to just do this himself.
Well, lap and a half to go now for Benassar, and it won't be long until we find out for sure what his time is. I'd be surprised if it's what it's displaying to us, because taking it off on the scoreboard here at the venue, to me, indicates that there has been some sort of hiccup. Benassar, regardless though, definitely the fastest, about to catch his opponent, perhaps not quite for the second time as he comes up to the finish line. And I didn't start the sundial to find out exactly what time he was going to be riding before the start. Or the hourglass, forgot to flip that over. So he will also not know because it wasn't up on the scoreboard. So he won't know exactly what time he has ridden until he comes off the track and is told by his coach.
Yeah, we'll wait for confirmation of that as the Swiss just comes into the home straight, finishing off his effort. But yeah, I find that fascinating, not having someone walking the line. Like, you must have a real feel for your own effort.
And just to highlight what we're talking about here, obviously you can't see this at home, but on our tablet we have in front of us, they have Thibaut with a 4:29 and Benassar a 4:38. Benassar almost caught Thibaut twice.
Yeah.
So there has been some issues there with the timing for that particular heat.
Yeah, maybe
They've
that
been
early
spot on
catch.
up until that. I would must say, I don't think we've had really any issues at all.
Oh, not at all.
In the
Diesel timing, excellent system.
Yeah,
used for all the big cycling races.
Here's us scrambling to talk them up after we've kind of sledging them slightly, but they really do a great job, the Swiss guys from Tissot Timing.
Yeah, maybe they're trying to help out the Swiss compatriot there.
Yeah.
Racing. But we'll get confirmation
And
soon.
I think the adjustment, 4:21. So Benassar 4:21. It's still not quite right because Thibaut at 4:29 is incorrect. So still a little bit of searching to find out exactly what the time of those two riders were. We will keep you updated. Clearly not as fast as Ollie Bledin regardless. So Bledin and Gross still lead the way, 4:09.6 versus 4:09.8. And Canada versus Italy this time. Carson Matern from Canada. And Italy is Nicolo Galli. Home straight for Carson.
Yeah, still 10 heats left after this point. Still early days in this individual pursuit competition. That's the first time I've noticed those lovely wee Canadian flags on the sleeve of the Canadians there with the new kit. A lot of teams actually bringing new kit to this race, new designs. Not just in the quality of how the kit's made or the new designs or these fast aero suits, but actually just how they look.
And you see on Gali there the latex or the rubber, whatever the coating was, not the entire suit as it was when I first started in team pursuit as an 18-year-old Olympic Games. The whole suit was latex, just this rubber stretchy thing that was very uncomfortable. But you can see that with the further research and development, the Italians believe certain sections of the covering on the body is faster. And we don't see the Brits using the latex. The New Zealanders have a suit similar to this one as well. But all the new equipment, anything that has been developed for Paris 2024 must be on show by, and they could have already presented it on the world stage before here, but this is the cutoff. If they don't present new equipment, clothing, handlebars, wheels, bikes, frames, etc. here, then they are not allowed to use it in Paris 2024.
Yeah, and it's not even just one or two pieces of kit. I mean, we've seen GB 64 pieces of equipment getting homologised at this race.
That's F1 kind of technology going on there, isn't it?
Yeah, well, some of their R&D team are actually ex-Formula One, so no surprise. Second fastest for the Italian Galli so far, and fourth for Matern, just slightly behind.
Well, that's pretty quick when we know how close it is between Bledin and Gross, both riding 4:09s. So good start from Galli as he comes through, third fastest, 107.9. He's there or thereabouts. He's pretty much spot on with Bledin, who has the fastest time. Gross had a quicker first kilometre than Ollie Bledin, and then Ollie brought it home a little bit towards the end to be 0.2 of a second faster than Gross. So this is a good start from Galli. Let's see if he can hold on. Big question now.
Did you do much individual pursuit back in the day, Scott?
No, not really. I was much more of a faster type track endurance. I did a couple of state championships. I don't think I even bothered. As a junior, definitely I did it, but not once I went up into the elite category. Just not my bag.
Yeah, not more of a bunch racer. Too crafty for the individual pursuit.
Yeah, I was trying to work out how I could beat myself in the individual pursuit. Every time I got on the track, I absolutely smashed myself. Third fastest still.
Yeah, coming up to 2 kilometre split, so we'll get another feel for where they sit.
It is a real particular kind of animal that is good at this. Someone that can be so close to their maximum heart rate, but still sustain it. I needed the effort recovery. Team pursuit, Madison, bunch race stuff, and the road. That's what I was better at. But this kind of rider, individual pursuit and time trial, they truly are a special breed.
Yeah, and Galley just falling away slightly there, the 2K split. 2 seconds off Bledin, despite being 1/10 at the kilometre. So, yeah, we'll see how that develops towards the end.
Good first kilometre, but it's just now starting to fade a little bit. Into the second half now. Meanwhile, Mattern from Canada. He was 13th at the Worlds last year, 4:13.1. And his 2K split, 2:10. Might need to lift just a little bit if he's going to go better than he did last year at the Worlds. Not too bad, but needs just a little bit more.
Yeah, and then we have that 3K split, and Galley just falling away slightly more. So I don't think either rider going to be challenging for the fastest time here.
3 laps to go, well into the final kilometre now for both of these riders. 3rd and 4th fastest so far, but really impressive times already set by Ollie Bledin and Felix Gross. Solidly in 3rd though for Nicolo Gali.
Yeah, nearly 4 minutes in and still going 55 kilometres an hour. It's so impressive what these endurance riders can do. Just the pace they can hold for so long.
250 metres left to race for Nicolo Gali, the Canadian. Starting to trying to finish his race off as well. Still 3rd fastest. He's not going to challenge the best time set by Oliver Bledin from Australia or that by Felix Gross of Germany, 4:14.8. So faded significantly compared to where he was sitting after the first kilometre. But regardless, 3rd and 4th. And a few seconds off his time from last year for Carson Mattern from Canada.
And there we have it. 4th and 3rd for our riders in Heat 5.
Another Italian up in the next one. Manlio Moro is up next.
Of course, the Italians able to have 3 riders and typically only allowed 2, but because they have a world champion, defending champion Filippo Ganna, you actually get an extra space. And also for if you're a European champ or Asian champ, also allows you to get an extra rider into the racing if you'd like. Great pain face there on Gali. Next heat, Heat 6. Got Lithuanian, Vitaly Kornilovs, and as you say, fellow Italian, Manlio Moro in this one. The Latvian in the home straight, Italian in the back straight.
With Filippo Ganna and Jonathan Milan taking the medals last year, only 2 Italians on the start line. So Moro and also Gali not able to ride last year's Worlds, but both getting the benefit this time. Milan also in. So we have 4 riders from Italy in this individual pursuit. A plethora of Italians.
Yeah, they must have a European champion as well.
Yeah. Kornilovs gets them on the way for Latvia. Moro in the back straight. All my youth junior days growing up going to a national championships was representing Queensland, and the colours of Queensland are maroon. So every time I see the Latvian team on the track, it takes me back to my youth. Think about being in a Queensland team in Australia.
There we go, first already for Moro, 29.2. Starting out fast, 60 kilometres an hour.
Needs to be careful going out that quick. Can he maintain it? Big question.
Yeah, we saw Gali starting quite fast, but didn't manage to just hold on all the way to the end.
Much more cautious start from Kornilovs from Latvia. But already, Moro would be able to see his opponent. So as he comes into the back straight, and he's with the head angle, you can tell that he certainly would have been able to see his opponent just drift into the bend at the end of the straight.
Yeah, and Morrow just slips into second place, slightly slower.
So he needs to control himself here as well, because as I said before, emotions take the better sometimes. Right, okay, I'm going to set out and try and catch this guy, and then you go a little bit too deep and forget about looking at your coach and taking instructions on the predetermined schedule.
Yeah, just drifting third there, and I love this graphic we have at the bottom right-hand corner where you can see them, you know, those flags just chasing each other in the velodrome. Gives you a great idea how close Morrow is getting and chasing down the Latvian, sorry.
And the average speed's just under 60 kilometres per hour. The world record, of course, is 3:59.6. So off the back of a standing start, that meant that Filippo Ganna was hovering above 60 for the entire 4Ks. Just extraordinary fast for an individual to be above 60 Ks an hour. Catch is going to happen fairly quickly here. Third best time so far for Morrow. And Leo Morrow into the slipstream, flips up around the outside, and he also, like Ollie Bledden, has to fight all the way around the outside in the bend. Took over pretty quick though, so the speed differential between these two was such that it didn't take Morrow too long to pop up and around the outside.
Yeah, unfortunate timing, but makes easy work of it as he glides by, and still in third place. Just around 8/10 off the pace of that 2K split compared to Bledden, so very much still in the hunt for the fastest time here.
And depending on what type of rider Manlio is, might be a chance for him to really bring this back, and sometimes riders are capable of just riding a solid tempo and then really lifting in the last 2 to 3 laps. Not the sort of way I could do an individual pursuit, that's for sure. Takes a special person to be able to achieve that, but he really is getting some speed down the back straight. His coach, Marco Villa, has been very busy this week with the Italians having so much depth of talent amongst the team pursuit men and women, and now also in the IPs with 4 riders on the track.
Yeah, incredibly strong endurance programs for the Italians. You know, they're at the top of pretty much every endurance event.
Yeah. Really close at the 3K point. 2 laps to go now. This is going to be a really fast time. If he can lift a little bit over these next 2 laps, there is a real possibility that this could be the fastest time that we've seen so far. Ollie Bledden from Australia, 4:09.6, and with 1 lap to go, Manlio Morrow sits in third, but if he can really finish this off, he might be able to get himself up into first or second. It's so close between these top 2 riders, and Morrow is fighting to be in contention with them as he comes to the line. 4:10.4, stays in third, but only 0.6 of a second off second place.
Yeah, no, close there, and I think it's only going to get tighter towards the top end of things. Morrow just kind of, well paced, kind of just around the same position, just off the speed slightly, kind of every split. But a well paced effort from Morrow. And the Latvian there in 9th place.
If you compare to Felix Gross, just ahead of him in second, then he did do a better final kilometre.
And that's what made the difference.
Yeah, but Ollie Bledden was behind Gross at kilometre 3, and he had an even better kilometre at the end to bring it home to be the fastest qualifier. So that was a really solid ride there from Manlio Morrow from Italy. Very tight at the top. 2 riders with 4:09 and Morrow with a 4:10.
Heat number 7 will be next. Waiting for their...
And you can see those hooks in his extensions, just to grip onto those and I guess allow you to relax a bit more. Just winding down, doesn't look too tired.
Sitting in third place now. A lot of big stars to come. Only the top 4 progress through. So highly unlikely, regardless of a 4:10, which is a great time, it's unlikely that Manlio Morrow will be making his way into the races for the medals tonight.
Yeah, as we said, 4:06 being the benchmark last year for a bronze medal ride-off. Still a wee bit to go until we see times like that.
Heat number 7 now, Michael Foley from Canada up against Kazuki Kuboki, sorry, from Japan. I think this is the first time we've seen the specialised helmet, the new specialised sock helmet.
Yeah, I think I saw him on the team pursuits as well, and also with that, with the snood thing. Definitely a look.
I may have noticed it and looked away. I didn't want to see it.
Yeah.
Aesthetically, not what I'm used to, but apparently they think it's fast. Well, they claim it to be, and let's see if that's going to be the case for Michael Foley as he gets himself and his helmet up to full speed down the back straight. Really quick first half lap from him. So fast start, 21.5.
Yeah, getting through them now, and that snood's coming in handy, it would appear. And yeah, the Japanese, you know, our team pursuit program just really came on recently. Oh, and he's got nearly up to the blue there for Kaboki. Foley still in first.
Yeah, really solid start from Michael.
Kaboki just kind of all over the place here, just really trying to hold the black, drifting above the red quite frequently. And that's really going to add up over 4 kilometres. But we're going to get a feel for Foley's speed here as we hit that kilometre mark, 106.981, so just falls short of the fastest kilo so far, but ahead of Gledon.
Remains in second position for now. Throwing caution to the wind here, Michael Foley. Really quick start from him. Hopefully he can maintain this all the way.
And there we go here, Kaboki again, well above the red. Just struggling to really settle into this individual pursuit, hold his line. And now Foley falling to third. But it is so tight at the top, and you can really turn it around just in a couple laps.
First time for Michael Foley in the individual pursuit at the World Championships. And he's not going to be left wanting or wondering. Third fastest, he's gone out really quick and just now starting to fade. And this is the danger. Unless you've got that back end strength to hold on, you need to be very cautious in that opening kilometre. Down to fourth quickest for him now. Kuboki in sixth.
Yeah, fastest starter, but then 7/10 behind with that 2K split. It seems to be going slightly further out. K split coming up, so we'll really see where he stands against the top 4.
Fastest first K, and at the second he was down to third.
Yeah,
third
2.5
K down to fourth.
Off the pace now.
He does have a fair buffer though between third and fourth, so he sits in fourth now. Fifth at the moment is Nicolo Gali with a 4:14. Third is 4:10, so he's somewhere in between there. Has a chance. Now he's drifted back even further. So he's now looking out to try and get faster than 4:14, which is Nicolo Gali sitting in fourth place.
Yeah, and it looks like Kaboki might actually get Foley in the end here. And there we have it, yeah, Kaboki now 5th place ahead of Foley.
So more cautious start from Kuboki. 1 lap to go and he's starting to really bring it home. So a little bit too quick from the more inexperienced Michael Foley from Canada. That's what started to really hurt him towards the end. And Kuboki bringing this one home. 4th fastest for him now. 3rd fastest time is 4:10 and he comes through with a 4:13. So 4th and 6th for these two riders.
Yeah, Kuboki finishing it over 60 kilometres an hour there across the line. Obviously had a bit in reserves. And yeah, he just kind of snuck up on us there, Kaboke. He just rode his own race as we were watching the slightly faster Foley off the start, but then comes so strong in that last kilometre. There we go, 4:13.7 for Kaboke and 4:15.6 for Foley.
Kaboke will be happy with that. That's still a good time, 4:13. It won't be good enough to qualify into the top 4. He sits in 4th now. But that was heat 7 of 14. So plenty of big riders still to come. A reminder, final heat, Filippo Ganna, the defending world champion and world record holder. He did that in the final for gold last year, up against Dan Bingham from Great Britain. Such a fantastic matchup, those two, considering that their working relationship as well.
Yeah, I had a conversation with Dan. It was actually, even with Ethan Hayter, who's unfortunately a raceless world champs, but a teammate, but also you're a staff member. It's such an interesting dynamic to manage that, because you go from a training camp where, you know, you're in a sort of, yes, staff managerial position, and then you go to the next training camp and he's your teammate. Such an unusual dynamic, and not something we often see in the world of cycling. But yeah, Dan Bingham, as we know, not your usual rider in more ways than one.
Well, he set the world hour record himself and then worked with Ganna on his position and aerodynamics so that he could beat him. So he's a very fair person, Dan Bingham. Heat number 8 now underway, men's individual pursuit qualifying, and it's the Western Australian, Connor Lay, up against Kasper Majeski.
Exceptionally good team pursuer, Connor Lay, so expect to pass time. But I'm noticing, is that a new bike for the Australians there?
Well, I was expecting to see the new bike come out for the individual pursuit. I knew it was coming, and here it is. This is the new Factor that has been developed for the Olympic Games next year.
Yeah, interesting. Australia, typically a team working with Argon, so different bike manufacturer there for this team pursuit, individual pursuit bike.
Yeah. I actually saw the design for this a little while ago. I went skiing a couple of weeks ago in Australia with one of the guys from Factor, one of the owners. So he sneakily showed me the design that was coming up. I can talk about it now because it's out there to the world. Slower start though from the big man from Western Australia. 4:09.6 at the National Championships to take gold again. He's won that in the last couple of years, Connor Lay. Also medalled in the Australian Time Trial Championships. So not too bad over the longer distances.
Yeah, so maybe expect a faster last kilo out of Connor Lay today.
Yeah. And he certainly will need it. And there's a little bit of bragging rights to go as well between him and Oliver Bledon. Bledon still with the fastest time, 4:09.6. That's pretty much matching what Connor Lay did at the National Championships in Brisbane earlier this year.
Yeah, you can see the wide forks in that Factor, just the way that a lot of the bikes are going nowadays after the kind of bar was set with that, with the hope everyone thinking, well, let's test this kind of wide fork flared design.
4th fastest, so starting to get himself up and going now on the new machine, Connor Lay.
Yeah, see a great shot over there, front on. And probably back when you raced, Scott, you would never think that bikes were ever going to look like the way that they do nowadays.
No, absolutely not. Oh, even before my time, I remember Rory O'Reilly, kilometre rider from the United States, had a bike that actually had a cable holding it from the seat, underneath the seat, to the head stem area. Really small wheels, 24-inch wheels, and a cable that was tensioning the bike together. So we have advanced a little bit. That was space age back then. Tim Decker, the national coach, telling him he's on a really good time there. So you can see now, 2nd fastest. Connor Lay slightly slower to get going. Now the locomotive is up and rolling.
There we go, already there. Rapid now up to 1st. Yeah, really turning the screw now, Connor Lay. And we're coming up to that 3K split where we're really getting an idea for where he sits against his teammate Bledon.
Connor was 7th at the World Championships last year, 409.1, but he has ridden a 407 at a Nations Cup. So let's see what he's able to produce here.
Yeah,
2 riders.
6 tenths up on Glasgow right now with that 3 kilometre split, so we could see him under 409.
On target right now for 408, a high 408. But if he can really lift in these last couple of laps, might be able to get himself right down a bit lower than that. Cut off last year, remember, top 4 was 406 at the World Championships. We're not too sure how this track's speed compares to last year's. That's what we'll find out once these qualifying rounds are completely said and done. Fastest to this point, though. He's coming around to get 1 lap to go, Connor Lay. On target to be the fastest so far. 409.606 is the time to beat, but he wants more than that. He knows there are big stars still to come at the back of this qualification round, so he has to push hard to finish this one off, trying to get down a little bit more, squeezing everything out of it, and a 408.5, so that'll do for now. That's a pretty good time.
Yeah, amazingly well measured effort there from Lee, nearly 58 kilometres an hour. That new bike working wonders.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah, incredibly strong time.
Good time, nice machine, and a solid ride from Connor Lay from Western Australia. So for now, Australia, number 1 and 2, Connor Lay and Oliver Bledden, 408.5 and a 409.6.
Yeah, and as you say, those extremely important bragging rights secured at the moment for Lee.
Yeah. Hey, look, it's the World Championships. They're racing for medals, but it's nice to be the first Australian.
Yeah, and then, you know, as you say, you're selected for Australia, so does the individual pursuit come into the conversation when you talk about team pursuit, or is it just not really looked at? Because is the team pursuit just a completely different prospect compared to how the individual looks?
Well, the way we selected the team was purely based on the team pursuit, because that is the Olympic event that we are focusing on. Then you put in some consideration for the Omnium and the Madison in terms of track endurance, but you are picking the best team for the team pursuit, and then from that squad, then you think about who can ride the other events. The individual pursuit is the extra event that they get to do at the World Championships. Unfortunately, because this is such a purist event. I love the IP. Now, this is a, you know, it is man against the clock, or woman against the clock, and I really enjoyed this event. But because it's gone out of the Olympic program, in terms of selection for the national team, it plays no significance. Yeah, because I guess sometimes you can get very strong individual pursuers that maybe it doesn't quite translate into the team pursuit. Yeah, and quite as well as you would imagine. Speed. Yeah, it's not just about the pure speed, where they've got the extra power that you need for the team pursuit. Often it's just the skills. If they don't have the skills to be going that fast and doing the changes and sitting close to the wheel, or if they're weaving up and down and they're not a good wheel to follow, that will see them go out of the national team. On to the next heat, though. So fastest time set by Connor Lay. Portugal versus China now. So Hayao Zhang from China up against Ivo Alves Oliveira. And Ivo was in the top 4 last year. 406.7. Saw him go into the medal race for the bronze. And his time of 408.7 was good enough to get the better of Dan Bingham and get the bronze medal. So our first real top contender from last year, bronze medalist, heat number 9. Yeah, not just a good pursuer, also a great bunch rider, Oliveira. So immediately the first rider to perhaps really test that time set by Connor Lay. Yeah, we can see a similar start to Lay, just slightly slower, maybe to look into have a really strong last kilo and build it throughout the pursuit. And that is the interesting thing, because when we see now the splits, when you see 4 come up, he's not 4th best compared to the time that Connor Lay rode. Yeah. That's to whoever was fastest at that particular point. Yeah, we know how fast Ross started. Yeah, well, Michael Foley was really fast in the first couple of laps, so he's ended up finishing 8th for now, but these first splits are compared to his rapid start, considering he faded. Up to 3rd fastest now, 106.9, so pretty decent first kilometre though, that's for sure.
can see, Scott, in the individual pursuit, obviously we see a lot of time the riders getting paced by their coaches. Do you ever change your pacing strategy based off what you're seeing from other riders in individual pursuit? If you're, for example, a rider like O'Reilly and you got a bronze medal ride off last year, you maybe want to achieve something like that, could it maybe change your pacing strategy?
They may not be 100% sure how fast the track is, but they kind of know how much power output they have from training, what they think they might be able to ride. So they will set a time that they think is possible, but then say from the Australians' perspective, if they thought maybe Ollie Bledden was capable of a 4:11 and he came out and rode a 4:09, kind of might think, yeah, actually maybe let's go a little bit faster on our schedule. Yes. So it depends on who they really do know, and if they've got any good research on other particular riders, then they might adjust it, but not during the race. Once you get going, they'll just know if they're up or down, and they'll just keep pushing hard. If they're up and they feel like they can sustain it, then they'll just keep going at that.
Yeah, okay, so it's a real advantage to maybe have someone in your team out early, so you get some proper data on how fast the track's running. But
yeah, we see that on the road. We really see that on the road in the time trials as the catch is about to happen here. So, as expected, medalist from last year, very quick to get on the catch, and at the 2K mark, 2:06.5. So he's over a second faster than Connor Lay at the 2K mark. So this is going to be a fantastic time, and he's well and truly on his way to setting the best time. You see in the time trials on the road, teammates they'll purposely, ones that are out early on the competition, they'll then come back and tell their any of their teammates just about the conditions, the weather conditions. Take it easy at the start. It's headwind towards the end. Then you've got to save a bit for that. A little bit different here on the individual shoot though.
There we go, 3K split, 3:06. So, yeah, second and a half up on Leahy.
Well, the cut-off last year was 4:06.7, and right now, Oliveira is on target to be just about spot on around the 4:06 mark. So the time of Connor Lay, 4:08.5, that is absolutely under threat. We don't expect Oliveira to slow down now as he comes through once more, and a number 1 beside his name. 2 laps to go, and you can really see the body language. He's starting to kick each of these pedal strokes. Trying to finish this off as best as he possibly can. There's no waiting around here. Final lap for him. This is going to be the best time. Can he get down into the 4:06s, or even better than that? Because he really is bringing this home with half a lap to go, trying to finish it off. He got the bronze last year. He wants to race for gold or silver this time round. And the Portuguese rider, 4:06.4. Fantastic benchmark. Slightly quicker than last year. It's irrelevant. Different track, different place. But it gives us a reference point. That was super quick.
Yeah, no, amazing. You see him really rocking and rolling in that last 500 metres. He tries to get everything out of the bike, everything out of himself. And yeah, 4:06.4, great time. And I actually think, yeah, on Glasgow with those slightly longer straights, I've spoke to a couple of performance analysts today. The conditions aren't amazing. I think that's actually a fantastic time there from Oliveira, as expected. As you say, bronze medalist last year, quality act.
Professional on the road with UAE Emirates. So good time trials. It's good to see those road time trialers sticking with the track as well, though, and showing how fast they are in the fork. I always used to wonder, riders like Fabian Cancellara, big, powerful road time trialers, he would have been fantastic, like Filippo Ganna, on the track in an individual pursuit, had he started out and had the skills.
Yeah, no, definitely. I remember me, just as a kid as well, just wanting to see that as a track fan, as a road fan. I just want both sports to win, and I'm just like, let's everyone have a good time. Let's get everyone on the track.
Yeah.
But yeah, not always easy to get these riders from their road teams on, onto the track. We know how big a sport road cycling is.
Well, a couple of things going on here. We know what bike he's on, but you can see how the branding has been covered up because he is a professional on the road for UAE Emirates.
Yeah, I can't think
that
why that's
particular brand that he rides as a professional on the road. They don't make these bikes on the track, so he's using a different brand, but it has been covered up.
Understandable, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 seconds quicker than Connor Lay. Ollie Bledden, the second of the Australians, still sitting there in third place, 3.1 seconds back. If the individual pursuit remained in the Olympic program, that's when we would have seen riders like Cancellara and the other big time trial, powerful time trialers from the road, perhaps slipping back into the track program. So that's unfortunate that that hasn't happened. Tobias Bakramko is the next one on the track. And next to him, from Algeria, Lofty Shambaz.
You can see Buck Gramko there just going through his breathing before he starts. Obviously, there's a process. Breaths in on the countdown, then out. And a nice strong start from the German.
10th heat, men's individual pursuit qualifying round, top 4 to go through, 4 heats still to come, so 8 riders still to come out onto the track. But the bronze medalist from last year has set the best time, 4:06.4, 58.5 kilometres per hour average speed.
Yeah, Buck Gromko last year, 4:11, just outside of the top 10. So yeah, should be around top 6, top 5 just now, and he is third at this current split.
So good start. We know that Oliveira went out a little bit slower and just powered home. So let's see if Buck Gromko can do similar. He's a long way up on his opponent on the track here. So as Shambaz goes down the back straight, not too far behind though is the German.
First now for Buck Gromko in the splits. You can see amazing aero position, and now we got a kilo, so we get a feel for where he sits. 1:06.6, that's the fastest kilometre so far, faster than Foley, but as we saw, almost means nothing if you're not going to back it up for the next 3 kilometres. So we'll see how that plays out.
0.3 of a second faster than Oliveira at the same points.
And now getting close to making the catch. You can see on that graphic in the bottom right of his screen. And now in shot, Buck Gromko hunting down the Algerian Shambaz. And again, another awkward catch.
Yeah, there's 3 catches, and it's all been in the same time. No one has had an easy way around the outside just yet, but that speed difference between the two meant he wasn't hung up for very long as he went past. So no disadvantage there for Buck Gromko. Second fastest, but the time that is at the top from Oliveira, that was super quick, 46.4. So he's on really good ride here, Buck Gromko, if he can hold on. 2 seconds between Oliveira and Conor Lay. So plenty of room to slip in between those two, but I'm sure he wants to go a little bit further. Up past 4:06.4, get himself to the top. Four heats still to come. Imhoff, Ernst, Ermino, Matsuda, Jonathan Milan, Tom Sexton, and then the final heat with Filippo Ganna and Daniel Bingham.
Yeah, those last 2 heats, seeing riders that were involved in that team pursuit final last night. Unfortunately, Dan Bingham not after that issue for GB. But yeah, some exciting and fast times to come for sure. But for just now, Buck Gromko second on the track, 2:52 right now. Coming up to that 3K split, so again, we'll see where he stands. Across that time split now, 3:07.4. So around about 1.3 seconds down on where Oliveira was, but right in the hunt for second place with Conor Lay.
So great start, and you can see the coach for Germany just asking for a little bit more. There's no saving anything for it tonight. Whatever happens tonight, if they make it through, it's out of their hands now. It's a maximum performance now. Dig deep, tear yourself inside out just to make sure you have a chance to even race for the medals.
Yeah, Buck Gromko now getting close to the Algerian Shambaz again. You might even see a second catch. And well timed as he's coming into this last lap.
1 lap to go now for the German. Up into the slipstream, quickly up around the outside, trying to, as fast as possible, get back down to the black line to minimise the distance on this final lap as he comes around. 4:06.4 the time to beat, slightly outside of that, but he goes into number 2. 4:07.6.
Fantastic time from Buck Gromko. 4 seconds faster than what he did last year.
Yeah, really good improvement.
See Shambaz finishing now, half a lap to go. Yeah, Buck Gromko delighted with that.
Tobias Bach-Gramko. Solid ride. 12 months on, 4 seconds quicker. So he'll be happy with that, regardless of where he ends up in the end. I'm sure he'll be chuffed with such an improvement.
Yeah, in Glasgow, probably, as we've alluded to, a slower track for the individual pursuit event, so 4-second improvement, really, really impressive.
Or so it seems that it's a slower track. Bach-Gramko bucking the trend, perhaps.
Heat number 11 coming up onto the track. The bikes are getting set up, just awaiting the arrival of the riders.
On to the 11th heat. 3 more to come after this. Claudio Imhoff from Switzerland up against Chris Ernst from Canada. Two years ago, Claudio was 4th at the World Championships in the qualifying with a 4:07.6. And he went into the bronze medal race up against Filippo Ganna. Finished 4th there. He got caught by Filippo in the race for bronze. That year it was won by Ashton Lambie from the United States, who's not here. So good history in this event from Claudio.
Yeah, and Imhoff, I can see his coach trackside, so unlike his teammate, opting for someone to let him know his pacing.
Imhoff also the bronze medalist in the World Championships scratch race back in 2016. But very much an individual pursuit and team pursuit specialist. Medalist at the European Games as well in this particular discipline. Imhoff versus Ernst. Heat number 11, 3 more to come. Best time set by Ivo Oliveira, 4:06.4. Tobias Bach-Gramko sits in 2nd place for Germany, 4:07.6. So here's a genuine contender. Rider that has previously been racing in the finals at the World Championships in the individual pursuit.
Yeah, both riders with a slightly steadier start. But as we've seen, some riders coming out slower, but just staying on pace, well-measured efforts, and really coming back towards the end. You expect with the experience of Imhoff that he really knows how to pace these individual pursuits.
He rode 4:07.6 in the qualifying 2 years ago, where he ended up finishing 4th behind Filippo Ganna, who picked up the bronze.
Seems a little bit off that pace just now, but we'll get a bit of a tell, into this kilometre now. Ernst just quite a bit ahead, 1:08.2, so a couple seconds off the pace.
So Chris getting the better of these two at the moment. Both riders a fair way off the pace. 1:08.2 first kilometre for Chris Ernst. And a 2.5 off the pace set by all of the riders so far, actually, that are right up at the very top and in contention to make their way into the next round. So a little bit of work for both of them to do. And Imhoff, surprising actually to see he down as 12th fastest considering his history in this event.
Yeah, 4:07 incredibly fast, especially a couple of years ago. And Scott, I was wondering if you could explain to me, because some people at home might be wondering how these riders can see. It looks like they're looking down, right down at the ground. Like, how do they know what's coming up ahead? Can they see what's coming up ahead?
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, trying to have the tuck position as much as they possibly can. So he's basically just looking down just ahead of his front. Well, he knows there are no obstacles except if he catches the rider in front. So he needs to be careful then. And we saw that in the team pursuit at the Tokyo Olympic Games with the Danish running back into the back of the British rider. Not so much the danger here.
Yes, I was going to say, in the team pursuit, is it maybe slightly different? Do they have, you know, the head slightly further up being in a group of 4? Yeah. Or do they just try and ride this position, but they're just such good bike riders that they can actually manage to just have a little bit of sight and
well,
get the job done?
It looks, from our camera angle, it looks worse than what it really is. Yeah, sure, the vision isn't fantastic, but how much of the track do you need to see? In this one, you only really need to see the black line. So anything else, you don't need to be able to have enough vision to see the people in the stands. It's just really the 10 metres in front of you, and they've just got enough with the angle to achieve that. 6th fastest for Ernst, not too bad. And 6th quickest for now, Moro, is a 4:10. If he can maintain this, he might be able to get himself underneath the 4:10 barrier. Won't be enough to qualify into the medal round, but still, get under 4:10 in an IP, that's a really good achievement.
Yeah, looking strong, holding on, and yeah, you see Imhoff now is coming back even slightly from that slow start, but I'd say for these two riders, probably not going to be fast enough to get another ride.
Imhoff is starting to lift now. He's trying to bring it back, but I think he's left himself way too much work to do. Lifted the head then.
Yeah.
I wonder if he wasn't sure where he was, just off the back of our conversation. Just have a quick glance. Oh yeah, I'm still going left. That's all you have to do, keep turning left.
And it's amazing that these riders can see, you can't see last lap now, I'll talk about it in a second, but 6th now for Ernst, 8th for Imhoff, 3/4 of a lap to go.
It's not going to contest the top times that we've seen so far, 6th and 8th, as Claudio comes up to the line. 4:10, almost got under 4:10, so solid ride, 4:10.2. He'll be happy with that. I'm sure he wanted to go through into the top 4, but realistically, I don't think he was expecting to. So 4:10.2, really good ride there from Chris Ernst. And somewhat of a surprise, with respect to Claudio Imhoff with a 4:13. He has certainly been a lot quicker than that previously.
Yeah, so what I was going to say is, it's really impressive that not only the riders can ride and look at the black, but what you can't see is trackside. They have the coaches with the iPads with the splits on the screen, and yet they're still able to see that as well on this tiny little iPad. It's incredible. But
well, if we do get an opportunity to see those coaches with the iPad in particular, or whatever tablet it may be, they are putting that right down onto the floor. So they hold it as low as they possibly can, and if you don't have to go back that far, where they could have actually stood up and held it upright because of the positions of the bike. And there's a great example of it there. You cannot see their eyes, but through the handlebars, just a little bit ahead of the front wheel is all they need to see. And a lot of the top teams have to train a lot of hours to get that right position. It's not just to turn your head down. They also, I know the Australians spend a lot of time pushing their shoulders, their head down into their shoulders, and it was really difficult to hold it for that position. It's an unnatural thing to do. Tilt your head is one thing, but to really drop your head down into your shoulders, that takes a lot of training.
Yeah, I saw even in the gym, the endurance riders completely changing how they train, really strengthening neck, almost like you see in Formula 1 for the G-forces, but for different reasons in endurance, where you've got to have that strength to firstly hold that position for 4 and a bit minutes.
Really interesting matchup here in heat number 12. 2 more still to come. We have Shoei Matsuda from Japan and this man from France, Corentin Hermanot. And there's a lot of history from the Hermanot family. Team pursuit Olympic gold medalist. His father from 1996, also an individual pursuit world champion. So Philippe Hermanot, Corentin's father, and he's been able to do this in the past. 1 Olympic gold medal, 1 World Championships gold medals. Let's see what his son is able to produce now.
Fast start for both. And they're just settling in.
4th quickest after the first lap for Corentin.
Yeah, we're actually just sat next to the French team pursuit squad, who are getting right behind Hermanot here. Always good to see.
Get one of them to pull up a chair and do some commentary with us. Tell us a little bit more about Hermanot. His father, certainly from my generation and my era, 1996 Team Pursuit gold medalist. It was the first time that they really utilised the professional road riders. Up until then, the previous Olympics, it was very much an amateur sport, still with professional discipline. But from 96 onwards, the professionals were allowed back into the Olympic Games, and several of the French team in that winning Team Pursuit team were from the professional road ranks.
So what brought about that change?
Common sense, I think.
Yeah.
Common sense. It was silly to have the separation. And if you look at modern day sport, most sports have been able to achieve that. If you look at rowing, for example, it doesn't have the same sort of professional level of sport or professional part of the sport when you compare it to cycling. Golf is one of the interesting ones for me because they still do have very much an amateur element where the amateurs are not allowed to earn any money whatsoever. So from 93 onwards, at World Championship level, the professionals and amateurs have come together. 96 for the Olympic Games.
Yeah, and it really opens up for a whole lot of new talent to come through.
Fifth fastest for Ermino. So let's see how he goes. We get to the 2K mark, and fifth quickest, 2:07. He's not too far off the mix. So 2:07.7 versus 2:06.5 from Oliveira. Only 1.2 seconds down on the Portuguese rider with the fastest time at the moment. So he's keeping himself well in contention to possibly make his way into the medal races.
And Matsuda just slightly off the pace, down in 15.
8th last year at the World Championships, 4:09.6. So he certainly has it within him to contest for a position into the medal rounds.
Yeah, and Ermino now got Matsuda in his sights. You can see they are both just coming across that whole straight line. That extra bit of motivation for Ermino.
Just about to come to the 3 kilometre mark. 4 more laps to go. He is on target to catch his Japanese opponents.
We're now getting to 8th for Ermino.
Yeah, he has faded. He was still in contention up to 2 kilometres. Now at 3:09 at the 3 kilometre mark compared to the 3:06.
We're getting a catch in the same place.
Ooh, and
really
almost a squeeze there.
To Matsuda there.
Yeah.
Not giving him an inch.
3 seconds off the pace set by Oliveira. So this is not going to be good enough for Keirin Ermino to progress into the medal race. Still a couple of laps to go, but we can just see the trajectory of his speed is not going to put himself up into the medals tonight. Try and finish it off the best he can, down to 8th. Had a good middle section, but then starting to fade now in this final kilometre. Outside 4:10, 4:12.3.
Yeah, we're now going out hard there. Looking for that ride-off place, but unfortunately he's not playing speed today. And Matsuda across the line, 18th place, 4:21.
Ermino will be a little bit disappointed compared to the 4:09.6 last year. So a couple of seconds off the time he did with 12 months ago on his home track in Paris. No individual pursuit, of course, at the Olympic Games next year when we get back to Paris.
Yeah, that home advantage last year, obviously, working for Ermino. Look how tight that was. It was great, though. You know, as we know, every 100 counts in these events. He's barely gripping the handlebars there, just with the, just his like fingers just on the edge. So impressive that they can ride so controlled like that.
I do wonder about all the technology and advancements in aerodynamic and wind tunnel testing to make everything perfect. Surely the first thing that's hitting the wind is from the body, is the hands. There must be a way of holding that better than what we saw there. It's not going to make seconds difference.
Yeah, I think I've seen people do that before, where they almost like hold it in a kind of pyramid position and try and have it so the hand almost runs flush with the helmet.
Yeah. First of our big Italian stars, penultimate heat, and the silver medalist from 12 months ago. Jonathan Milan, what a big 12 months it has been for him. Won the points competition at the Tour of Italy. Stage win as well. 3 or perhaps 4 times second place. Tom Sexton from New Zealand on the other side of the track. Now, during the training camp before these World Championships, Milan got the call from his Bahrain team to come out of the training camp to go and ride the Classic San Sebastian. So interrupted preparation for Milan. Let's see if that means anything here in the individual pursuit. Has the team pursuit in his legs? Both of these riders do, actually. The final 4 integral members of their nation's team pursuit squads. So they've been feeling a little bit sore and tender in the legs this morning, but a good start from Sexton.
Yeah, both fresh off the medal from last night. Yeah, good start from both. Strong start. Yep. Sexton in first already. Look,
it's what we would expect from riders of this calibre. But the question remains, after the team pursuit rounds, who can back up? Medalist last year, the big man from Italy. Powerful sprinter on the road. Fantastic team pursuit rider on the track.
You can already see in these speedo counters in the bottom of your screen, well above 60 kilometers an hour. And both now the fastest ahead. We're going to get a kilo split soon.
1 and 2 for now. And the first kilometre, really fast. Both of these riders. 106.1 for Jonathan Milan. Almost a second quicker than Ivo Oliveira.
We saw how strong Oliveira finished, though.
He really did bring it home. Sexton doing everything he needs to be not too far behind. Only half a second between these 2 riders, but still the second best time to that point. So far, this is going with the seedings. Milan and Sexton, second last heat to come. After this, it's Garner and Bingham. Good look again at that head position for Tom Sexton. Well trained.
Kiwi's always so disciplined and stuff like that.
Just has a head slightly to the twist, and by comparison, Milan looks very much a bit more old school. Heads up in the air a little bit, and every body and every helmet is a little bit different. So the body shape and the helmet you use is important to have the helmet that fits your body shape. And you can see they're vastly different between these 2. Sexton backed off a little bit here. He's down to 3rd fastest.
Yeah, now a 2:04.92 slip from Milan, so 1.5 seconds ahead of Oliveira. He's on for an amazing time here.
He rode a 4:03 in the qualifying last year. In the final, exactly the same, 4:03. So he's capable of a blisteringly fast individual pursuit, and that's what he's starting to deliver now, really taking control of this, well in front at the halfway point.
Yeah, Sexton now drifting away from the time of Oliveira.
Down to 4th fastest for now, so it's Oliveira, Buck Gramko, Connor Lay in 3rd, Ollie Bledden in 4th. Those riders right now look as if they'll be drifting down the time sheets, because Jonathan Milan is absolutely flying around the track here. Down to 6 now for Tom Sexton, so he's gone out fast, trying to maintain a high speed, just hasn't been able to.
Yeah, and Milan and Oliveira there were essentially the same kilometre time between the 2 and 3K, so still 1.5 seconds. So that's strong finish from Oliveira. Keeping him in contention still.
1.5 seconds up at the 3K point. Is Milan starting to labour now? So he has 1.5-ish seconds advantage over Ivo Oliveira, but he can just see the body language and the grimace on the face of the big man from Italy starting to really hurt. It's biting now with 1 lap to go. This is the qualifying penultimate heat in the individual pursuit for the men. Onto the final lap, and we are seeing the fastest time being posted, but can he finish it off? Oliveira came home really fast in the last couple of laps. Milan seems to be labouring. Is it going to be the best? Yes, it is, 4:06.3, but not by a lot. About a couple of hundredths of a second, 100th of a second.
Wow.
So the difference at the end, Oliveira brought it home, whereas Milan was just trying to hold on, and they virtually come together at the end.
Yeah, Milan 1.5 seconds up at halfway, but as we said, we know that Oliveira finished strongly, and again, proved that point just there, but yeah, automatic qualification for Milan and Oliveira.
Now, here's a point of difference for you. Milan, integral member of the Italian team pursuit team. He's had 3 massive team pursuits to this point. Oliveira rides for Portugal.
Yeah.
He's got fresher legs. They weren't in the finals of the team pursuit. They weren't contesting. So maybe it's kept Oliveira very, very close, but Milan just wasn't able to finish things off the way he would have liked.
Yeah, as you say, Oliveira potentially going to back up better later, fresher legs.
Yeah. But you can hear the crowd up and about. That's because Dan Bingham from Great Britain has come onto the track in the back straight. So the British crowd really keen to see how Dan goes. On the home straight, though, it's the world champion, Filippo Ganna, the world record holder. 3:59.636. That's the world record. Bingham last year, 4:05.
Bingham did look incredible in the team pursuit, and obviously we didn't get to see the time that they could have set or the competition they could have laid out. Yeah, but he'll be looking to make amends in this IP today.
Milan and Oliveira, they are guaranteed a ride for the medals tonight. Who is going to join them? Ganna versus Bingham. This feels like a final. It's a qualifying round, but it really does have that sense of the race of truth. Slow starts from both of them, but that's simply because of the ginormous gears on these bicycles that these two are capable of pushing. Takes a little bit more to get it off the start, though.
Yeah, much bigger gears. And interestingly, 2 different nations with the exact same bike. Both using them for the hour records. Dan obviously holding it just before Ganna went and smashed it. But Dan will be looking to have the best of Ganna today.
9th and 12th now, starting to bring it back. It just takes a little while for Ganna to get himself up to speed. Very close indeed between these two, but just watch as the speed really starts to get going.
And now Dan in front, you can hear the crowd is loving it. Dan really starting to get going now.
Bingham with the advantage, already up into 4th position after the first kilometre. Both these two riders notoriously slow in the first couple of laps, but once they get up to full speed, they just continue to power all the way through. Second quickest
now.
So Ganna taking a little bit longer to really get himself up to full speed. Dan Bingham is absolutely flying though. We have the benefit of having the Italian coach just down in front of us. And the signal he gave to Ganna was, you need a bit more. Give us some more.
Yeah, and Ganna perhaps not looking quite as strong as he normally did last night in the team pursuit. And the thing about the individual pursuit, there's no hiding here. And now Dan into first.
Fastest rider we have seen so far in the qualifying. Dan Bingham, Great Britain, the crowd, they're up and about. And it won't be long if he keeps going like this. He's going to be able to see the flash of blue up in front of him because he is quite some way ahead of the time that Filippo Ganna has been able to ride so far.
3/10 ahead of that 2K split on Milan.
I'll look down to the coach again. And no hand signal from Marco Villa this time as Filippo Ganna came through. Bingham looks good.
And if Dan can finish like we saw Oliveira, it's going to be an incredibly fast time. And first quality for Dan, but Ganna in 3rd.
Still, position number 1. Position 3 for Ganna. Big effort required from the defending champion if he wants to have a chance to get another gold medal here. Dan Bingham setting himself up nicely for a big showdown tonight. Now here comes Ganna up into position number 2. Don't have to win this, just need to finish in the top 2 to go into the medal race tonight for gold and silver. And here comes Ganna.
We know how strong Ganna can finish. It's almost his trademark at this point.
3 laps to go in qualifying for the individual pursuit, and Filippo Ganna is starting to come. The gap is really starting to close down.
It's going to be a close finish. And it looks like we might be coming to a split now where Ganna's going to be in the lead.
This will be tight. Almost. Level pegging. Another half lap down, 1.5 laps to go. Top 2 to progress into the race for gold, and at the moment we are looking at what we may be seeing again tonight. 1 lap to go, and it's Ganna now in front. So Dan Bigham still with the second fastest time. That'll be good enough to see him come out to race for gold tonight. But what a comeback we are witnessing from Filippo Ganna as he comes up to the line. 4:01.3, thank you very much, compared to a 4:02.9. These two, we get to see them again tonight racing for gold.
Yeah, well, 2 incredible times there, and miles ahead of Jonathan Milan in first place with 4:06. And yeah, how dare I doubt the King Ganna? It was looking a bit doubtful at 2K, but it just finishes so strongly.
It's just extraordinary that Filippo can give away so much in the first half and yet still has such a top end. There's so much power to this man that he can just keep accelerating all the way through.
And he looks absolutely fine.
Yeah.
And you even saw he just started laying off towards the end there. Just started relaxing even before he crossed the line.
I'm sure that hurt. I'm sure it hurt. It just doesn't look as though.
For us mortals. Not even sure I could finish 4 kilometres on the track.
Ganna, Bingham, Milan and Oliveira. They are the 4 racing for the medals tonight, and it will be Filippo Ganna up against Dan Bingham. So we'll see a rematch tonight between these two, and then Jonathan Milan up against Ivo Oliveira for the race for bronze. So 4:01 versus a 4:02, and then for the race for bronze, there is 1/100th of a second between the two. Both races are going to be fascinating. That's coming up later tonight.
Yeah, I think the individual pursuit there living up to exactly what we thought it would be, and it's going to be a clash of the Titans later. And you may be able to hear the Derny just rolling off in the back straights, warming up before we have the women's elite Keirin. Very different event from what we've just seen. And there it is, you see the Derny round around. Everybody loves getting the motorbike out. Amazing race, the Keirin.
Actually, riding the Derny on the velodrome is also really good fun, I must say.
Yeah, you can sometimes see, especially in the 60s, where they have that Derny racing, where you've sometimes got 24 plus riders on the track. It's nuts with these, all these motorbikes, all these riders. But not a World Championship event, sadly, but we get the bike today.
The actual Derny rider is a former professional cyclist himself from the UK, Paul Keirin. So he was the Commonwealth Games road race champion in 1986. Also won the team time trial, so double gold back in 96 in Edinburgh, just down the road. Not too, how far is Edinburgh from Glasgow?
About half an hour, maybe.
Half an hour, so just down the road. He picked up 2 gold medals. Paul Keirin.
There he is. And yeah, heat 1 here in the women's elite Keirin, and this could be a world championship final heat. This is unbelievable. In this quarterfinal, we've got Kelsey Mitchell, Olympic sprint champion, Mathilde Rowe, world sprint champion last year, Emma Finucane, who has done incredibly well in Nations Cups this year, silver in the team sprint, one of the fastest, well, probably the fastest P3 in the world in the team sprint. Then we've got Leah Sophie Frederick, who almost doesn't need an introduction, multiple world champion, Mina Sato, 2 Keirin golds in the Nations Cup this year, and then Steffi van der Vee is also medalled. An incredible heat. It's going to be an incredible race.
First 4 riders will make their way into the semi-final. So with all of the heavily stacked field that we've just gone through, I guess the benefit is at least 4 of them will go through. It's only 2 that are going to miss out, considering the credentials of the riders in this particular heat. This is heat 1, quarterfinals of the women's Keirin. So Steffi van der Piet from the Netherlands in behind Paul Keirin on the bike. Now she does have a warning from the first round, so she needs to be extra cautious. Otherwise she will be relegated. One little infringement in this one and she is out.
Yeah, Steffi just cutting down on somebody yesterday. Toms didn't deem it bad enough for relegation, but wanted her to know to not do it again.
Yep. In behind her is the defending sprint champion Mathilde Gros from France. Then it's Mina Sato from Japan. Kelsey Mitchell, the Olympic sprint champion from Canada in the red and white. And out of the saddle, looking over her shoulder just to check where Emma Hinzer is at the back of the group. And is Emma Finniken. So Emma Finniken in second last position. Oh, Hinzer, I think I said. Sorry, it's Leah Frederick from Germany. So Frederick defending champion, and that's why Emma is paying her a lot of attention. Bike comes off, 3 laps to go, top 4 to progress. Heavily stacked heat. And you won't expect Emma or Leah at the back to hang around for too long.
Gross goes, sees there's maybe a good few gaps there and doesn't want to hang about. Again, 4th through, so you can afford to maybe go out a bit earlier, but now the race really going.
A lap and a half to go, and Leah Frederick has gone up around the outside. She had to go from last position and really put in a big effort as she comes to the bell. She's gone very early. Top 4 goes through, but she doesn't want to risk it. So the German into the back, straight in a big move. Oh, that's Sato just getting locked up there with Emma Finniken. And that's allowed Van der Piet to come through underneath. And Emma Finniken has touched down. We saw the contact going into the back straight. And then Steffi van der Piet from the Netherlands, rightfully so, she got herself underneath, but that just meant there wasn't enough space for everyone coming into the final straight. Yeah, up in front, out of trouble though, Leah Frederick gets herself through. Mathilde Gros, I think also, I'll have to look for a replay for that. So Steffi van der Piet, Mina Sato, let's just wait and see. Kelsey Mitchell, Mathilde Gros at this point is going to miss out. So the defending sprint champion may be missing out. And let's just hope that Emma is okay. She has just ended up not far from our position. She actually almost got across the finish line. That's how far she slid.
Yeah, we'll see a replay here. But
so the second and third coming together through the bend with just over
the first one.
There
so
it
this
is.
Out of turn 2. And then they managed to recover this,
yeah.
And then it happens again in the home straight. So Sato and Emma okay here.
Now that looks like the Japanese rider.
And this is the one here. So yeah, Mina Sato just inside the sprinters lane there, contact with Steffi. Swings up into Emma.
I think Mina's in trouble.
Yeah.
I think Mina's in trouble.
Probably going to be a relegation for Mina Sato there.
Now the first one, it looked like Sato just ran her up the track, and that was only because with the touching of elbows, Sato lost balance on the inside. So she's unfortunately, unintentionally flicked up the track. It's really hard once you lose a little bit of balance through the bend. So she's gone up high, but the second time she came down on top of Steffi van der Piet. She wasn't allowed to do that.
Yeah, you can see Emma moving there. She is getting up. I'm sorry if I was a bit loud there when she crashed, but she's a good friend of mine, so I was worried for her.
Yeah. So I think Mina Sato might be in a little bit of trouble, and that could be to the benefit of Mathilde Gros from France, because she was 5th across the line, and she might be able to move herself up into the top 4. So we'll wait and see what the confirmation is there. We're only speculating, of course. It is up to the officials as to how they see it. And they still have it as Frederick, van der Piet, Sato and Mitchell. And we'll keep you updated. And, of course, on Emma as well and her condition.
Yeah, real shame for Emma. Coming in as really one of the favourites in the Keirin, especially with the length that she can produce. We saw that in the team sprint earlier in the week.
No one certainly likes to see a crash, but this is the stuff that the Keirin brings up. These clashes, it's such a fight for position that it's elbow to elbow. And this is the tumultuous nature of the Keirin events. All right, we will, for now, Mathilde Gros, the defending sprint world champion, has missed out on going into the semis, but we will keep you updated.
Also, the pedals, parts of the pedals that dig into the wood of the track.
Next heat coming up, heat number 2. There are 3 heats here in the quarterfinals. Top 4 going through. Christina Klonen, Lorian Genet, Emma Hinzer, Miriam Fetchy, Ryu Ota and Elise Andrews. So Andrews from New Zealand, medalist at the Olympic Games.
Yeah,
Christina Quonen. Yeah, Quonen,
yesterday.
silver medalist in the 500 metre time trial the other night. She was really pleased with that, with a personal best time. But Emma Hinzer had to come back through the repechage after missing out on finishing in the top 2 in the first round. That was a bit of a surprise, and she is a former Keirin World Champion.
Yeah, a rider you're never really going to count out. Just didn't quite work out for her in that first round of the Keirin, but made amends for it in the repechage. And yeah, she'll be out for blood in this Keirin right now. Mina Sato still showing us qualified on the results.
We have a relegation.
We
are hearing
as I say that.
Yep, we are hearing it come through the system here that Mina Sato has been relegated. Now, we were expecting it. We could see that was coming, but it's not our decision, of course. So we were waiting. Relegation for Sato. That means Mathilde Gros is given a lifeline
there, and Mina Sato looking at it. Looking at the replay.
So Mathilde Gros, the world sprint champion, given a lifeline. That puts her up into 4th, and she will now qualify for the semi-finals. It will be fascinating to see how she ends up, Mathilde, because she wins a medal now. It's off the back of that relegation, so she'll be really chuffed. Heat number 2, quarterfinals for the Keirin. Quonen, Janae, Hinzer, Vecchi, Ota, and Andrews. And it's Vecchi from Italy in behind the Derny motorcycle. Then it's Elise Andrews. A couple of medals at the Olympic Games. She's come on strong. Still a young rider, but looking forward to the next 4, 5, 6 years or more from Andrews. In behind her is the second of our Italians we've seen now, Ryu Ota. Then it's Emma Hinzer, Christina Quonen from Australia, second last. And at the back is Lauriane Janae.
Yeah, we've got 2 of our Olympic medalists in the Keirin from Tokyo in here with Elise Andrews and Lauriane Janae. Emma Hinzer, needing no introduction, world champion in this event before.
Well, she absolutely dominated in the year before the Tokyo Olympic Games, winning all of the sprint disciplines. I think missed the 500, didn't go for actually ride, but she won the Keirin sprint team sprint at the World Championships, but then didn't get the job done at the Olympics. So she was a bit disappointed with that. It's another opportunity next year, but for now, she needs the racing. She wants another gold medal. She has a team sprint gold from this week, Emma Hinzer. She's sitting in 4th position.
And you can see same again, everyone just getting a little bit of a gap to the person in front of them, watching behind them. No one quite wanted to take this one up, and now Hinzer goes. She's wanting to lead this one out, and again, before through, you can afford to take up a bit earlier. You know, it takes a lot for 3 people to pass you, but Andrews is saying, no, I don't think you did. I think you get by, but yeah, Hinzer's just too strong.
And a real fight for Quonen to hold the wheel. But look at Andrews coming together between those two. So the Australian fighting to stay on the wheel of Emma Hinzer, but Andrews is forced her way underneath. This is a bit of danger now for Christina Quonen as she's going backwards. Hinzer looks strong. She'll make her way through. Andrews also. Ota will also be the 3rd rider to go through. And Quonen just hangs on. She will qualify as well, but she did it the hard way, the Australian. Looking very strong was Hinzer, though, getting the win.
Yeah, no, much better than yesterday from Hinzer. Just knows she can take it up early from 500 to go, and, you know, she's the world champion doing 500 metres, so, as expected, stays out in front. And you can see, again, a few rough and tumbles a bit further back, because you know how important it is to get someone like her wheel, and Quonen just caught on the outside, getting a bit close to Andrews, and then also you saw Ota. Everyone just fighting for the wheel there. But that's why we love the Keirin.
Oh, absolutely. Well, Andrews reacted just fast enough to stay further up enough, under on the inside, when Quonen was trying to come over the outside. It would have been dangerous, or much better for Quonen, had she got a little bit further ahead. Then she could have come down and just squeezed Andrews out a little bit. But at least astute enough to stop that from happening.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And that's the fine margins of the Keirin, because, you know, inches can make the difference of you getting down in the wheel, which completely changes how your race looks. But yeah, here we have everyone driving to the line. And
the one that had the easiest ride, I might say, Ryu Ota on the inside, in the wheels the whole time, and 3rd place for her, top 4 going through, so she had the most comfortable ride of all of them.
Yeah, and sometimes through a Keirin competition, that can really add up, those kind of easy rides where you're just wheel surfing on those fast wheels. you know, when it comes to the final, when you've got 4 or 5 Keirin rides, you know, that lack of fatigue from having easier rides really helps. See the replay now.
And this is where the relegation happened. Is Emma Finnegan.
Again, no, this is the turn 2 incident, so this wasn't the cause of it. Well, it could be cause of relegation. She did it twice.
Well,
again.
it could have been either. Yeah, that one I think is actually just that loss of balance for that one. So you could have called it either way, but this is a challenge here, right? With Van der Peet going through underneath, so there's a relegation there for squeezing the Dutch rider, and then when she's flicked up, she's caused the crash because she was pushing down on to Van der Waal when she shouldn't have been doing so. Oh, sorry, it was Van der Peet. Yeah. So there were probably 3 points there where we could have relegated her, to be honest. Lovely lady, Mina Sato, don't get me wrong, but there were a couple of infringements in there that you could have qualified as worthy of being disqualified. As I said, that gives Mathilde Gros the ride into the final that she wasn't expecting. Moved from 5th up to 4th place for her, so a lifeline given to the French champ. Third heat now underway, and as they line up onto the bike, we have Katie Marchant coming back from having a child last year, and she looked really good in the first round also. In behind her from the Netherlands is Hetty van der Waal. Then there is Alessia Catriona Proposta from Germany. Gaxiola from Mexico in the red and white colours. Colombia, Marta Bayona in the familiar colours of Colombia. And right at the very back is a former world champion from Belgium, Nikki de Grendelet.
Yeah, you're seeing the heats, incredibly strong heats in every single one of these. World-class field here. We'll just see everyone just to create a little bit of a gap before this bike's going to pull off, just to give them a bit of space to think, a bit of space to race. Also something to rush into once the race starts going, and yeah, gaps appearing everywhere now.
And 3 laps to go, bike comes off. Katie Marchant leads the way for Great Britain. I asked the question before the first round, with the break in training and racing that Katie Marchant has had, was her racecraft going to be okay here at the World Championships? It was sensational in the first round, but now it's tough being on the front. Propster trying to be countered by Van der Waal down the back straight, but the German up around the outside. Now an acceleration from Katie Marchant. Bayona up around the outside now as well, 3 wide as they come into the finishing straight with 1 lap to go, and a real big acceleration from Bayona. Propster from Germany second, Van der Waal third, de Grendelet from Belgium in 4th position, and Marchant drifting out the back. Gaxiola trying to fight through as well, nowhere to go for her, so she will miss out, and we'll see Propster, Bayona, Van der Waal, and also de Grendelet make their way through.
Yeah, I mean, what a display from Bayona Pineda there. That was incredibly strong. Coming round 3rd on the hip as well when she made her attack. And yeah, and incredibly tight across the line for the rest of the positions.
Yeah. That was really powerful. Like, it was really tight and fantastic race for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Out in front though, clear winner, Marta Bayona.
Yeah, you can just see there, 300 separating Hetty from Proposta there, and then also Nikki de Grendelet making it through. And you can see even Gaxiola just trying to squeeze in between the riders, just trying to find any space to get across the line ahead of someone.
Yeah, she felt like she had the speed, but there was just nowhere to go. You can see her at the back, rider from Mexico, super fast final lap, attacked just at the right time. Marchant left wanting, she's drifting out the back, and Propster fighting off Van der Waal, but Hetty had enough speed. She's dragging former world champion Nikki de Grendelet from Belgium, and then diving down the inside, looking for a gap, trying to pick the lock to squeeze through the door. There was Gaxiola. Slammed shut.
Look at that, a little bit shaky there, understandably across the line.
She was searching for the keys to the door. Couldn't find them in the end.
But what a display from Bayona Pineda there.
Semi-finals are set now. Fantastic racing there in the quarterfinals. Unfortunately, to see the crash, and let's hope all the best for Emma Finnegan, that she will be okay.
Yeah, Emma with a sprint coming up and one of the favourites coming into that, so hopefully she'll heal up and be ready to race in that competition in a couple of days' time. Yeah, Marcin just had a lot to do early on there. Wanted to maintain the front and yeah, just didn't quite have the length to hold on.
Her craft in the first round was great. She put the elbows out, bit of argy-bargy, shoulder out as well, so she had some really good race craft, but that one there, I think it just comes back to pure fitness and how much time she's had off. It's going to take a little bit to get back to full fitness and strength. Always difficult as well, knowing that when the bike comes off with 3 laps to go, you're stuck there on the front. Nobody wants to be in that position.
Yeah, that's a long way to go, 750 metres when you've got, you know, 5 incredibly fast racers behind you.
Men's B sprint quarterfinals now, 4 heats. We've seen the qualifying earlier today for the tandems. Now we get to see how they can race matching up head to head.
Yeah, so we'll see fastest qualifier against slowest qualifier, and then it gets a little bit tighter in terms of how close they are as we go through the heat. So it's fastest versus slowest for the first one, and then works its way down to 4th and 5th by the end of these quarterfinals. So a bit of a speed difference to begin with. But as we saw yesterday, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be an easy ride.
And this is Jason Niblett just going through the relegations from Minasato. So just going through exactly what's happened from that, Keirin.
Yeah, and as you say, perhaps a couple points in which Minasato could have been relegated there.
And the first one, well, the crash obviously was the worst, but the first incident looked bad because of how far she went up the track. That she didn't want to do that. It wasn't intentional. She wasn't throwing a hook. They touched elbows, and then Mina lost balance from that. When everyone's going around to the left, around that first bend, and you lose balance, all you can do is flip up the track. We've seen that before. A clip of wheels or a clip of elbows, you lose balance, and then bang, up to the right-hand side you go. That did really well to not crash then, to be honest.
Yeah, no, totally. And I think a lot of time it can look like it's deliberate or look like it's, you know, crazy, but what you don't think it's so hard when you're in these races and there's pressure on you and you're going that fast to really hold your line. Yeah, here we have the first heat at the men's B sprint quarterfinals. Defending champions here, Faki and Rotherham. Already a win in the kilometre. Up against the Japanese pairing qualifying 8. And yeah, you know, Matt and Neil have done this before. They've won this event before. They know what they're doing.
This is the quarterfinals. From qualifying straight into the quarters, 4 heats, best of 3 competition. So you have to get 2 wins in this one, and then you'll make your way into the semi-finals. Best of 3 in the semis, and of course the races for the medals as well. The losers here will go to race for 5th to 8th.
Yeah, and rolling off here slowly. Japan happy to be second place here off the start. And we've discussed when we were watching the women's tandem yesterday how crucial it is with only 3 laps of this race to be at the front, because trying to pass a tandem with the length of it is incredibly hard.
Kimura and Miura from Japan. Up front there, the big, powerfully built man of Matthew Rotherham with, well, by comparison, you can call him the little champ, Neil Faki. He's won the World Championships so many times before. Wants to do it again, fastest qualifiers, but you have to get things right. The speed difference between these 2 teams, you would expect it to be a comfortable win for the Brits. It won't be the case once they go into the next round, and regardless of that, Japan want to throw something up to try and upset the British team. 1 lap to go, in control though, Great Britain. Matthew Rotherham dives down the track, down the back straight. Put it in the book now because it's all over. That's the first race win in the best of 3 going to Great Britain. Really comfortable victory there for Neil Faki.
Yeah, you can see the Japanese there trying something, 1.5 laps to go. Maybe trying to get Matt and Neil to go a bit early, try and trick them into maybe leading them out, but you know, Matt, an experienced pilot, not getting fooled at all there, just stays nice and steady, then gets the Japanese on the head, and from that point, the Japanese are the slower qualifiers. It's going to be so hard to then get around that British pairing and Yeah, very strong showing from Robin McFacky there.
Fair to say it doesn't get much easier than that. That was a really comfortable win. They could really just ease off the accelerator coming into the finishing straight.
Yeah, you can see there the Japanese just thinking, right, we've maybe got another round, maybe another 2 rounds ahead of us.
Yeah, and see the look of the eyes there from Matt, just up to the big scoreboard, just to see if the Japanese were coming or not. Always enjoyed. Now here it's one big screen at one end, the other end is the scoreboard. Now some venues may have the big monitor on both ends, and that's when you can really use it to your advantage. And just keep an eye on, it's an extra set of eyes, basically, to have focusing on the riders coming from behind. Same in the bunch races as well. You can use that to your advantage to see if there's any attacks coming from behind. I'm sure the UCI are not happy about that, but that's the way.
There's nothing you can do.
No. Heat number 2, Germany versus Italy. Thomas Ulbricht being piloted by Quadzilla himself, Robert Forstermann, and Stefano Moroni. His pilot is Francesco Cicci.
Yeah, new pairing, the Italians here, opposed to the Germans who have been together for a good number of years now. 4 for the Paralympics in the kilometre time trial. And obviously Robert Forstermann, world record holder in the standing lap back when he was a solo rider. So good acceleration on this German tandem. And of course there we see, as always, zooming in on Quadzilla and the absolute barrels he has as quads.
You don't have to zoom in, they're that big. Yeah. You can see them from afar.
Yeah, luckily we got good production here, production team here, the world champs able to actually get them in shot, in frame.
You mentioned how fast Forstermann is in his previous life as a starter in the team sprint. We've seen that in a few of the events here, actually, really going out quickly. We saw it in the kilometre time trial. Great first half lap, and then they really faded. So they'll be looking, as difficult as it is in a sprint, you can't go too late because you've got to wind up really early, and the Italians will certainly be pushing them.
Exactly.
But I don't think the Germans want to have a sprint that lasts too long. I want to keep it as short as they possibly can.
You know, when I used to race the Germans back a couple of years ago, I'd try and make it as hard as I could early on because I knew that they maybe didn't have the length, whereas we did. And if I was the Italians here, you'd be wanting to make it a bit of a harder race, just to really stretch them, because you don't want to come down to acceleration against this German tandem, incredibly fast, as you say, when it comes to getting on pace. And there you go, Italians trying to jump them there, and they've done it.
Yes.
But catches Forstermann off guard.
Well, they weren't paying much attention at all, I must say. Ulbricht and Forstermann seemed quite content to cruise along, thinking they were going to have that first position. So the Italians first already, little victory that they've been able to get. They'll come around to get 1 lap to go, and everybody in these tandem sprints wants to be in the first position coming to the bell. So Moroni in a really good spot with 1 lap to go. A lot of questions being asked of the Germans. They were the faster in qualifying. That's what they're going to use down the back straight now. Superior speed from the German team. Have they got enough to get all the way up and around? Yes, they do. And Forstermann with the interesting look, the glare back to the Italians.
Yeah,
bit of a statement.
Yeah, I know. He's like, yeah, you think you can roll me? Don't think so. But yeah, you just see a little bit complacent perhaps in the German tandem in that first half lap, and then the Italians nabbing that place in the front, which really does give you an advantage coming into the last lap. But the speed from the German tandem is just a bit too great today.
Way too much more speed. But look at this. Is that all you've got? That was the kind of attitude that he was throwing at the Italians.
Yeah, I don't think he would have liked how they got shown up in that first half lap there. Yeah. So, yeah, letting it be known that he's not going to be taken down. That tandem, you know, Ulbricht and Forstermann not going to be taken down too easily.
Heat number 3 up next. France versus the USA. Michael Stevens up against Raphael Bourgelat. Pilots, Joe Christensen for the US and Quentin Calorion for France.
Yeah, this French tandem, new pilot for them. So formerly Francois Pervy, you know, the infamous kilometre rider, as the pilot, but now bringing in Keirin and Bigelay's a fantastic stoker, so that's a great pairing. And yeah, this is another new pairing on the team with the US, and now we're getting a bit closer in qualifying, so it might be a little bit closer. Fantastic beard, we can see there on Michael Stevens. And the coach as well.
matching beards.
Yeah, I think a theme in the US power team. You see it in some of the other riders in the other classifications as well.
Much more MTB downhill kind of look than track cycling traditionally, I must say. Men's mountain bike race downhill was on yesterday in pouring rain, tricky conditions. That's what they've come used to. They're so skillful, those guys.
Yeah, I was going to say, much doesn't phase those downhill riders. They might even get excited about a bit of rain.
I actually I won't go into this for too long, but I used to think they were just crazy, the downhillers, and it was he or she who breaks least wins, and that's it.
Yeah.
And it's not like that at all. You know, I sat with Troy Brosnan, Australian downhiller, who finished 5th, I think it was yesterday, and he was going through a course mentally telling me about the rock there on the left and the drop-off here and that tree trunk here, and you had to do this and that, and just memorise the entire length of the course. And you think of all the obstacles they have. I was blown away by his memory recall and skill level.
Yeah, we could see the US just went as hard as they could off the line, but again, France is a good tandem, and yet Keirin and Bigley not afraid to get up close and personal with that US tandem.
Fight for the first position, and for now with 2 laps to go, it remains with the French pair.
Christensen now and with Michael just trying to rebuild this race, try and get a bit of height, try and get a bit of speed into a bit of a gap to now rush as we're 1.5 laps away from the finish.
Michael Stevens, bit of work to do, and they are trying to get maximum speed into this final bend, but hugging the black line at the bottom. Here's Raphael Beaujolais from France, and it's a big gap. You're expecting to be able to hold on from here, and they will for sure. 1 up in the first race. Best of 3. That was a comfortable win there from Raphael Beaujolais.
Yeah,
they will reverse the start positions for the next, so the Americans might have the chance to hold position number 1.
Yeah, no, everybody gets their chance in position 1, but yeah, I mean, a good race from both there. The US obviously wanting it off the start, but the French tandem just a bit too fast in the acceleration, and then, yeah, the US did well to rebuild that race, but again, gave themselves just a bit too much to do coming into that last lap. To close, you know, essentially almost 3 tandem lengths in a lap is just a bit too much of a task, especially against the faster tandem.
Yep. Well, the difference between these teams in pure speed from the qualifying has come down to the minimum now as we get to heat 4. So Wooten versus Gordon, Australia versus Ireland. These 2 teams were the closest of all of them in terms of qualifying time. So this will be an interesting matchup. Byron Davies and Owen Mullen as well. Both of the pilots very well credentialed pure sprinters themselves within their Irish or Australian programs. This is a really good matchup, actually.
Yeah, only a 10th of a second separating them in qualifying. And yeah, this new look Australian tandem is looking pretty good. Same with the Irish as well. New pilot for them after the Paralympics, formerly Eamon Byrne, their pilot.
Final instructions to Byron Davies from the Kilo King, the Minuteman Shane Kelly. I'm going to pluck a number out. I think 5 Olympics.
It's impressive, that, isn't it? Yeah, you need 2 staff to roll them up to the line. Quite a task. These massive tandems, heavy, big sprint riders.
And if the feet are not in the right position, got to lift the back wheel to get the position right.
Oh. We know how important these starts are, and I wouldn't be surprised if the Aussies are looking for this first place right off the line, but again, the Irish will know that. Yeah. You know, they will not be easily fooled. Oh, well, actually, the Aussies pushing them right up to the top of the track. It was actually the Irish into...
Yeah, so high that Owen can just hold onto the fence to make sure that they balance. Now, big sprint lads do a lot of gym, as you would have back in the day as well, Lewis, but just the weight of the tandem, to have to lift that up, Shane Kelly and everyone else that are looking after them, they need to do their own amount of bicep curls and leg squats just to hold them up.
Just want to get held up straight. And that's actually the previous pilot, Eamon Byrne, holding them up. And he's going to be ready to give them a big push off the line here.
And you see the hand signal there from Owen, just to say, look, we're not balanced.
Yeah, see, there we
hold
go.
us up to the right.
But yeah, the Irish can see it's not on. The Australians are ready for that.
Yeah, and that's why they pushed them right up to the fence, to squeeze them a little bit so it wasn't as clear and easy to just go out over the front and get into the first position. So good tactics. Perhaps I think the officials maybe should try and monitor that a little bit because, it was almost like a blocking manoeuvre right on the start line there. Yeah. So regardless, 2 laps to go and the Australians in position number 1. They wanted it and they made sure that was the outcome off the start line.
Byron Davis here, head on a swivel. The Irish trying to just get it building off the top of the track here, using that transition. And yes, see, big drive now, big drive from the Irish. Byron sees it though, with Bo now.
Somewhat of a short sprint with 1 lap to go. Now full speed and a couple of lengths for the Irish to overcome. They were the slower of the 2 in qualifying, but it was only a 1/10 of a second. So there is a slipstream here, but it's a long way around the outside of a tandem. So the Australians will hold on. So beneficial being in that first position.
Yeah, especially when it's that close, a 10th in the qualifying. You can see the Irish just left themselves with a bit too much to do there in the last lap. Excellent race from the Aussies, and they held back just the right amount, just a great measured effort to almost guide those Irish into their wheel down the back straight. But then you can see the Aussies just kind of found a second gear in that second 100, and able to bring it across the line. No issues there, but will be an interesting second heat for that pairing when the Irish have got the first position. You might even see a replay of this, but just the other way around. Byron there thanking the crowd for the support.
I'm not sure how much they were getting because they're racing against the Irish. They might have had a little bit more support. They're a bit closer.
Yeah, especially the Scots. Scots love the Irish.
Well, from the men's B tandem sprints to the individual sprints. And the first time today we'll see Harry Levreisen up onto the track, the defending champion. He has dominated this event over the last couple of years, winning multiple world titles. However, in heat number 1, there has been 2 riders that have beaten Harry head-to-head in the last 18 months. And he's up against one of them, Matthew Richardson. Here he comes, former gymnast.
More than once.
He beat him a couple of times.
Yeah. Champions League.
Yeah. Harry seems... There was a big difference, though, in pure speed in qualifying. So this will be fascinating.
Yeah, you can never discount it. We were treated to so many good sprints yesterday, and I don't think the quarterfinals will be any different. Yeah, around 3/10 difference in qualifying, but Richardson, the fastest rider off the black in the world when it comes to acceleration, so another factor to consider here.
Matthew's teammates, Matthew Glaetzer, almost caused an upset in the first round yesterday over Harry Levreisen. Had he got that victory, it would have been an all-Australian affair here, but that's not the case. The world champ was able to overcome the deficit, get the win, put himself through to the next round, and maybe a bit of a shock to the system just to spark him up a little bit after almost getting knocked out in that first round after being the fastest qualifier.
Yeah, no, exactly. You can sometimes come into these early rounds when you're such a fast qualifier and maybe get a little bit complacent, thinking, well, I'm a lot faster, it's going to be a bit of an easier ride, but not always the reality, especially when we've got the level of competition that we have here at the World Champs. But both riders just... And you can see the walking pace of the official next to it, because that is the minimum speed that Richardson and Harry Levreisen are allowed to go here. But well above that as we pass the halfway mark, and slow start as they just eye each other out, get a feel for the race.
This race here in the quarterfinals, the 8 finals, is worthy of a race for gold and silver with the credentials of these two.
Yeah, and still very slow. Now, I imagine Richardson wants to keep it slow, knowing that he's maybe got the acceleration over Levreisen, but this is actually the gold-silver medal ride-off we had at the Glasgow Nations Cup last time we were here. Harry the victor in that occasion.
Best of 3. Men's sprint quarterfinals, Levreisen and Richardson.
Still incredibly slow as they come past us here in the commentary box.
Gold and silver. They went head-to-head. Actually, they went head-to-head in position number 2 in the team sprint. And it was the Netherlands that got the win there over the defending champions Australia. Now a little bit more movement. Coming around half a lap to go, and Harry's starting to wind things up a little bit. Richo not wanting to go too early and very high on the track for Levreisen. This is dangerous for Richardson with that acceleration coming from so high. Straight up around the outside. Richo trying to accelerate to counteract. He has the shorter run on the inside of the final bend, but Harry had done enough to get the advantage and somewhat comfortably come through to get the win.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of speed Labracing can produce from just, even when he's going up the track, he accelerates so much, and the beauty of accelerating up the track is you almost hide that amount of speed that you're gathering. And kind of caught Richardson off guard with just the sheer pace that he came by with. But yeah, that race became fast incredibly quickly.
Yeah.
Just out of nowhere, you know, these riders can produce just so much speed all of a sudden.
Yeah, Matthew Richardson seemed to be happy with a shortish kind of sprint, but then when Harry took height coming towards the finishing straight with a lap to go, he took height right to the very fence, almost touching the rail, and then just with that extra elevation was able to get more acceleration into the first bend, and by the time they got to the second bend, that was it was all over.
Yeah, and you can see Richardson maybe not quite on pace, having to get out the saddle in that back straight just to try and get on top of everything as Labracing came tearing by. Yeah, just carried so much speed off the last banking before the final lap.
And you get a real sense as a rider in terms of momentum and speed and what you know you've got left in the tank. I think Harry realised probably halfway down the back straight that he had that one in the bag.
Yeah, you really can just feel that momentum in the sprints, and you can see Richardson knew as well and started backing off towards the end, knowing that he's got some heats ahead and also a Keirin competition. Heat 2 now. A great matchup here. Rudick with an incredible qualifying yesterday. The closest to Harley Racing, but still 10th and a half away. And then Kaya Ota, who's burst onto the scene from rowing, the Japanese sprinter. Slightly slower in qualifying, but incredible racer. 2/10 difference between these riders.
Heat 2. First race of the men's sprint quarterfinals. Rudick and Ota. Poland versus Japan. Both sporting the red and white colours. Still have Nicholas Paul up against Joe Truman. And then it's Tom Cornish. We'll talk about Tom's entry into the quarterfinals when we get there. Up against Jack Carlin. And Ota trying to force Rudick into the first position. We don't see it as often anymore, the old track stand, but the whole point of that is Ota has drawn position number 1. He's obliged to lead for the first half lap, but he wants to be in position number 2. So to stop after the middle of the straight down the back straight there, trying to force Rudick to come to the front. Skills of the very experienced Polish rider, making sure that didn't happen.
Yeah, you see Rudick here now building a better pace at the top of the track. Ota not getting drawn into the race just yet, but now accelerates. See how good these guys handle bikes.
One lap to go now, and Ota will lead the way, and Rudick in the slipstream just chasing him up and down as they duck and weave up and down the velodrome here, and now out of the saddle once more. Got to fight to get up past the hip of the Japanese rider on the inside. It's a long straight here in Glasgow, and Rudick used that to his advantage to get the win. Good contest though.
Oh, I mean, that was beautifully done by Ota. See how he led Rudick into the wheel, so he didn't have a gap to rush. So then it just comes down to a drag race, pure speed. Excellently done by Ota. Yeah, and what a race. Especially from Ota, because he obviously came in knowing he didn't want to be in 1. Doesn't quite manage the track stand, and then has to then readjust his race in the moment, and did an excellent job.
Oh, Rudick is so experienced. He's probably picked the wrong guy to try and outmaneuver down the back straight, perhaps. In terms of skill level, Rudick has plenty.
You see that track stand there. First proper track stand, I think, of this sprint competition. We had a little bit of a tease of one yesterday, but yeah, great race there. And Ota, even though he's new to sprint, just showing his tactical class.
Fair point too, because as you mentioned, coming from rowing, his skills in such a short time have grown incredibly fast.
Yeah, the ability to handle the bike the way he does, to do those movements, to draw Rudick in, to having no gap, is nowhere near as easy as it looks.
Yeah. Up next, though, it's the world record holder, Nicholas Paul, up against Joseph Truman from Great Britain. So 2 British riders still to come, and fortunately for the home crowd, Truman is not racing against Jack Carlin, who will be up against the Australian Tom Cornish in the final heat.
Yeah, no, Truman causing, I think, an upset yesterday, beating a slightly faster Johnny Fa. with a fantastic ride. I mean, Joe's a really good sprinter when it comes tactically. So when you're in this situation where, you know, someone like Nicholas Paul is qualified a good bit faster than him, you can't draw any conclusions too early about how the race will go.
Nice cheer for Joseph Truman. Best of 3, remember. Whoever doesn't get their job done in this one still has another chance to come back and force a decider. In terms of pure speed, Nicholas Paul has it in spades. The world record holder, 9.10, but that was at super high altitude in Bolivia. Forget about that now. This is more of a tactical battle. What can Joe Truman do to get over the top of the man that's on paper much faster?
And I think Joe is just going to stick to this wheel and look for an opportunity. See if Nicholas Paul maybe presents something for Joe.
He did this in the earlier rounds, Joe. When he caused the upset, he sat really close to the rider in front and then didn't allow the rider to outmaneuver him. He dived down underneath to take the first position. So again, really just shadowing Nicholas Paul.
Yeah, Joe wanted to be close, but not quite wanting to take one up just yet. And now he's trying to get a little bit of a gap. Paul now squeezing on. And Nicholas is someone who's incredibly fast off the block.
2 laps to go. Speed starting to come up. Truman climbing the banking. And as soon as he climbs the banking, Paul accelerates to try and drag him back down as the gap opens up. So Truman forced to come back down lower to the track, and it's a drag race as they get into the final lap now. And right on the bottom of the track, Nicholas Paul, fastest rider of these two, down the back straight, and the gap has really opened up. So Joe Truman, too much to do. Too far off with a lap to go, and that meant at the finish, was not going to get the win.
You know, you can see the speed differential just a bit too great there. And yeah, Joe just wanted to do in 2, which I found quite surprising. You know, he had the opportunity early on to take 1, and maybe even pin Nicholas Paul at the top of the track. And you know, Paul isn't someone who likes to be too close, so you could have maybe exposed some of his weaknesses there. But yeah, just a class act, Paul, just physically so good.
Stuck to the bottom of the track for a lot of it. So all of the acceleration was without the benefit of the banking. So good power from Nicholas Paul, as we would imagine with a guy that can ride 10.10 seconds.
Yeah, no, exactly. You could see Joe wanted to take a bit of height with 1.5 laps to go, and then Nicholas was like, no, straight down to the black and started driving hard, which brought Joe down. And then that means Joe can't get that height. He can't get that free speed that could have helped him in the actual sprint in the last lap.
Yeah, it's good to see it happen there. While we're in commentary, it's all happening too fast. But for those who haven't seen too much of this type of racing, clearly it's better to be right up at the top of the track to get that extra acceleration coming down. But when a rider does that in second position, the rider in front then accelerates to open up the gap. So therefore they have to come down. Otherwise they'll just be left behind. So that's a way of trying to nullify anyone that's gaining height in second position. Jack Carlin now. Big cheer from the crowd. Heat 4, the last of the quarterfinals, up against Tom Cornish, who has progressed into the quarterfinals after the relegation of Azazul Arwang, who was the 4th fastest qualifier.
Yeah, so Carlin really benefiting from that relegation.
Yep.
Cornish, much slower qualification than the Wang.
So Cornish is seated higher than Jack Carlin, but that's only because he was able to get the position of Arwang. Otherwise, Carlin would have been racing up against the 4th fastest qualifier in Azazul Arwang. Much more difficult race that would have been for him, you would imagine. Super slow, though, from Jack.
Yeah, Cornish nice and close.
And the commissaire on the right-hand side will start walking because the first half lap, Jack is obliged to lead, but at or above walking pace. It's out for a Sunday stroll here in Glasgow, no. Sir Chris Hoy Velodrome.
Who's going to win the race to the pursuit line?
Just take a couple of bike riders for a walk.
Now we know Cornish, P3 in the team sprint, lengthy rider. He's maybe going to want to start getting this going early because Jack, incredibly fast accelerator, and bronze medalist at the Olympics in the sprint.
If you want the best place to spectate a bike race, become a commissaire.
Cornish now getting a bit of height, and see really trying to inject some speed into this race early. Threatens to go under Carlin. Oh, and now we got a pin at the top of the track.
Oh, this is going to be a short sprint, the shortest one that we've seen so far. Carlin in control, trying to shorten this as much as he possibly can. Cornish is the third man in their team sprint for Australia, so he doesn't mind a long sprint, but it's down to the last lap now, and Carlin is in control here. Cornish into the slipstream, into the tuck position. He's super smooth. Cornish up around the outside. Carlin trying to fight him off. It's a long straight, and Carlin does hold on. Good contest in the end.
Yeah, cagey sprint there, but great contest, and well rode by Jack, very well measured. Doesn't start too early, doesn't get caught into this game Cornish is trying to play. Yeah, let's get fast, let's get a gap, let me rush you. Waits and waits and waits and then goes. And then, great finish for Carlin there.
Did everything he could to make that as short as possible, and that was to his advantage.
Yeah, there we go. Nice little pin at the top of the track. Always a bit of a scary moment if you're in two there at the top.
Yeah, well, I have crashed from the fence all the way down to the bottom of the track. Didn't touch any boards. Hit the concrete at the bottom. It's not pleasant.
Yeah, that's not preferable. And there they go, the absolute screaming face on Cornish there. He tries to drive down to catch Carlin.
Good fight back from Tom Cornish. Just drifting out of the red there. Now, in days gone by, that would have been enough at some of the championships to see Jack Carlin relegated. It wasn't that bad. It didn't really change the outcome of the race. So I'm okay with that. But just pointing out, it could have been a relegation in days gone by.
Yeah, that red line used to be a very definitive point if you can't come out of it. But now it's the talk of lanes rather than lines. And Jack kind of staying safely in his lane there.
Okay, we'll see all those riders coming back out for the second race of the quarterfinals of the men's sprint. They'll get a short break, actually, not long at all, before they do come back up onto the track.
But yeah, we're getting treated to some more sprinting now. 200 meter time trial, part of the Omnium, the men's C3 competition.
And I can see that we don't have any of those competitors up onto the track just yet, being the 200 metre time trial discipline within the Omnium for the C3s. So there'll be a little bit of a breather here for a moment before they do come up onto the track. They all enter up on the back straight, they all line up on the inside fence, and it's like rapid fire. As one starts doing his 200 down the back straight, they'll then set the next rider up onto the track, so minimises the amount of time, space and gap between each of the riders. 3 laps to wind up, or 3.5 laps from when they enter the track to get up to...
pushed up in the back straight. A rule that actually changed quite recently. So typically, you actually see these like amazing pushes where the rider gets pushed up onto the track, and you used to just go as far as you want, so they go right up into the banking. But now you've got to just do about 20 metres, and that's just for safety of the staff and the riders.
I liked it. And some of the photos that were taken of the pushers doing their push, both feet up in the air as well.
Yeah, that's my cover photo on Facebook.
Oh, really?
Yeah. No, that's an amazing push that I got from one of my old coaches, in which, he's completely airborne and just pushing me away. And it's harder for a lot of these riders now, especially in the power category, where you've then got to get all that pace from yourself. And we saw that with one of the athletes in the women's 200 qualification, where she couldn't quite get the speed into the first banking with that reduced push, and actually comes off the bike. But here we go, we'll see the push. So they only push just onto the track, but used to go still going, still going, still going, and then push.
Yeah. And the point of that, not so much with the paras, but with the elite men, Harry Leveson and these riders, huge gears on the bike. So the further you can run and push them, the more they're saving the legs of the sprinters themselves for what they really want to do it for, which is the flying 200. Palvanov, though, from Uzbekistan, the first to come up to his C3 200 metre time trial, Omnium time trial. 13 riders on the start list. The last one to come up will be Jacko van Gass from Great Britain. Graham Finley will be the penultimate rider. And those two, first and second in the scratch race last night. Took a lap on the field and then a fantastic sprint for the line between those two. He'll get the bell the next time he comes round, trying to stay as high on the track as possible.
Yeah, he's really building that pace now, up next to the fence. Bit of an early line, but we've said on Glasgow, the black's so hard to stay on, and yeah, we've just seen an example of it there, that sometimes it's a bit better to get down early and just get on that black line, but still struggling, Palvanov here, to just hold it, but now fine, settled in, 7,700 there.
Time to beat 15.7. So this is not qualifying. This is one of the disciplines within the C3 Omnium. So the fastest here will get the maximum points added to their overall classification for the Omnium.
Next up here, Dietmar Hettriger of Austria.
How's your German?
Yeah, well, as you may have guessed from that pronunciation, not the strongest.
Your Scottish is good though.
I try my best.
Hinteringer from Österreich. Good speed, and what we have seen with some of the para athletes is just a little bit too much speed early on in the wind-up, and it does cost them. You want to try and maximise all of your speed and effort and power for the last 200 metres, and if you've wasted
an incredibly
too much...
high line here. I don't think he's realised that he was meant to go there, so we've had the same situation we saw in the women's speed tandem sprint qualification yesterday.
Yeah, he's got his laps wrong. Unfortunately, they did ring the bell. They have... they haven't
started the clock, actually, yeah, so
he might be okay here. Let's see as they bring him down, and we've got Tissot timing, so they can get the timing regardless. They've started this time, so they certainly rang the bell. He went a lap after that, but at least the clock has started when he did get to the bottom of the track, and half a second up. This will be the best time. There we go. 14.6.
Yeah, that extra lap not tiring out too much.
And I'm sure you're the same. When I see those things happen, the former athlete within me kicks in, thinking, oh, I hope this doesn't cost them. You know, they've put all the time and effort to come here. Silly little error. Didn't quite work out when to come down, or if it's an official's mistake. Just don't want to see it cost the athlete. And it didn't then. Next rider, Jacob Smith from Great Britain. I'll pronounce this one, it's easier.
Yeah.
2 laps to go for him into his final one.
Great, right on the fence, look at it. Crowd's going crazy. This is a really well done 200 so far. Great acceleration, right on the fence.
Great line at the top of the track.
Look at that.
Yes, fantastic entry. So he's done everything right so far. Is it going to translate to a faster time? Yes, indeed. A whole second after 100 metres. This is going to be really quick. Well done from Jacob. Just over 2 seconds.
Yeah, big improvement there, Jacob Smith. Great time, 12.4.
The world record is 11.1 from Jason Kimball. And that was back in 2018. Outdoor, that's the new track at Colorado Springs. I was going to say outdoor, but they have built kind of like a tent enclosure over the top of it. But it is high altitude, or somewhat high altitude, in Colorado Springs.
Yeah, we won't see Kimball today, but we'll still see some fast times. Look at that, the Belgian rider there. Diedrich Sheffield just getting the crowd going. It's obviously the 6-day rider in him there.
Yes, where he's at least been to the Gent 6 Day to see how the show goes on. Approaching the bell, and you can see it really starting to kick those pedals. Downhill run towards the finish line, trying not to stay too high in the banking, and cut the corner nicely. Keep it down under the red around the first bend. Likewise in the final bend. Really right up on the black, on the red line though. And 0.1 of a second down. 57.2 k's an hour though. Nice speed.
Yeah, just slightly slower there, but yeah, good effort. And I was actually going to say, I believe in the Berlin 6-day they do have a power category. And so yeah, Finn Graham, who we're seeing up later, actually raced in it. So perhaps even that Belgian's raced in the Berlin 6 days. But 6-day or not, loves to play to the crowd.
Well, the Berlin race is one of the oldest actually. They had, throughout the years, they've had several different venues for the Berlin 6. Unlike with Ghent, the track is that old, it's been there forever. But wow, such a traditional event. Mohamed Amazahan now from Malaysia. And he looks nice and comfortable at the top of the track as well. He'll hear the sound of the bell.
Look at that out of sudden acceleration. He's looking quick. Maybe a little bit late on the dive down, but he's looking fast.
And explain that with the late dive down on this particular track with the transitions. Why is that a bad thing?
Yeah, so Glasgow's got these very long, straight, short bankings. Because of these short bankings and these tight bends, the actual transition up the track is really, really steep. And you can sometimes get a bit caught if you're not too careful into the banking. You get caught going up the track before you dive down and actually scrub off a bit of your speed. And we actually saw in a lot of central qualifications that people are just moving in a bit too late, because typically in tracks that's the correct line, but Glasgow a bit of a different beast compared to the other velodromes of the world.
Manuel Korber from Germany.
That's it. It's going to be 2 out of the seat accelerations maybe here for Korber.
Well, he had a lot of speed down the back straight.
As he goes seated down home straight, big excel earlier.
So let's see how the splits go, because with that extra speed that he appeared to be putting in early, it might cost him in the second half of this. 0.2 of a second down after the first 100, and at the end of it, 0.6.
Yeah, you can see really tied up in that second 100 there, as you suggested.
Third fastest, but yeah, if he could just time his wind up a little bit, just leave it a little bit later so he's not losing too much speed in that second 100. William Clifford now from Ireland up on the track as we see the finish of Korber. So that second 100 that really did hurt. Third fastest rider though.
Yeah, making our way quickly through these 200 competitions. It's fast, not just the riders. And this is a very, very fast entry here from Clifford. He's already motoring round a lap before he goes.
A lot of nervous energy with these riders. Sometimes they use a little bit of it too much before they really do need. Staying high on the track though. Let's look at the transition and the entry. Came down a little bit lower, so that's not bad. That's good actually on this particular track. There's the other side of it though. He's drifted wide going into the back straight, so losing a little bit of time there. 0.2 down. How does that translate for the previous rider? It was 0.6 at the end. 0.4, so he held on in the second half.
Yeah, pretty even splits there from Clifford, and yeah, a fast, strong entry, all seated. But yeah, just lost the black line a bit down the home straight, probably cost him 100 or so.
Over halfway through now, and
look at the grimace on his face.
Yeah. Maximum effort. Thomas Peyroton Dade. Very aggressive in the scratch races the other night.
Yeah, it was an excellent race.
Yeah. You'll be looking forward to the next couple of disciplines here within the C3 Omnium. Out of the saddle, down the back straight, just trying to get up to a maximum speed, good height. And here we go. Bouncing out of the saddle as best he can. Good line into the first bend. Little bit of work to do. 0.1 of a second. trying to maximise his points for the overall classification and holds on. So that was a really good second half. Typically, if you're 0.1 down the first bit, you'll be 0.2 or 3 at the second. So that's a negative split for him. So a very good finish.
Yeah, I was actually going to suggest he maybe came in a little bit slow, but, you know, didn't. But maybe that's how he measures it. Didn't come in too fast and trusted his acceleration. And there was a big out the seat excel from him. And yeah, really strong second 100 there. Maybe suggesting he just missed out on that peak speed. Yep.
Joseph Berenyi now from the United States.
And there we go, another USA para team beard. Team issue.
Yes. It's a requirement. Certain times must be met and certain facial conditions. Great core strength though for Berenyi. Nice and high on the track as well.
Incredible skill.
Yeah, really fighting the handlebars there through the bench. You just imagine diving down maximum speed and still holding it into the back straight there. So great skills from Joseph, and he's up by 0.3 of a second. Fantastic 200 from the American.
Wow.
0.8 in the end. Look at that, 11.5. World record's 11.1.
It's not far away, considering, as you say, the altitude of the Colorado track.
Yeah. And you can only imagine how difficult it must be to hold your line at these speeds coming from height into that first bend. Brilliant right there from Joseph Berenyi.
Yeah, no, he's a great sprinter and hasn't let us down there. Yeah, just he holding it under the red. It's just so impressive.
4 riders to come. Here's the next one. Matthijs de Rent from the Netherlands. Will be then Devon Briggs from New Zealand, and then the 2 British riders, the gold and silver medalists from last night, Finley Graham and Jaco van Gas. That was in the stretch race.
Yeah, the two of them stuck to each other, but now strength, good line, big strong, and this looks fast. This looks fast from the Dutch rider.
Matthijs at the halfway in the red. Little bit of work, it's nice and close. Is he going to negative split and bring it home? No, he's not. Second fastest though. So this is all about maximising position here for overall points in the Omnium. So for now, second best, that's okay. 3 riders still to come.
There are seen some fantastic race faces on these athletes today in this Omnium.
Well, regardless of how they come into it, we know that it's a 100% effort for a 200-metre time trial.
Yeah, he's certainly not trying to pace anything or hold anything back. Nobody's walking the line for you in a 200.
Yep. Devon Briggs now from New Zealand. A lot of speed.
Yeah, really fast entry here, but yeah, we'll see if it pays off.
And great line, as high as he possibly can be. Bouncing out of the saddle now as well. Downhill run into the straight. Cuts the corner nicely. Can he keep it down on the exit? Yes, indeed he can. This is looking very tasty. 0.2 of a second up into the green. Can he finish it off?
Record here.
Absolutely. 0.4 of a second one.
4 thousandths off the world record.
Talk about how tasty that was. That was almost a world record. Oof. 2 riders still to come.
It's an interesting one because you'll be incredibly happy with that, but so agonizingly close to setting a world record.
Wow. 11.141 is the record. 11.145 for Devon Briggs. Well, that's a big message, though, to Graham and Van Gas. 2 riders still to come, the 2 Brits. Here's Finley Graham. Scratch race world champion last year, silver medalist this time around. Let's see how he goes in the 200 for the Omnium. That was such a quality ride.
Oh yeah, it was perfect.
Yeah,
no, it was absolutely perfect.
Nothing
worthy of a world record.
Yeah. Finley Graham, a little bit out of the saddle.
Oh, another fantastic entry in line there for Finley Graham.
He likes an endurance race. This is not his pet event over 200. That shows. But he's talking about a time that was close to a rare world record. So he's still second fastest. That's okay. Doesn't matter about the time difference. It's about the placing in this one. So for now, he's in position number 2 with only one rider to go. So guaranteed a top 3 spot after the 200.
Really cool sprint bars there on the Cervelo. Helping Finlay.
Here's Jacco Van Gas.
Typically the fastest, well, we saw the sprint at the end of the scratch race last night. Jacko looking like he had a little bit more top end speed.
So happy to be going really quick on the lead into this. Can that translate to outright speed at the very end? Devon Briggs, blisteringly fast time of 11.45 down the back straight. Good line being held. Got to hold it around the final bend as well. Little drift, not bad. Down on the black line, just off the time of Briggs, and he'll go to second place. 0.1, not too far in terms of outright speed. That's pretty close, but it's the points on offer, and second place points for Jacko. That was good.
Yeah, I think a good start to the competition there for Jacko.
Yeah,
a bit better of a ride in the other events compared to Briggs. So yeah, it was interesting to see how that plays out. But yeah, amazing effort by Briggs.
Yeah,
and agonisingly close to that world record.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure he'd like to. Can you give me an hour rest and I go out and have another go, please? I think I can break that record. So there's the results after the 200-metre time trial. The C3 Omnium for the men. Almost a world record for Devon Briggs, but he gets maximum points ahead of Jacco Van Gas. That's going to be fascinating how that plays out as that competition progresses.
See how busy track centre is, and it's even busier in evening sessions. It's just crazy the amount of athletes, bikes and everything you can pack into one place. And actually, you know, as we talked about before, they're doing the presentations in another room, so actually typically not in the track centre, and I've actually kind of slowly came to like it, because you know, you almost have this separate space that everyone's there dedicated to celebrate someone's success, and the atmosphere is very different, and I actually maybe quietly like it, maybe an unpopular opinion. And I would never have thought by the end of this world I would think that, but quite a cool concept.
What it perhaps also does, as you say, a separate space for everyone to celebrate. They can loiter a little bit longer and really soak up the atmosphere of because normally if you have it here, we do the presentations really quickly, then they've got to pull it all down and get the next race on. So it's sort of snap, 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 trying to get through them, whereas they can spend more time to really soak it up and celebrate.
Yeah, no, exactly, and I think that's what we've seen. And I think it's actually a really nice thing that's came out of trying to do the Super Worlds, potentially. Okay. Not necessarily if we recreate it again, but...
Now, you pointed something out to me before. You're talking about the Australians and the Australian official perhaps down on the infield. What did you observe, Lewis?
Yeah, so I always love a little look at the comms box after the sprints, and I'd noticed that one of the Oz coaches had made his way into the box, potentially wanting to look at that Carlin-Cornish matchup, because obviously we saw Jack come out of the sprinters lane, and you know, sometimes when you're the coach, you're like, well, I might as well give it a go, because there's nothing to lose, and you know, by the letter of the law, Jack perhaps could be relegated, but yeah, it would be extremely, extremely harsh, I think, if that happens, and it doesn't appear to be the decision to be made.
It would be harsh, but it was harsh for Azazel Arwang as well, which allowed Cornish to come into this particular round. So it was Rick Fulcher, who's the manager of the national team, that you did observe talking to the officials. On to the second race now for the men's B sprint quarterfinals. Neil Farkey and Matt Rotherham are one up. Comfortable win, it must be said, up against Kimura and Miura from Japan. They get the win now. The Brits, they are making their way into the semi-final. So it's do or die for the Japanese. They have to win this to force it to a decider.
Yeah, convincing victory for the defending champions in the first round, and yeah, they don't seem too fussed to be in first here off the start. I think mainly because they know that they have the gas over the Japanese pairing. And you know, sometimes it's good in the early rounds to get a bit of a feel for a racing too, so that maybe when you come to racing later, it's maybe not as much of a shock. See a big gap here, but again, there is a big difference in qualifying.
Yeah, this is the biggest gap between pure speed of the tandems in the quarterfinals, the fastest versus the
And it looks like the Japanese have just seen that gap and thought, you know what, let's test this. Yeah, and it looks like the Japanese have gone for it, but looking behind them still.
Yep. They'll come around now to get the bell. We know how much speed the British team have, and that's what they're going to use now as they come into the back straight. They're into the slipstream, and the power is going to be a late rush from them, but they've got plenty of time. And that's 2 straight, and on their way into the semi-finals they go.
Yeah, I could just see on the face of Matt Rotherham as he came by, just nice and relaxed, him and Faki, knowing they're not in any trouble, knowing they can wait a bit. And yeah, that's exactly what they did and came home strong.
Yeah.
You know, and sometimes in the early rounds, you do want to get a bit of a hit out in some of the sprints just to keep the legs ticking over throughout the race day. And yeah, big drive down the back straight there and a convincing victory in the end for the GB pairing and defending champions.
For the Japanese team, really the only tactic. In position number 1, the gap started to open up sometimes. Unusual for them to allow the lead team to get too far ahead that they can't close it down, but what else can you do?
Yeah, no, exactly. I think they've tried their best there. And it's a good effort. And there we go, yeah, playing up to the crowd as always. Great result. And yeah, on to the semi-finals.
Yep.
2-0.
British top qualifiers first to enter into the semi-finals. Heat number 2, and we saw a bit of attitude in this one last time as the pilot for the German team, Robert Forstermann, come up around the outside of the Italians and just coming towards the finish line, stared back at the Italians. Almost a statement of, how dare you try and beat us? Well, let's see what the Italians can come back out and produce this time.
Yeah, no, the Italians a bit cheeky in that first half, getting one over the German tandem and just popping over the top.
Yep.
And I feel like the Germans not going to be quite as easily caught off guard in this one.
Yep. And certainly nothing untoward. Like the Italian was great tactics.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it was more, I think, Forstermann probably felt more embarrassed that he allowed that to happen.
And he's not going to want that to happen again. And I think the Italians get one this time, and they're going to be wanting to keep that.
Thomas Albrecht and Robert Forstermann are in position number 1 this time, so they will be leading. Actually, I'm not sure if they are position 1, are they? We'll wait to see their lineup. I actually forget which way they lined up.
I think the Italians do have one that just push them up to the track slightly. Maybe to do what we saw from the Oz tandem, which was just put a bit of pressure on the other tandem as you roll off, just to make sure that you maintain position 1.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, because they've come up so high on the track, I thought, oh, is there room for another tandem? Yeah, there certainly is, but they will be very tight at the top of the track, the Germans, when they do come up.
Yeah, again, definitely going to need both coaches here to push them up.
Stefano Maroni and his pilot, Francesco Cicci. Now, they wanted position number 1 in the last race. They got it, but then the Germans forced their way back over the top. And as they roll off this time, the Italians really desperate. You can see left and right looking over the shoulder to make sure that they maintain that position number 1 in front for Italy. Germans came from behind last time. They would be expecting to be able to do that again. What can the Italians do to stop them? They have to win this to force a decider.
Yeah, no, the Italians keeping the Germans nice and close. Probably want to protect themselves against that really strong acceleration we know that the German tandem has. Forstermann and Ugbeg just staying close.
Pace building up, and you can see Francesco Cicci on the front, looking over his shoulder now. 1 lap to go. Forget about looking behind. It's all about being out in front, trying to stay there. And the Germans, bit of work to do. We've seen them do it before. They've got the speed, and Forstermann steers the ship up around the outside, and Germany fighting back. It's going to be really close, though. Oh, they've only just got there. That is the closest tandem race that we have had so far here at the championships. That was not straightforward. 2 straight wins for Germany. They go through to the semi-finals, but that was tight.
Yeah, that was tight. Italy proving both right. They're maybe the craftier tandem and running them a lot closer than you would think. And yeah, the Germans really having to work really hard for that early on. Look at that, maybe half a wheel. And yeah, again, a bit of complacency from the German tandem in this ride.
And it goes back to, you have to drift wide coming into the straight there, but going back to in your normal sprint matches, when you lunge and throw your bike forward, and if you don't do that, you will get beaten if it's a close score, right? So whoever lunges better, typically in a close race, will get the win. But how do you do that in a tandem?
Yeah, we talked about this a lot yesterday. You just kind of have to try, and much to the demise sometimes of the stoker's head. You know, you'll lunge really strongly for the line, and there might be a bit of contact there between the head and of the stoker and the back of the pilot.
Bruised back of the man in front in those scenarios. Heat number 3. France are 1 up against USA. So Michael Stevens with his pilot Joe Christensen have to rethink what are they going to do this time out. Raphael Beaujolais with the advantage.
Yeah, it was a good ride from both tandems in the last one, but French tandem was just a little bit too quick. Yeah, French up in position 2 this time. Might look to get the front off the start, but again, there's a wee gap in qualifying, so if they are in 2, it's not race over by any means. But yeah, I doubt it'll be as close as that last one. 0.02 of a second in between it.
In position, Beaujolais.
And the last one was a good example of just how hard it is to pass a tandem. Because you think the Germans significantly faster in qualifying, but really struggling to get around that Italian pairing. And it's just because you can't pass quite as close to the tandem, and you've got almost an extra pipeline to get by.
Yeah, there's no squeezing around the outside, is there? When you've got two riders to get by, really challenging. So USA, with it all to do, they have to get the win here to force a decider. French sitting in the box seat and in position number 2.
Yeah, you see the US just did not want to lose one for the line. Big, strong start from that pairing, and yeah, the French were just happy enough to slot into 2.
Yeah, you can see the US just covering the inside move there. The French just went to drift down really slow at the top of the track. This is interesting. The USA trying to block the run from the French tandem, now bouncing out of the saddle, and it's Beaujolais up over the outside. They're coming around to get the bell now, and the USA trying to stall this race as much as they could, and the French counteracted that by just pouncing over the top. Not enough space to come back from there, Lewis.
Yeah, it looks like it's game over for the US, and a great ride from them to get the French into that pin at the top of the track, but I think at the end of the day the French just have a bit too much speed on them. You know, Keirin and Bigelet just decided, right, we're in the pin, we know we're faster, we just have to go 100%, and yeah, they drove so hard off the top of the track there and managed to squeeze in front, and yeah, with the difference in qualifying, it's so hard then for the US to get back on top of them.
Well thought out tactics from the United States, but just could not block the French from coming past. They were onto it, they were ready for the move. One more heat to come, and it's Australia versus Ireland. Australia are 1 up. Bo Wooten with Byron Davies, and Martin Gordon and Owen Mullen for Ireland.
Yeah, and this was a fantastic show in the last round, so could be another close race, and maybe one that could potentially go to the decider. The Oz tandem 1-0 up.
And I know with the Australian pairing, they're fairly new together, so there's a lot of room for improvement. Wooten's been around for a while.
Yeah.
Only recently that he's been partnered up with Byron Davies.
Yeah, no, Luke Zachariah, the old pilot of this Oz tandem.
Yeah.
And yeah, the new Luke tandem performing incredibly well in the kilo, even on dropped bars. You'll typically use time trial bars for that event. And yeah, incredibly fast. And definitely want to look out for the Paralympics next year. And also the the power category does have a world champs in Rio next year before the games, unlike the able-bodied, which actually this is their last world champs before they go to the Olympics. So you could see a huge improvement from the Oz Tandem come that world champs in Rio early next year. And yeah, the Irish Tandem ready for that start there, wanting to maintain one nice and strong off the line.
Well, for a new pilot like Byron Davies, he has the understanding of how a normal sprint match runs, but in terms of how long it takes to accelerate, how much of a gap you need, how quickly you can manoeuvre, dive the track, learning all of those things from tandem racing, that's what's going to take a little bit of time and a bit of process.
Oh, and the Oz Tandem now trying to jump the Irish. The Irish wise to it though, so it'll come down to who's the faster tandem now, and yeah, Oz just got a bit more speed.
Yep. And they wanted the first position, that's what they have. And the Irish are going to be trying to come back from there. It's always going to be a tough ask. The real race, that was perhaps a lap to go when they were drag racing down the back straight to get into position number 1. Australia got there first, and that's what took them around to get the win.
Yeah, great effort there from the Oz, just trying to catch the Irish off guard. Didn't quite work, you know, they saw it coming, but again, I think just too much class in this new Oz pairing. Maybe not getting everything out that they could have in that 200, as we maybe thought, and seeming exceptionally strong off the black line.
No deciders needed
in
the tandem quarterfinals. So going to form into the semis. So there we can see GB, Germany, France and Australia.
Yeah, semi-finals as expected. But you know, that Oz Tandem could cause that, you know, the prolific GB pairing, maybe a bit of trouble in those semi-finals. They look very, very good.
We continue with the men's sprint quarterfinals now, race 2. And first up will be Harry Levresen, the dominant force in sprinting in recent time, and he's one up against Matthew Richardson.
Yeah, it was quite a convincing victory for Harry in the last one. And we thought maybe Richo, being one of the only two riders to beat Harry in the last few years in a sprint, probably could have run him closer, but it was a good race from Richardson. Kept it slow until the end, but just didn't quite have the gas. Both riders looking incredibly focused.
It's going to be a fascinating battle in the coming 12 months and beyond, actually. Levresen's been at the top of the mountain now for a number of years, and Richardson has really come on strong in perhaps the last 18 months in particular, so the trajectory is towards that mountaintop as well. So this is going to be a great battle moving forward between these two, but for now it's Levresen with the edge. One up in the best of 3. Richo must win this one to force a decider.
Another steady start as we normally see. Richardson's staying quite close to Levresen here. Just a little bit height.
Harry with one race less in the legs, having qualified fastest, missed the first round, goes straight into the second, as the top 4 in qualifying did. Didn't help Azizul Awang, he's been eliminated, he was 4th fastest. Richo down a little bit in qualifying compared to what we were expecting, but he was super fast in the team sprint, hit the silver medal, second wheel position from him.
Yeah, his team sprint lap was actually faster relatively in the 200 than his own 200, which is always, doesn't normally happen, but yeah, look at this now. Richardson getting crafty through turn 1, trying to look for an inside on Levresen. It's going to be a difficult task from here, because Harry will just stay on the black probably, because Richardson, that's real dangerous for Harry Richardson to be in the wheel.
And if Richo tries to swing up the track, then Harry will just accelerate to try and force him back down again. It's not going to happen now, and this has been one of the more unusual sprints that we have witnessed here. The world champ in the front position, and Richardson trying to come up around the outside, and it's not going to happen. So that was interesting tactically.
Yeah, I mean, it was
Sprint at the bottom of the track.
Strong finish from Richardson there, and 9.8 for the 200, despite coming in so slow. Yeah, I think Richardson just maybe looking for an inside, looking for an opportunity, but just not given to him by Harry. I mean, Harry just wised it. He knows if Richardson on the wheel, do not move from that black line, because then you can't present him an opportunity. And yeah, Kyle of Racing tested, but safely through.
Well, when we look at, if I go back to, you talk about 9.8, okay? 9.8 for the 200 metres from the bottom of the track.
Yeah, crawling
Right?
in as well.
Slow and from the bottom of the track, not using the banking at all. So that effort would have qualified him into the sprint round anyway. Everyone else had to go to the top of the track and maximise the advantage of coming from height. But what he was just able to do then would have qualified him regardless from the bottom of the track. That's how much speed Leveresen has.
Yeah, those 200s, you know, in the sprints are only going to get faster as we get through this competition.
Heat number 2 now, men's quarterfinals, men's sprints. Maciej Riddick from Poland has the advantage of coming into this one with a victory in the first race. Kaya Ota from Japan. Good tactical race between these two.
Yeah, I was going to say, we saw a phenomenal race tactically out of Ota last time round, but Riddick was just too strong in the end.
Yeah. Multiple screens focusing on the next race. Slow roll off.
And we know in the last ride that Ota wanted position 2 because he did that track stand, but you know now he's got it in this round as they do swap each heat.
Yeah, so Riddick might want to try and force the Japanese rider back into position number 1. He'd be desperately trying to avoid that. Okay, almost at the halfway point down the back straight. Obligation to lead for Riddick is about to come to an end. And now he can try and force Ota to the front if he wants to. And you can see Ota just opening up a big gap, so he's got a bit of room to move.
Yeah, and I think at this level of sprinting, you know, everybody can track sprint. It's very rare that you've got somebody who can and then they actually end up rolling in front.
Yeah, yeah. Ota able to stay on the track. This is a guy that's come from rowing into cycling, yet showing some fantastic skills to ride so slow around the steep banking. Perhaps could have had the opportunity there if he wanted to go early with the extra height. He could have got more of an acceleration over Riddick if he pounced.
Yeah, when you get a bit height early, there's really the opportunity to put a lot of pressure on the rider in front.
Too late now, because we're into the last 2 laps, 1.5 laps down the back straight. Big gap now. Riddick will start to speed up a little bit because Ota is coming at him. Oh, and had to back out as Riddick was shutting the door, trying to get down on the inside. And this is going to be a challenge. Ota has to get the win here to force the decider. Riddick, the faster in qualifying, is 1 race up. He's in the slipstream and maybe made a mistake. He's going to have to do an extra race if he loses this, so he's going to fight to the line to avoid it. And he just gets there, I think, comes up over the top.
I'm not sure who won that. Could potentially be Ota. That was... The seed acceleration from Ota on the back straight there was sensational.
Our cameraman is convinced it's Riddick. I thought it was. I thought he had the speed on the outside.
So they confirmed.
And they have confirmed it. But fantastic tactics from the rower.
Yeah, look at that, 6 thousandths of a second difference. I mean, that's a bit of tyres left.
Yeah, so there's 2 great races from this pairing. Great matchup here. Hit number 2 of the quarterfinals.
Wow. You see there? Yeah, amazing. But yeah, that seed acceleration just caught Riddick off guard. I mean, Ota produced that from almost nowhere.
Yeah.
But what a comeback from Riddick. You know, almost has no right to come back in that situation.
Down the back straight, you can imagine the nerves thinking, oh no, I've messed this one up. But just was enough to get over the top. And here, great tactics there from Ota.
But you can see Riddick doesn't panic, gets that height, gets the gap and trusts himself to come back later. And see the amount of time so far in the sprint competition where we've seen this longer straight, the finish line slightly further along, come into play and actually change the results.
Yeah.
Well, I guess as expected, as designed by Sir Chris Hoy for that exact purpose. And it's producing some amazing entertaining racing for the crowd.
Lovely to see the respect between the riders. Heat number 3, Nicholas Paul versus Joseph Truman. Trinidad and Tobago, the world record holder, up against third wheel rider in the team sprint for Great Britain. And it was interesting because the difference between these two, Nicholas Paul, in terms of a short sprint, is exceptional. Truman, you think, wants a longer sprint. Didn't really tactically play that in the first ride. So I think Truman needs to really try and force Paul to go much earlier and waste energy. Try and take off that edge of the top end that we know he has.
Yeah, slow roll start as always. Truman just staring at Paul. Yeah, you can see Truman, the last one, just sticking so close to Nico Paul, just looking for an opportunity, maybe looking for an inside.
The world record holder has the benefit of not having a team sprint. So the first time we've seen him on the boards here was for the qualifying. So it's slightly fresher legs than Truman, who rode the qualifying and in the final of the team sprint for the Brits. 2 laps to go as they come around now.
Nico right on the wheel of Joe Truman here. Joe just matching whatever Nico does.
Leaving the door open on the inside, but wants to stay up nice and high so he can get some acceleration, and now drags them down to the bottom of the track. Paul comfortably in the slipstream, and they've gone back up again. Now ducking, weaving, diving up and down the back straight. Now afterburners on for the world record holder. The man from Trinidad and Tobago, Nicholas Paul, comes around the outside. He backed his speed. He knew he had superior speed over Truman. Didn't panic and just opened the taps when he needed to.
Again, amazing right from Truman. You can see how he was using the track to just draw Nico Paul in, make sure he didn't have a gap. But then Paul just looked so strong.
Not bothered.
Not bothered.
And that's
at
no
all.
disrespect to Joe Truman, but he just looked really comfortable in his own skin.
For sure, and I think we're seeing maybe this 200 from Nicholas Paul yesterday, not fully representative of what he's capable of in a race. Yeah, another well-executed race from Truman. Sadly, you're not going to see him again in this competition, but, you know, his ability to use the track to his advantage, you know,
and you look just how high he's given him plenty of room up around the outside. Not trying to squeeze Truman. You know, you realise he had the speed, the trajectory was there, and the acceleration, knowing it's a long straight. So no desperately trying to squeeze down over the top of Truman to cut the corner short. He knew he had heaps more speed. And you certainly have that feeling, don't you? When you know you've got the momentum or not, when you're coming into that final bend. Sometimes you're not sure if you're going to be able to get over the top, but in that case, it was clear. The last heat, so far, it's been straight sets for the 3 previous winners. Jack Carlin is 1 up now against Tom Cornish. Somewhat controversial. I'll say you called it as being in the first one.
I was maybe just trying to create some story.
Actually, I think I did. Yeah, you noticed the Australians.
Yeah.
But I certainly in the replay noticed that if you go back 2012, 13, 14 World Championships, that would have been a relegation. With what we're talking about was in the final corner, Jack Carlin just drifted outside the red line, which is that between the black and the red is known as the sprinters line. And if the rider is underneath that red line, they effectively own that space, and you're not allowed to infringe them. But if you go outside of it when the rider's trying to come around the outside, that's also seen as an infringement. Once you're in there, you have to stay there. And Jack just popped above the red. No harm, no foul, apparently. Cornish leads down the back straight. He must win this to take it to a decider.
Yeah, Cornish won this time. The lengthier rider to incredible kilo rider, Cornish. Jack's probably going to want to keep this slowish.
Cornish has control of the speed. First position. Just starting to get on top of the gear now. You always see that second rider high as they possibly can.
Oh, here we go. Carlin picking up a lot of pace now.
He'll have the acceleration from coming from elevation as they go down the back straight. He'll have the speed up into the slipstream now of Cornish. Can Cornish fight back on the inside? It doesn't appear it's going to be possible for him. So Carlin gets the job done, 2 straight.
And there he is, he's loving it. Home crowd, semi-final, potential medal for Jack Carlin. And yeah, great ride. I mean, he just managed to pick up so much pace late on. I don't think Cornish fully knew how fast Jack was going to come at him. And yeah, incredible ride.
That's it for Tom Cornish. He'd be happy to have made it into the quarterfinals, considering who he had to beat to get into this position. So straight sets for each of these riders. Medals up for grabs. Semi-finals will be coming up later in the program, and we have Levresen, Rudik, Paul and Carlin racing for the medals.
Big out the seat acceleration from Cornish, just trying to protect it. He knows Jack's coming beating down on him, just out shot, and there it is. That was the moment. Jack just really getting up to speed here.
Now, if he wants to go for a gold or silver medal, he's going to have to beat Harry Levresen in the semi-final. That is going to be a big ask for Jack, but he's looking good so far.
Yeah, Carlin actually taken rides off Harry before, but never 2. So he's managed to take him the 3 a couple times.
Rudik will be racing against the world record holder. So the world champ up against Jack Carlin, the world record holder up against Rudik.
And there we have it on the screen now.
There you go. Harry versus Jack and Matthews versus Nicholas. That's how it'll play out in the semi-finals. Women's C1 Omnium 200-metre time trial start list. So we've already seen one of these Omnium 200s today. Not trying to qualify for anything. It's a race on its own. Only 4 starters though. Katie Toft, Ji Fun Young, Frances Brown and Wang Wei Quinn. 2 riders from China, 2 from Great Britain. Still a few races to come on the afternoon program here. Well, the first of our riders, Katie Toft, comes on the track for the women's C1 Omnium 200-metre time trial. We'll have the 500-metre time trial qualification ride next for the C4 women. And then it's the Elite Men's Omnium Scratch Race to finish off the afternoon program. And this evening we'll kick off the women's C1 individual pursuit. Two laps to go for Katie. She'll come around now to get the bell. Trying to stay as high as she possibly can up on the track. Yeah, this is great. And as you go into the final bend here, see, she's just drifted down a little bit because the transition is so steep. You really have to push hard to stay as high as possible around that bend to give as much elevation and free speed as you come down into the transition. Timing starts. And now 100% effort down the back straight. Try and hug the black line as well. Doing a good job at that. 4 riders, 3 still to come. Yang, Brown and Kwan. 15.8, 55.5 kilometres, 45, I should say, 45.5 kilometres per hour average speed. Holding good line there, Katie. You can see there, right down, even underneath the black line. If you can get away with it, absolutely, that's the shortest way around the corner. Yifan Yang from China, next one onto the boards. As I said, only 4 riders in the C1 Omnium. So really important to maximise your overall point standings in each of these events. No, not many riders or competitors to fill the gaps in between, so it really is going to be the rider that wins or finishes second at worst throughout this series of the Omnium for the C1.
You know, and especially in a field of 4 people, every point's really going to count.
Yeah.
Bell lap now. Yeah, good line down in the back, but just losing it there through turn 2.
Didn't quite get under the red through that first bend, but still 0.1 of a second up, so she's held the second bend really well. And fastest time, but I did notice she drifted up the track a little bit before the finish line. And we saw this the other day actually in one of the para races where I think the rider thought that the middle, like the pursuit or time trial line, which was the previous events that they had been in, that's where they started and finished, and may have just forgot that in these ones, it is the finish. You can see here, just drifting up the track. And it made me think that maybe she has eased up, not thinking that that's actually the finish line for the 200.
I think a lot of time in Glasgow, with that longer finish line, everyone's just hoping that it's over earlier than it is.
Yeah, I wonder. I'm not suggesting anything, but yeah, I wonder if that's the case. Did certainly see it the other day. Frances Brown now from Great Britain, second of the British riders. Katie Toft, then it was Yifan Yang from China, and now Frances Brown. Super high on the velodrome.
She's looking good here. She comes through the bend.
Oh, brilliant line. Right up against the fence, maximum elevation, so increasing her speed as she came down around the black
much
line.
Faster.
15.6 is the world record, and it's not anymore, because it's 14.657.
She's absolutely obliterated the world record there.
Well, Katie Toft was the world record holder, our first rider to go, and now Frances Brown with the perfect line, it must be said. Great entry, good elevation before the start, and then hugging the black line all the way around that 200. New world record.
She's delighted with that, obviously. Amazing effort there for Frances Brown. And yet another world record tumbles.
Yep. Well, Katie Toft set the record last year at the World Championships, so it continues to advance.
But the seeding suggesting maybe something's quicker to come, I don't know.
Well, the previous two in Katie Toft was just outside her record as well. Yang not as likely. So Quan, and this looks even faster again, I must say. So you're right in terms of the seeding, perhaps suggesting that this could be very rapid indeed. Halfway split, and it's green by a long way, 0.6 of a second. This is going to be a new world record here. Quang comes across the line with a 13.367, taking 1.2 seconds off the record we just witnessed.
They've just updated the big screen here. They're going to have to update it again. Wow. Yeah, 13.
You could just see the entry speed.
Oh, yeah. And the acceleration so much stronger. And, yeah, taking over 2 seconds off the world record in a 200 of all events. Unbelievable. A short-lived, the 200 is one of those world records that if someone breaks it after you, it's an exceptionally short-lived record.
Yeah.
It's only about 1 minute, 1.5 minutes in between each one.
Well, typically, I think there is a time period on it as well. So, if you break it and the next rider comes along and re-breaks it, you don't go into the history books. The end of the competition, it's whoever has it at the end of that round.
Right,
so,
okay, yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
There'll be a lot of records and documents to update if they did it. Just anyone who breaks it gets one for a bit.
And you could see that without considering that we just witnessed the world record, and then immediately we can, of course they're right here in front of us, so we see them come past, and you can just visibly see how much faster she was coming into that final lap. That was fantastic.
little sweetie in celebration for Francis Brown.
I could do with a snack.
Yeah. Always got to keep talking on this commentary.
It's hard to eat when you're talking all day.
And yeah, there's the confirmation.
Amazing. World record over 2 seconds faster for Wang Wei.
And you can see right at the top of the picture there, starting gate coming out. And that's for the 500 metre time trial for the women's C4 qualifications. So top 6 riders going through. And there's our new world record holder, Wang Wei Quinn. Maximum points, of course, that was the Omnium. So breaks the world record in a round of the Omnium that maximises the points for the general standings.
Always looks nice, that big WR next to the time, doesn't it?
Well, in terms of progression, normally it comes down, especially the 200, it comes down in very small increments, but that was smashing it out of the arena. That was a triple home run, that one. Women's C4 500 metre time trial. 7 heats, 14 riders. Top 6 progressing through to the medal round. Erin Normoyle is the first rider up onto the track, along with Hannah Moore. It's Australia versus Great Britain.
Because we will have no deciders in the men's elite sprint nor the men's
Heat 1 there, you can see on the screen.
we will move the strap trace
The Aussie, Normal, against one of the home favourites, Moore.
the men's strap trace, number 1 men in the Omnium has been moved up to 2 o'clock, or will be 2 o'clock. So there's an update on timing for teams, coaches, and members.
Great shot there. Big crowd in for the morning session.
As it was yesterday, Saturday morning program was fantastic.
Yeah, no, Glasgow definitely showing up well, a lot of people, which is great to see. And yeah, the evening sessions, always sold out, packed out. It creates such an atmosphere, especially last night with the final win for GB in the last event. Yeah, speaking of world record holders, there's one right there. Helen Scott, the coach, still has the kilo tandem world record, despite being retired now for a couple of years. But that's the case with sometimes. Sometimes they stand for a while, as we were discussing with Francois Pervis. And that was 10 years ago and still going strong.
Well, Hannah Moore in the back straight, Erin Normoyle in the front straight. 500 metre time trial qualification is underway. And Normoyle, after an accident, has found herself racing Paris here. She was a motocross rider. She's raced Supercross, qualified for the American Supercross against the men. That's how good a motocross rider she was.
Must be some bike handler then.
Yeah, super fast start. 21.4. How fast is that? So down the back straight, this will be pretty solid time to set right from the get-go in the first heat. So Erin Normoyle comes up to complete her 500, 37.86. The world record is 34.8. That was at the Paralympic Games in Tokyo. And Hannah, 45.9 for her. Solid time from Erin to get things going.
Yeah, we'll see that world record holder, Kadina Cox, coming up in the last heat. But for now, time to beat, 37.8. Yeah, really strong start from the Aussie. And those bike handling skills from motocross must just help when you're trying to get that power out, especially out the seat on the bike.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, many people may not know how difficult or how impressive that is for a female motocross rider to qualify into the Supercross in the United States. So she was truly an exceptional moto rider. Great time for her, kicking things off.
Yeah, the start's so important in the 500 metre time trial. Just so little time to try and gain back if you're just a bit down in that first lap. More of a sprint event, this 500 metre time trial, and it's not like the kilometre time trial where sometimes endurance riders can make a bit of a comeback in that last lap, sometimes over a second, when those sprinters are just tying up so hard. Yeah, we'll see heat 2 now on the screen. That is the Swiss rider, Franziska Mathilde-Dorig. And she'll be starting on the back straight. And then the home straight from China, Xiaohe Li.
Now, if you have been to Switzerland, Hop 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 is well known in sport as a go, 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 or an allez, allez, allez. Venga, venga, venga. Hop, hop, hop for the Swiss. Third fastest, but it was a really quick time from Erin Normoyle, it must be said, from Australia in the first one. Second fastest time, though, after the first lap off the track. 0.6 of a second down. Let's see if Lee can bring it back. Still sits in second with half a lap to go. Remains there in second place.
Yeah, well, you couldn't quite do enough there to come back.
1 second down on the time from Erin Normoyle.
Good ride for the Swiss too. Mathilde-Dorig was third. Wee bit of Hannah Mir in fourth.
World record holder, defending champion, will be in the final heat. Number 7, she'll race against Kate O'Brien from Canada. For the British crowd here, will enjoy seeing Kadina Cox. And what sort of time she'll be able to produce? How long can Erin Normoyle hold on to the fastest time? Third heat now coming onto the track, and another Swiss rider. This one is Katja Kern, and you can see on screen Maria Leon Moncada from Mexico. Here's Kaya. One Swiss enters as the other one leaves. Kaya Kern.
Swiss rider not too happy where the bars are, getting that wheel stringed up. Because it can be quite daunting when you get into the gate. It doesn't feel quite right. So then just go 100%. Quite hard, you know, you want to feel like it's set up properly. And that's why we see a lot of the time that the coach really makes sure that that bike is in the gate properly and does not hang about, takes their time to make sure that it's in well.
All 3 medalists from 12 months ago are here tonight. This is the qualification. C4 500 time trial. Third heat underway. Kaya Kern up against Maria Leon Moncada.
As I say, the start's so crucial in this event.
Pretty even as they come down at the halfway point. 4th and 5th, but very close between these two head to head.
Yeah, a little bit off the pace, but both riders now into the time trial bars. 1 lap to go.
And again, just as tight as it was half a lap earlier. Which of these two have the better back end of the 500 metre time trial? Again, still 4th and 5th. So they are locked into those positions for now. Not looking as if they are going to match the time of Normoyle. Stayed in 4th and 5th, 44.3 versus 44.2 And it was Leon Moncada getting the better of the head-to-head on track.
Yeah, a little bit off the pace there. Unfortunately, probably not going to qualify that pairing. But, yeah, the Mexican Moncada out on top between those pair. I could actually see Moncada looking across the track to see where the Swiss was, yeah. 1.5 laps in. Bit of motivation.
It's hard to resist knowing where your opponent is, but effectively you're racing against everyone that's come before and about to come after, so try to focus on your own performance. Fourth heat now coming out. France versus Germany. Out of the saddle, down the back straight after starting, maximum performance. And yeah, there it is, there's the look across the track. And it would have been too close to call. She would have probably thought at that point.
No idea.
Yeah, no way at that point. They were so close. Patel Ancon from France and Vanessa Laws from Germany. Laws in the back straight.
You've seen that German coach there with a Paralympic tattoo just above his elbow.
Final nervous moments before a time trial starts.
Great start there, especially good technique from the German Laws there, but doesn't necessarily mean it'll be a quick half.
First split, fourth and fifth. And at the end of the first lap is where we get to see how they really do compare in time compared to the ones that have already hummed before. Fourth and fifth again, but 3 seconds slower than what we've seen previously from Norm Oil.
Yeah, a lot to make up here.
It's not going to be in contention, but can it be in the top 6? Yes, for now, both riders in the top 6, but we still have 6 riders to come.
Yes, so, strong finish there from the German. Slightly slower in the first lap, but you know, those time trial bars, getting into that aero position for the second lap, unlike the French rider opting for the drops, maybe making a difference there.
So no one automatically qualified to go into the race for the medals just yet. With 6 riders still to come and only the top 6 qualifying, Erin Norm Oil will be the most nervous of them with the fastest time for now, knowing that 6 riders still remain.
She's got a bit of a buffer to leave China. We're about a second. But still, we're a wee bit off the pace of the world record. I mean, that time set by Cadena back in Tokyo was pretty special, so I'm not sure how close we'll get to it today. But we have just seen a world record get broken.
Yep.
Yeah, and this is when it gets interesting, isn't it? This is when we begin to see who gets this automatic qualifying spots, who's safely through. And as you say, a nervous wait. You know, not just for the people in the lead, but the people on the fringe.
From the United States, Sean Morelli. This is the 5th of 7 heats. And Meg Lemon from Australia. Such an accomplished Paralympian and para-athlete, Meg Lemon.
Yeah, she looks focused and ready for this, doesn't she?
Really is a leader within the Australian para team. Nice even start from both.
We've Looks like a big year for Lemon here.
And this is not her favourite event. The shorter disciplines, not exactly what she's best suited to, but she doesn't care what she's racing. Morelli goes to 4th, Lemon into 6th after the first half lap. Things change so much, though, in this discipline within the paras. Lemon starting to come, see, in the second half. That's when she'll start to really hit her stride. 4th and 5th again, though. Half a lap to go. Final bend for both riders. Morelli from the United States and Lemon from Australia. 4th and 5th again at the end. So that does mean that Normoyle and Lee are guaranteed a race into the finals tonight.
Yeah, so Lemon not quite making it into the time trial bars there. Just staying on the base bars.
37.8, the best time so far from Erin Normoyle. That's good enough to get herself into the race for the medals. 4 riders now still to come.
Yeah, Normoyle seems a bit more of a sprinter, that Australian pairing.
Yeah.
Lemon not quite making the time trial bars, but when you're giving it 100% effort in something as short as a 500, it's sometimes hard to find that time to transition.
Yep. The individual pursuits and the road events, much better suited for Meg. But typical of these riders, though, they don't care. They'll come on to race whatever events that are on offer for them.
Well, all the riders here are just so competitive, just love getting involved, especially in this, worlds where it's a historic worlds, the para integrated with the able-bodied, really big crowds. Why not race some more?
Yeah.
Soak up some more.
2 more heats to come. And the bronze medalist from last year at the World Championships from New Zealand is Anna Grace Taylor. She's up against Samantha Bosco from the United States.
Yeah, the Kiwi skin suit, always an interesting one with that sort of film they've got on the back there. Very curious looking.
Interesting to see the different nations employing different tactics. Taylor versus Bosco. .38.9 seconds was the time Taylor rode last year to pick up the bronze medal. That is slower than what Erin Normoyle has produced here in the qualifying. She just needs to try and get herself into the top 6, as does Bosco from the United States. Top 6 to go through. 3rd and 4th, that'll do. Only 2 riders to come, so that'll be enough if they can maintain this pace. It looks likely, going to form, going to the seeding, as Taylor comes up to the line for the faster of the times, and 3rd and 4th. So both those riders now qualifying into the medal round. Just 2 riders to come, and they are the gold and silver medalists from last year.
Yeah, and Taylor so close to Lee there. 1/1000th of a second behind. Incredibly close between those riders.
Yeah. So super tight between 2nd and 3rd. 38.848 versus 38.849. So that'll be a fascinating matchup tonight.
There, You see Taylor tucking in, getting nice and aero. Not quite aero enough to find that 2000s that she needs to overtake, but maybe later we'll see that.
Well, Sam Bosco, 4th fastest, only 2 riders to come, so she's guaranteed herself a race for the medals as well. She rode a 39.8, so just over a second slower than the 3rd fastest time, but regardless, it was quick enough to put herself into the top 6. Kadina Cox from Great Britain and Kate O'Brien from Canada. Gold and silver medalists from last year, and Cox also with, as the pre-mentioned, world record, 34.812. That was at the Paralympics, August 2021.
Yeah, sensational time for Katina there.
Yep. And we've seen plenty of world records in the para disciplines, and that is just going to continue as there's more development, more money, and more support floods into the para events. They will continue to improve.
Yeah, Katina, since that amazing Paralympic effort she's had a few injuries, you know, a few problems, and kind of struggled to get consistent training in. But she is phenomenally fast, and never count her out.
Kate O'Brien, 37.3 last year to win the silver medal. If she can repeat that now, she will go ahead of our fastest qualifier so far. But with confidence walking up onto the track here, Cardina Cox. Very purposeful.
Oh yeah. She always means business, Cardina. And then O'Brien, looking relaxed, composed, ready to go.
Ready to explode.
It is such an explosive event, this 500, especially when you start talking times that Cardina's done, like 34.8. And you can just see actually there in that last shot, her knee strapped up, just one of the injuries she's been dealing with of recent times.
Our final heat. Qualification round for the 500-meter time trial for the C4. Clean start from both riders. They raced each other in the final last year, stood on the podium side by side with the gold and silver medals. You'd expect them to go through.
Start. Yeah, look at that, 12.4 from Cardina.
That is very rapid. You'd expect both these riders to progress into the medal round, but they want to set a statement here, and that's what Cox is doing as she comes around the bend, down the back straight with half a lap to go. Setting the best time all the way around. Mindful of the record, 34.8. How close is she going to be? Not quite there, but it's the best time by a mile. 35.7. First and second with a 37 as well for O'Brien.
Yeah, strong, dominant performance from Cardina Cox there, as expected. I'll just be a little bit off her world record, but that was a truly incredible time. And 35.7 still a great time. It gives her a good bit of a buffer. Yeah, so Irene in second place.
Well, the only rider to go over 50 kilometres per hour, 2-second buffer over Kate O'Brien, with Erin Normoyle, third fastest qualifier with a pretty tight actually. Second and third, super close between them. So it's going to be a great battle for the minor medals if Martina just keeps going to form.
And just see the start. So powerful.
What a confidence booster. The defending champ. She will go into the final tonight knowing that she is 2 seconds faster than her nearest opponent. But the race for silver, if they can all back it up, the race for silver is going to be fascinating. Really tight. As you can see there, 35.7. And then look at second and third, 37.8. 1 versus 37.86. A bit of a jump down to Lee in fourth. But there's our sixth that'll be racing for the medals, and that's going to be intriguing to see who comes out on top.
Yeah, and what's really interesting about how now they've changed it to qualifying and final, you know, within some categories there is actually quite a difference in what the disability is, and sometimes, you know, due to, I know Cardina has problems actually backing up her rides due to the disability she has, whereas someone has a slightly different one actually is much better at repeating the effort. So it was actually quite a big deal when it changed to qualifying and final, because it really opens up that final for the athletes.
Well, we will watch on with intrigue tonight. So one more race to come on the program here in the afternoon session. There was the races that were scheduled to be on now were the deciders in the sprint competitions. None of those are needed, so we can jump straight to the men's elite Omnium scratch race. So the Enduro lads get to come out onto the track for the first round of their Omnium series.
Yeah, and every scratch race we've seen so far this World Champs has been so entertaining.
And the difference with this one is that while normally you're racing for gold, silver, bronze, whatever position, and if you're 10th, 15th and out of contention in the last lap, the riders just sit up doesn't really matter anymore. Whereas in the Omnium, it's all about the points across the line and the positions. So every position across the line, first place gets maximum points, 40 points I think it is, and then it goes down. So you cannot just cruise across the line because you're not going to win. You have to fight all the way to maximise the amount of points you get for the overall standings. So that's a little bit of an intriguing situation.
Yeah, and with the change to the Omnium, well, not format, but the point system a couple of years ago, meaning that, the points race is actually how many points you accumulate is how many points gets added onto your Omnium score.
Yeah.
It means that if you finish a little lower down in one of the races, you've got every chance of making a comeback.
Yep,
So as you say, every place important, every point essential.
Fantastic venue here, the Chris Hoy Velodrome in Glasgow. Not the first time Glasgow has had a World Championships, though. The 5th edition of the championships were held here. That was back in 1897. So not exactly where we are, but you could throw a stone across the road to Celtic Park, where the famous football club are based, and that is the location for the first time we had the World Championships here in Glasgow.
Yeah, that is some fun fact. I remember when you said it on the first day, I was almost turning around and I'm like, Scott, what are you on about, mate? And then I was like, didn't realise it was that long ago. But yeah, incredible fact that I didn't even know it despite being from here myself.
Well, with the Omnium coming up, let's have a look at what this race is all about, explaining the scratch within the Omnium itself. Sounds simple, but it's quite complicated. So the scratch race, first discipline within the 4-discipline Omnium event. And this has evolved several times over the years. The first edition was in the Olympics for the first time in 2012. And they used to do a flying lap time trial. There was a kilometre time trial, individual pursuit. And it really has changed. I think it was 6 disciplines in the original format. And now it's evolved into 4 bunch races, which has brought in the elimination race, which is a fascinating race to watch. The tempo, which can very quickly become difficult to follow, I must say, and then finishing off, as you said, with the points race. Nicholas Larsen from Denmark. Campbell Stewart, former world champion in this event from New Zealand.
Yeah, medalist at the Tokyo Olympics. Watch out for him.
Benjamin Thomas from France. He has, in the last 4, 5, 6 years, just been extraordinary in the bunch races. Madison and Omnium. He is an absolute monster.
Yeah, I believe Omnium World Champ, his first year of senior. So incredibly impressive.
Chanzuki Imamura as well from Japan. Great Britain has Oliver Wood. Australia with Kel O'Brien. Switzerland, Valerie Thibault. Hong Kong with Wang. There he is, number 19. But this is perhaps, if you had to pick a favourite here, I think you'd have to go with Benjamin Thomas.
Yeah, prolific rider.
Yeah. Seb Mora as well. So consistent throughout the years. Vincent Hoppersack from the Netherlands. And the Olympic champion from Rio in a slightly different format to what we're going to see here in the Omnium, Elia Viviani. Got better. And there's Tim Teutenberg, perhaps the only one that put in a really decent attack in the scratch race the other night. That was the scratch race on its own. This is the scratch in amongst the Omnium series. So Tim, who is a very young man, just signed a stagiaire contract for the Lidl Trek professional team on the road. So he'll be racing the World Cup for the remainder of this season after the Track World Championships.
Yeah, and
See if they sign him up. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see with Teutenberg if they do sign him up for next year for a fully fledged pro contract. Van den Bosch. Only 22 years of age. They've had some fantastic bunch race riders, Belgium, over the years.
Yeah, definitely the speciality, especially the Madison.
Yeah. Kenny de Kettler, who is the coach of the bunch races for Belgium. So he's here looking after them. Matthew Gilmore is also riding for Belgium. Etienne de Wilde previously. Fantastic riders.
The last international Omnium to be raced here, Glasgow, won by Ollie Wood, Glasgow Nations Cup last year. Yeah, we want a similar result today.
And Ethan Hayter, though, not able to compete here.
Yeah, unfortunately, we won't see Ethan Hayter at this World Champs. Defending champion, not able to defend his title.
And he won the last 2 editions, so that's, you think about it, 4 bunch races in each round of Omnium. Finishing with a points race, it's really quite complicated, yet Ethan Hayter has won it the last 2 years. That shows how strong, there's so much dominance that he has had in the last 2 seasons, and with his collarbone broken, unable to defend the title, so he must be hurting.
Yeah, and it's not just, it's just the dominance in order to do that. Like it was, he didn't just win, you know, he was just miles ahead of everybody else, just so strong. And it's the consistency is what's important in this event. Rolling off now.
Dylan Bibic, the scratch race champion from last year, he had his birthday on the scratch race day here, actually this year, 20th birthday.
Wow.
So he's only 19 when he won the world title. They are underway, but there is a little bit of a gap. They're strung right out, and Benjamin Thomas immediately on the attack with Larson right from the get-go. This is not what we saw in the elite scratch race the other night, but they are going to have a real crack. Only 40 laps this time, 60 in the outright scratch race. In the Omnium, it's 40 laps, and Thomas absolutely on the attack.
Yeah, not hanging about, and that is a pairing you don't want to let them get too much ground.
Well, that's why Viviani has gone straight onto this. He knows who he needs to look after, so the Italian shutting that one down. So anyone that lazily cruised off the line then is going to have a big chase to get back into contention. So they're wasting energy very early on in this scratch race if you're too far back. Teutenberg comes through. Swings up, gets out of the way.
Yeah, just coming down a bit now. A little cagey off the line there.
Well,
and Tomac goes again.
Not hanging around here.
Yeah, want to make this a hard race, Benjamin Thomas.
Banasek from Poland. And again, ducking, weaving up down the track. So, intention's pretty clear from the Frenchman. He wants a hard race.
Yeah.
And the harder it is, the better it is for riders like him. It's also beneficial to Elia Viviani. The harder it is, the better it is for these riders that have such strong road racing backgrounds as well. Campbell Stewart, he'll be one of the pre-race favourites for this particular scratch race. First discipline with him.
Leotel. Just not laying up this, is it?
Well, I've got to say, already a better scratch race than what we saw when they were racing for medals a couple of nights ago.
Yeah, there's going to be no gifts in this scratch race.
Ricardo Pina from Mexico, next one to go through. A little bit of a gap. And quickly swinging up. And with the average speed of the peloton this high, it's going to be really tough for anyone to force their way off the front. But Larson's going to have a real crack at it. Viviani's come out after him as well. Sebastian Mora. Now, if they can get together, these 3 riders, sensational combination off the front. Peloton is strung out, though, chasing them down. They sense the danger. Campbell Stewart doesn't want to let this one slip away from him. Olympic medalist in this discipline.
Just such quality in this field. No one's letting anyone get an inch.
Yep. Truly sensational. Now, this is an Olympic event, of course. Very important in terms of qualification for a lot of these riders. And this is a little bit tricky. It was a dangerous move there with the riders going off that front. They didn't really kind of take advantage of that. Pfaffler from Austria and Teutenberg. So the two German-speaking riders now getting off the front. Not big favourites, so it's not Thomas, it's not Viviani. They're not going to be marked as much as those riders would be. So this is a fantastic opportunity for Tim Teutenberg and Tim Waffler, the two Tims.
Yeah, but now a big chase coming in from Keirin from Australia.
With the two Tims off the front, in Australia we have a very famous biscuit. It's called the Tim Tam. And this is the Tim Tam Jam out in front with the two Tims.
Yeah, you can see the gap there on the screen now, 4.4 seconds. Not a huge urgency for the bunch to chase this down.
Vincent Hoppesack from the Netherlands. Got himself across there now as well with Fabio van den Bosch. So Van den Bosch now on the front, and a bit of a chase. Campbell Stewart trying to get something going. So the peloton's still strung right out, so they're not hesitating, which is what the guys in front are really hoping for. There's still a lot of pace on behind.
Yeah, you can see in this wide angle, the race is just all over the place.
Yeah. Now, this is where things are going to get interesting. The peloton have swung up. The four in front, as long as they stay committed, they've got a really good chance to open up more of an advantage.
And yeah, now Nicholas Larson chasing.
Thomas coming out after him. He's followed by Kel O'Brien, the Australian. Mora as well. So the four in front working like a team pursuit. Short turn of pace, though, there from Waffler. Larson on his own, trying to bridge the gap. I think he's going to get there. How much is it going to cost him?
An impressive effort from Larson. You can see him on the edge of the camera angle, just closing down so quickly on this breakaway.
21 laps to go. It's about to become 5 riders in front.
The chase and impetus still very much in the bunch. They're keeping tabs on it.
Huge effort from Larson to get across. That shows his strength. And now he gets a moment to rest. How committed are they? That's the thing. Short turns of pace for the guys out in front. 5-rider team pursuit squad. Waffler again with a short turn. Larson on the front. Teutenberg.
Yeah, now Viviani and Imamura coming across the gap.
Yeah, and they're bridging it really quickly. Actually, Viviani didn't go through them when they swung up. We didn't see it on camera, but we just caught a glimpse of it. There is going to be a coming together. There we go, the Italian colours. Viviani not wasting as much energy as Larson, as we see riders that have already been lapped getting in amongst the leading group. So race split in two. Big group out in front now. 7 riders.
17 laps to go and a bit of straight lead for our leading riders here.
And you can just see with 7 guys out there, no one's fully committed to driving it. No one wants to do more than anyone else in that little lead group. So it's short turns of pace. So there's still an opportunity for the remnants of the peloton to bring this one all back together. Larson, after that huge solo effort, now hoping that they can continue on with this. And it's Benjamin Thomas down the back straight. Kel O'Brien, this is the peloton trying to come across. The lead group coming through.
Yeah, and just as they were really closing, the chase just eases off a bit.
Yep.
But they know that they've got them in the sights. It's now really only about 20 metres.
14 laps to go. Tim Teutenberg from Germany up the track. Van den Bosch. Hoppesack from the Netherlands, he swings up. Waffler from Austria follows him and leaves Viviani from Italy. Still a gap. Campbell Stewart from New Zealand. You can see Stewart from New Zealand went to bridge, then swung up, and tantalisingly close to closing things down. Nicholas Larson just putting a little bit more impetus into that front group. And I think finally, well, finally, not quite, just as it's about to close up.
Yeah, now finally, bunch is back together.
Right.
Have to take a breath, everyone.
Yes, 11 laps to go. Viviani cautiously dives down the track, not necessarily to attack, but just stop anyone else from dumping down underneath. So drags the whole peloton back down to the black line. Harder to attack if the whole group is at the bottom of the track. Up high again now. Into the last 10 laps.
All at the top of the track.
Well, we've seen a couple of really big individual efforts now. How much are they going to pay the price for that? 9 laps to go. It's a race on the balustrade, up on the fence.
Yeah, Viviani just injecting another bit of pace. Yeah. It's been a hard race for everyone.
Yeah.
You know, even if you weren't necessarily in that leading group, it's been fast from the start.
Well, you see, every time the peloton goes up to the fence, Viviani goes down onto the black line just to drag them back down. He doesn't want a last-moment attack to steal his opportunity to sprint for the win here in the scratch race for the Omnium. So smart riding from Viviani. You'll see it again now. Coming down to the bottom of the track, just dragging everybody to the bottom. He wants to sprint now.
7 laps left, and someone will be looking for an opportunity in the finale of this race.
Yeah. So the Rio Olympic Games Omnium champion in the blue colours.
Here we go.
He wants to sprint, but Portugal does not. So Luri Leitão from Portugal, 6 laps to go. Viviani was trying to avoid this, dragging the peloton down to the black line. And while that's happened, one man has escaped. 5 laps to go. The peloton, they're thinking about saving energy for the sprint. So I think we know who the winner's going to be of the scratch race.
Already over half a lap.
Yep. He will not get run down from here. He comes around to get the bell. The bell, I should say. 4 laps to go, I mean. The final kilometre for Leitão.
Yeah, Kell O'Brien now leading the bunch. 4 laps to go. Everyone looking around, waiting for this sprint.
Now, I don't think he'll be able to get there because the peloton now starting to wind up for the final sprint. First place is going to go to Leitão, maximising his points here in the scratch race, the first discipline within the 4 bunch race Omnium series. Iamura from Japan. He's leading. Larson comes up around the outside. So you can see on the right-hand side of the screen, he'll get maximum points. He's going to win the scratch race. Now we focus on 2nd, 3rd, 4th in the minor placings. Larson from Denmark leads down the back straight with a lap and a half to go. Our leader gets the bell. He's going to win. He'll get maximum points. Larson now from Denmark. He comes to the bell. There's the winner of the scratch race. Job well done from Leitão from Portugal.
And Ollie Wood's round the outside.
And there's been a crash down the back straight. 3 riders gone down. Plenty of them have been affected. But Oliver Wood comes through to finish 2nd. Tim Teutenberg 3rd. And we can see Hapazek was in the mix. Larson was also high up in the standings. But an unfortunate crash down the back straight. Meanwhile, Ollie Wood came from the clouds to win the race for 2nd.
Yeah, much like we saw with Tidwell in the scratch race earlier in the week.
Plenty going on there. Because
there was a lot to debrief from that.
And for those of you watching at home, because it's not a race for the medals like a normal scratch race, not focusing as much. Once we knew that Leitão was going to win, then it's looking back to who's going to fill all those minor placings. Okay, this is the first discipline within the Omnium. 4 disciplines within it. There's Ollie Wood, 2nd for him. So 2nd best points. Great start for the rider from Great Britain. Tim Teutenberg, 3rd across the line. So the young German, just starting his professional road cycling career with a brilliant performance. He won the Under-23 Elimination Championship a couple of months ago. Only actually a couple of weeks ago. So that's a great start from him. Hoppersack from the Netherlands was 4th. And I can see that Dylan Bibic, the youngster from Canada, 5th place. Nicholas Larson, really hard last couple of laps from him on the front, holding on for 6th place points. Campbell Stewart, the Olympic medalist, with 7th best points. Viviani down in 10th. He'll be disappointed with that. The 2016 Olympic Omnium champion. Benjamin Thomas also. Not a pure sprinter, Thomas. That's why he was attacking so much, the Frenchman. He wanted a hard race, and that's why, because he finished down when it came to a bunch sprint.
Yeah, and there's the attack that did it.
The winning move.
Yep. Yeah, great. And it was just as we were saying, if there's going to be an attack soon, this is the moment where if the impetus is out of the bunch, as soon as the pace drops off, someone's going to go.
Well, and it's exactly what Viviani was trying to avoid. So
Yeah.
when I kept saying dragging the peloton down the track, okay, physically, how do you do that? Well, you come to the bottom and accelerate, and no one wants to stay. And this is where the crashes happen. 3 riders coming together. So everyone else getting by, only the riders that actually came together that went down. So I hate seeing those situations where a rider then runs over the top of them because they were just caught with nowhere to go. Teutenberg, second from the bunch sprint.
Yeah, Ollie Wood, I mean, so strong he's not even in shot.
Yeah.
Incredible sprint, because he did come from about halfway back in the bunch in the last lap. And there he is, him and Campbell Stewart having a little laugh.
How hectic was that? What a great race.
Yeah, I know. Couldn't even keep track of that, and we're meant to be the people piecing it together.
Yeah.
But we should say all the riders that did crash all up straight away and seem okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, what a way to end the session. And yet much better than the actual men's scratch race we saw early in the week. Far more entertaining.
Yep. Yep. And we're observing it in a different way because we know that this is the first discipline within the whole 4-race series.
Yeah, as you say, almost not a comparable race, even though they both are scratch races. It's just raced completely differently.
And the crash also demonstrates that, because as I said before, you can't just ease up down the back straight if you're in bad position, because if the medals have gone, it's not about medals, it's about your position across the line. So they're all fighting to try and be in the best position that they can. So that does wrap up the afternoon session here. All the medals will be on offer tonight in the finals, so we can have a look at where we sit in the overall medal standings. The para medal standings, Great Britain continue to lead the way, 15 total medals. So it's not just the golds they're winning, they're backing up with silvers and bronze, doing a great job. Good spread, though, amongst all the countries, despite the dominance from Great Britain. And after 8 of the 22 events, still so many things to come. 3 teams, or 3 countries, on 2 gold medals each. Germany lead the way with 4 total medals. So plenty of medals to come, considering we've only had 8 within the able-body races. So looking forward to some fantastic finals still to come our way. Great afternoon program there, Lewis.
Yeah, amazing session, and as always, even better racing lined up later this evening.
Plenty of medals on offer tonight, absolutely. So that was a fantastic way to wrap things up the afternoon program. The Omnium for the men, it's underway. It was chaotic. More to come. The other 3 disciplines, they'll be up tonight. Make sure you join us.